speaker box loud. The 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 speaker box loud. We coming straight to your stereo.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Rocket League channel for another new year of action. We have the Collegiate Rocket League spring semester here for 2025. I'm your host, Vaudable, and joining me on the desk for this very first open, we have Bass from the Past, the Danger Taco, and Novanta. Welcome, gentlemen. How does it feel to be the first broadcast back in the new year?
Feels good. Not only does it feel good because we are the first broadcast here, but it also feels good because the CRL action has already kicked off. The weekend started yesterday. It has been chaos since the beginning of it. We've already had upsets, which I guess we probably should expect considering every open since the beginning of this year, or scholastic year, has had upsets, but it's great to see them again. New year, same stuff.
New year, same stuff, and Northwood winning things as we just got an update in the back row. We'll talk about it in just a second, but even then, Taco, we have teams that we're familiar with. We have new transfers. This is going to be the most electric season of CRL yet.
Yeah, and it seems like every semester we do have some minor changes. Like typically some players are getting recruited. We have a new freshman that's really hot and the new thing that's coming in. But this time we have a lot of really interesting international transfers coming over. We have rosters that have kind of taken their 6 or 7 players they have at their school and just shuffled them around and made new lineups. And it's worked really well. And then sometimes you just have old lineups that didn't really perform in the fall play really well so far in the spring. So obviously consistency is huge. We had a bunch of different winners throughout each of our opens and pretty much throughout the entirety of fall. I don't know if that's going to be the case for spring, but so far I have high hopes that it'll be just as entertaining.
It's going to be a great time here, and it's great to be here with you again, Novanta. What are your feelings about the new season already with some upsets happening and great matchups to behold?
Oh, absolutely. I don't know about you guys, but I watched a show on Twitch called Champ League. I mean, the guys are nuts, and the takes are all off the place, but they said something that really sticks true to me, and it is every year it seems to get better and better and better. The level of competition is just off the charts, and the parity is getting there too. So, like, you think about all these teams, you think about these new lineups, but everyone is bringing it, and we're just at the outset of this one. So, of course, I'm excited.
It's going to be a great time to enjoy some Collegiate Rocket League action. That's what CRL stands for those who don't know. These are the best teams in Collegiate Rocket League across North America. We had teams from Mexico, a team from Canada make it into the top 8 here as well, but a lot of North American teams. But we also got to talk about the day one recap, what went down yesterday, and how these teams have fared so far. These are the current standings for the top 16 who made it their way. Only the top 8 into Championship Sunday, of course, but any big surprises here on the names for this list, Bass?
Not necessarily. I think maybe the most surprising thing is the return of Boise getting more than just a point, but actually a couple of points to start off already. For some of our newer fans to the Collegiate Rocket League scene, this might not necessarily be a familiar team, but if you watched it all last year, you're very well aware of who Boise was. Before we switched over to this open format, when we were still doing league play, Boise was one of the best teams, if not the definitive best team in the West, going undefeated last year and then taking second place in our national championship as well. So Boise back to form, back to their full roster as well. The return of Preston has absolutely revitalized this team.
Let's talk more about some of these teams who didn't quite make top 8. Taco, I know you were the one rooting for St. Clair Gold every single time we did our power rankings on Champ League. Is this kind of like a disappointment for them to not make it to that final qualifying matchup again?
I mean, they're still playing really well, and when they came in, I think all of us really were talking amongst each other as analysts and saying, this is still a team that's like maybe not top 10, but just outside. And what do you know? They're 14th in points, albeit some tiebreakers included in there, but all that to say, I still think this team is right on the precipice. St. Clair has obviously just this wealth of talent. Obviously, their first place team in St. Clair Green, leading points tied with Akron right now, which we'll be seeing shortly, duke it on out. But I do think St. Clair Gold, as well as teams like Bruton Parker, made really good strides. Southern Miss made an incredible run all the way to the winners final, hence with all the 2 points that they did grab, and then just couldn't quite get over the hump. So this is really what separates the good from the truly great teams. Is yeah, it's one thing to play great for 5 hours straight, but if you can't close it out on those final 1 or 2 series, then you're going to miss out not only on obviously making day 2, but getting those precious points that really do separate those teams at the bottom of the ladder when it comes to playoffs.
There has been a lot of interesting matchups that happened yesterday, but I would say the most important victory for one school was Ball State taking down Concord, sending them to the lower bracket and having their first appearance in that top 6 from the upper bracket here. Novanta, tell us a bit about the resurgence of Ball State, where last season they didn't really do as well as we expected.
Yeah, again, talking about that show, Champ League, I know people were kind of saying, we're over it. We're done with them, man. I was the first one to be off that bandwagon. I was like, you know what, Ball State, you give me promises every single season, every single semester, and things don't work out. And I hit the nadir. Was the last season. I thought maybe about to write them off. But as soon as you do that, they dug deep and they got themselves in the mix. Yes, it's still early yet. Things can happen. But the fact they're in the conversation now has me going, maybe I was a bit too harsh on Ball State in the past.
Well, let's talk about the upsets that we've seen so far with this bracket today. Those who have been tuning in through the community streams, thank you for watching those. Shout out to Pyro, Mr. Bepic, and DJ TJ for putting those on alongside, of course, Bass and Taco here on the mainstream. But Concord getting a 3-0 over West Virginia, Maryville 3-0 over Davenport, not too surprising, but you don't see the results there in the lower quarterfinals. I'll give them to you right now. Maryville moved on against Ball State, and Northwood in Game 5 overtime took down Concord to move forward as well. So our top four, we already have St. Clair Green and Akron Blue in uppers, and Northwood versus Maryville in lowers. As we did not expect this exact makeup to happen in this fashion at all.
Not at all, and I think part of the reason that it gets a little bit weirder is that even in our upper semifinals, the matches were extremely close, and then you get to the lowers, and they stay about just as close. You mentioned it, Northwood taking the victory over Concord in a Game 5 overtime, which has also got to feel good considering how they lost a Game 5 overtime on my stream versus Akron literally like 30 minutes prior due to an own goal, by the way. It was maybe not exactly a traditional own goal, but Creams came just flying in at defense, shot out on his own next on accident, and due to a 50-50, and Northwood are still able to rebound from that. So they got to feel good, man. I do think that is the expected top four here. St. Clair, Akron, Maryville, and Northwood are definitely some of the best teams in the nation. The only team I would say that we're maybe surprised to not seeing have got further is West Virginia taking a loss in round 1.
Yeah, this isn't the West Virginia team that a lot of people were expecting to see show up initially. We did see that announcement that Gyro did get picked up to supposedly replace Angel. He's not playing at least this open, might be playing in future ones. We don't know exactly. So Gyro, if you're listening, please let us know. But still, what we do know is that we have some top contenders this season, and we got to talk a little bit about our first matchup on the day, and that is St. Clair Green versus Akron Blue. This isn't the St. Clair we saw last semester. This is an upgraded roster. And well, Novanta, tell me a little bit about that upgrade in Arju.
Yeah, Arju's really been the talk of the town there about not only the individual skill level, but what can they bring to a team that just needed a part, maybe 2 parts to put themselves to that next level. So far, the proof is in the pudding. They're in that winner's upper right now, but it is a marathon, not a sprint.
It's a Canadian college represented by a whole European roster with their coach there as well. Then Akron Blue, the exact opposite, where everyone is all American all the time. I mean, Patty has the name Patty because he does eating contests where he eats like 3,000 calories worth of burgers. So, I mean, the difference could be more stark between these two teams, green versus blue in this specific matchup. But Bass, I mean, this is what we were asking for, a solid, entertaining series, especially both these teams earned their victory here, except Akron Blue had a little bit of a gift in that last series to make it past Northwood.
I mean, they had a little bit of a gift at the end of it, but they really earned the victory as well. One of the main things I was talking about when watching this Akron Blue series is that they did not start off well. I'm sorry, Brogan, you're probably listening to me saying this, and you're not all too happy about it, but you can even admit it. Patty in one of the games went 1 for 9 on shooting. He was not necessarily hitting the accuracy that he needed to. Similar for Bullseye and 5-Up, definitely found his stride, but the whole team found their stride by the end of the series. Games 1 and 2 were sloppy. Games 3, 4, and 5, I cannot say the same. So if Akron are able to carry this momentum into a series versus St. Clair, it should be competitive. Again, should. With how well St. Clair are playing right now, that's still going to be a very difficult task.
What's also crazy to think about, too, 5-Up took down 2/3 of his roster for RLCS this season, I believe. He's playing with Crimson Hockey from the side of Northwood and then beat them to make it into this upper final. So, hey, maybe he learned their strategies after playing with them for some time. It's like, this is what we need to do to win. You just got to tilt the other team and we got this, and maybe it worked out well enough for them. But Taco, this St. Clair Green, we said it's a bit of an upgrade, but we would say this is one of the most monumental roster moves in a while for Collegiate Rocket League. Why is that for Arju joining this team?
Well, not only just because in the last semester, St. Clair started off really strong to the point where in Open 2, they did get all the way to the Grands, and unfortunately, even with 2 tries, they could not quite do it. So they were able to find their rhythm, and then they lost a starter, and they were able to have to sit out. They had to throw in a sub, and hey, they still carried that momentum through. They got in the playoffs. They did okay. And then this semester, Arju comes over. That is arguably the best collegiate player that Europe had to offer. He went to Genoa Italian University. St. Clair says, hey, we already imported previous CRL world champions. Why don't we just get another player if he'd like to come over? He does, and ever since, I was glued to my screen yesterday. A lot of us were doing qual coverage for the brackets going across, seeing all these different games. I deliberately went to the St. Clair Twitch channel just to make sure I could watch this team play, because I also casted them versus Ball State earlier today. And he's the real deal. 50s are solid. He's never beaten to an aerial. His boost management's great, and he's just a solid addition. And it really does, I think, reinforce Jazzy and Sai to play more confident, because you know that third player is going to bail you out if you ever do mess up.
Well, we'll see how this matchup is going to go. This is best of fives all the way until the grand final, potential for bracket reset, where it will be best of sevens for those series. But let's start with predictions on this one. I'm going to start on the end with Novanta and going towards me. Novanta, who do you think is going to take it and why?
Well, 9 times out of 10, I would say St. Clair. They're the stronger team. They have the upgrades, and they have the shooting prowess, as Bass so expertly mentioned. But my predictions with Akron here, or Akron, excuse me. Why do I always call him Akron?
Acorn.
Acorn.
Like a multi tree.
The reason, one thing that you can't defend is being able to make space. It's 5, despite his shooting woes, has found ways to be in places where no one seems to be marking them. That extra half second will give him an opportunity to have more scoring decisions. Will it work out for him? We're going to see. But right now, that's the one thing I have not seen St. Clair have an antidote for, and that's why I'm giving it to Akron. Dang it, Akron.
We'll get it eventually. What about you, Taco? Do you have Acorn, or do you have St. Clair on this one?
I do like me some Acorn in this one, mainly just because I was watching the Akron series earlier on, and I really liked how they were playing against Northwood. Granted, you could say, well, Northwood, I mean, they've been a little shaky at times. Yeah, they did get the finals, blah, 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 and fall. But for me, I thought the game plan from Akron was really impressive. I watched how they play against Maryville previously, also taking them down within their qual run, and they looked very good during that. St. Clair, I cast them against Ball State just about 30 minutes, an hour ago. And even though they did win that series, it looked a little off at times. They were clustered together. It was never truly double commits, but it felt like the communication isn't quite there. I think their raw skill will bail them out of a lot of situations, but the further you get in the bracket, you can't really bail yourself out, because these teams aren't going to be making as much mistakes. I think that coordination from Akron has shown that they can take on literally anyone in any bracket, and I think they're hitting that peak at the right time.
Well, we'll have to see what that team can do to try and take down the St. Clair roster. Are we sweeping the desk on this one, Bass? Is it all Akron all the way? No. Or is it St. Clair taking this?
Look, I talked a lot of trash about Canada on Champ League. I was actually notably the probably lowest ranking for this St. Clair team in comparison to the rest of the analysts that we had that really believed this team was going to be able to hit height they'd never seen before. I needed convincing. I needed to see them play first, and now that I have seen them play, boy, I am convinced this team is probably going to win this whole thing today. They are my best bet, considering not only the form they are in, but the impact Arju has had. If you guys have not seen the clips that Shift have posted from Arju already,
it's crazy.
Dude came in and hit a redirect from the ceiling back corner. So I'm not talking like, oh, like, let's go across court. Like, straight down and in, and that was in the first game against West Virginia. This dude's electric. He has revitalized this team, and if anybody stops St. Clair, I will be impressed. I don't think it's going to be Akron to do so.
I have to apologize in advance, but Arju was the end point in Europe. He's the starting point for St. Clair here, and he is going to be the key to victory for St. Clair. I also have to split the desk on this one with St. Clair Green. Also because I'm Canadian, it's a Canadian college. Even though it's represented by the Europeans, it still counts. Need a little bias here and there, but regardless, they have a reason for that bias to be backed up, unlike some other Canadian teams we've seen out there. St. Clair College are here to play and here to stay, looking for their first regional victory. They were so close, what the game twice in a row last time. The question remains, though, will Arju be the answer for St. Clair College to finally get a CRL or 5-up Patty and Bullseye and make their journey that much more arduous? In the green quarter, we have St. Clair featuring all-European roster, and in the blue quarter, we have the last bastion of American patriotism in Akron Blue. Let's take this into the match and get our winners final underway.
We have got two completely different sides of the coin. One of the oldest names in all of collegiate Rocket League. The Zips have been around since basically the inauguration of this league. However, St. Clair, maybe a little bit of a newer name, but definitely a newer roster. Part of the former world champions and now the new addition of Arju. Taco, it is going to be a tall task for anybody to take these newcomers down.
Yeah, it's going to be really a handful for anyone, and that's really what I look for in this game one. And everybody in the crowd, in the audience, wondering, hey, what's this going to look like when it all comes said and done? It's going to look like a lot of mechanics. Bullseye was able to score the game winner against Northwood, and now he's starting off the series with a nice goal.
This is a little bit of miscoordination from St. Clair, and it's something you pointed out. As much as the St. Clair team might have the individual accolades and prowess, they don't have the chemistry that this Akron team does. Patty and Bullseye have teamed for quite a while, and although 5UP is the newest addition to the team, he has slotted in seemingly perfectly. So, unfortunately, kickoff gone awry to start off this series for St. Clair. They're going to have to play from 1-0 behind as we get into our first game.
And he said the teamwork is one thing that everyone really does come to grips with each other, and I think that's something, obviously, yes, Akron does excel in, but the one thing that I will say St. Clair has been doing very well in the games that we have been able to watch is that when you do see them perform, they love to pre-jump each other, they play 50s very well, and the one thing that is also Jazzy, never afraid, even in the clutch moments, to go for a double reset or something crazy like that, because he really just is that good. So maybe with a demo as well, he could maybe pave the way, Arju with a post 50, but not able to plow his way through everybody.
Sai trying to take this one out center. Decent 50 will at least give some offense for St. Clair to work with, but maybe not much more. Arju to the backboard is easily stuffed out by Bullseye. Right now, as much as we are seeing Akron survive, this is one of the big criticisms I did have of them earlier today against Northwood. They do look a little bit disjointed in moments they cannot afford to. It sometimes just feels like if you do have too much chaos on defense, you will leave an opening, and Arju and Jazzy will gladly take it.
And another combination play, and it's really just adding to their totals. There's a lot of assisted goals within St. Clair camp, and they all look kind of like that. It's just one hit, and then as soon as the defense is thinking, okay, I can probably read that one, the other player's already halfway through to the read. So now you got to be careful because it's going to happen yet again. Sai with a reset. The timing was there that time for the Zips.
Boomer ball so far here. Heavy touches on either end, not really giving possession to a team except for momentarily. And I don't think it's going to give possession here to the Zips either. Patty just staying behind the ball, but not really doing all too much with it. Get a 50, though, and a double commit from Sai and Jazzy. That leaves the net open as long as 5UP can put it on target, but he cannot. Stuffed out afterwards, denied on the rebound, and Zips are going to have to keep hunting for their second.
Hunting is always really the hardest thing because, yeah, it can get close, but this is also something that we saw a lot from St. Clair in the Ball State series earlier on. It was a little off stream. It was on mine and St. Clair's channels, and we were just kind of all freaking out because St. Clair felt like they were taking in so much pressure, but at the end of the day, I can't even say it was them getting hammered in the transition. It was just them facing down those close angle shots, but always choosing the correct approach to be able to save it to the side. They preserve boost well, they don't overcommit, and even when they do play close to each other, it seems like they can always get away with it, but that's where Akron needs to strike, and maybe in these in-between moments, these intermittent attacks, they can maybe form something, because I know 5UP, he's waiting for a pass. Patty's trying to get to him, but it's not going to find him.
Arju has boost in the tank, but not a great angle to approach this one, so Akron will continue on with their offensive onslaught. More and more pressure, but eventually it will have to be relieved. Out to midfield, and now Arju can try and get something started for St. Clair. 4 50s in a row. I don't think anybody's prepared to take a 50 against Bullseye afterwards, and the Zips will find yet another escape from their half. Again, momentary possession here for St. Clair. They're building up well, but when it comes time to holding on to said offense, it's very short-lived.
And right now, see Akron trying to get creative, just bait them in onto these doubles, but they do not want to bite on the Saints side. Arju might be able to create something here. 5UP's not careful. He will pre-jump on this one, and with another demo in the backfield, Jazzy has to come in and rely on Sai for a save. Akron just trying to get these cute little touches back past the Bullseye. Would have worked if it was a bit faster, so instead, here comes the St. Clair transition.
No reset for Arju. He is looking for some bumps and was able to do enough to at least keep Patty off the ball, and 5UP. Which does leave 5UP with low boost, but at least a touch. Again, St. Clair is trying to build something up. The singular goal they found off the first play, or not, excuse me, off the first play, off of the passing play has the only thing they have found. Maybe they'll find another passing play to succeed, but No rebound, at least not initially. Sai will come in the defense, waiting for that 50. It never comes. He slides it right past him.
Yeah, and those are the panic-filled 2 seconds where you see a ball come across, you don't have it, you look at your teammate, they're not jumping for it, and then suddenly everyone in Akron has to basically just pre-jump. First shot is off target, but the rotation clean enough to be able to put that one through past 5-Up, who thought he might be able to get there in time. Does restore a lead, but for how long, especially with clears that might just go right into an Akron player. A bump attempt by 5-Up. Arju just limbos around it and watches Jazzy as well clean that up.
Long ball out to midfield, though. 5-Up going to miss it, or I'm going to call it tactical fake, considering Patty was right behind him. And Patty apparently has got a lot he can work with. The midair pass to Bullseye won't exactly connect, but again, Akron controlling the offense right now up until that light double commit and team bump. This should probably give a little bit of opening now for St. Clair to break out with, and indeed they will. Arju on the ceiling, has Sai on the ground, and will use him as an option. 5-Up to make the save, but again, St. Clair, they may not be getting these long, elongated offenses. When they do get them, my goodness, are they something.
Sai is going to get pre-jump by 5-Up, and not only that, he's going for a bump. He can't catch up to Arju, and the problem is Bullseye off the demo has to spawn in. Not a lot of boost, enough to save, and wait a minute. Patty and 5-Up with 200 boost between them. Gets a light flick, quick shot. Sai is still gonna save. Akron rushing that one a bit more than I think they needed to, and that might be their last chance if they're not careful.
Patty has some time and space to work with, but he's got to get all the way down court. Unfortunately, a 50 like that isn't exactly going to benefit him. 5-Up, though, trying for a pass out center. He will get it, but will the shot find its way in? Patty's there, can only 50 it up. Sai up as well. And the spike out to the side should end this game. Arju to guarantee it. Indeed he does. St. Clair will take game 1 here in very narrow fashion.
And St. Clair does get away with things, but the offense is clicking, and the defense, for the most part, taking away things from Akron. I'm seeing a lot of chances kind of left on the cutting room floor. Yes, they get the early initial goal, but after that, it was St. Clair starting to roll on through. A lot of Akron's plays were kind of getting stunted in the midfield. Granted, yes, when you do have St. Clair that loves to pre-jump you, aggressively getting the ball, that's going to happen. But in those moments where you have 5-Up on the side, you have Patty along with it, you have 200 boost collectively, you got to do a bit more than that to shake things up. If the first challenge completely ruins that offense, then clearly overthinking things, you sometimes just have to play fast, play around, and use those teammates, because we know the Akron teamwork is one of the best that we've seen in CRL.
Yeah, that's the whole thing for Akron, is that when they are playing cohesively, they are very difficult to stop. But when they are not playing cohesively, you can directly see it, whether through double commits, team bumps, weird rotations that cut each other off. When they communicate those rotations, communicate those cuts, it's really effective. One of the main things we talk about with this team is Patty's ability to interfere with defenses, constantly cut midfield, and just harass and attack players. But if you do that without communicating with your teammate, it just leads into a broken rotation and double commit. And this is an issue that Akron has had. Yes, they are a veteran team, but with the new addition in 5-Up, there still are rotational changes they need to make. I believe they can. This was not a bad first game for them, but yeah, it does go to show. They scored off the first kickoff and then never did again.
At the end of the day, this is game 1. This is the first time that we do see these two teams actually connect outside of potentially scrims, but talking to a lot of these players, this is an early in the year CRL Open. Sometimes these guys are just winging it and seeing how it works out, and maybe Bullseye can work it out with an early goal as well. Maybe just playing the assist role, but Patty decided against challenging this one, so how about Bullseye? Try again, bump attempt, no contact.
I appreciate the attempt at a Bullseye on 0 boost. It'll at least allow his team an offense, and maybe in the second shot at net. No, Arju gets there in time, takes the shot away, but a low boost St. Clair now has to recover. 5-Up with almost a full tank, is able to get around 2. Can he get it to a teammate? Absolutely, and the shot is off! Bullseye, unfortunately, been plagued by that bar too many times today, but Patty will recover.
Fast, I nearly took off my headset and walked away. If that wasn't a goal, I would have been devastated. I would have been furious even, because that's a flawless pass from 5-Up. He knows exactly how much he needs to pre-flip that to be able to pinch it, to put it on the back post without overhitting it, and then it nearly went away. But even St. Clair, they were kind of shell-shocked by that. They did not know how to react, but maybe this is how they respond. How about a 50? How about a double tap from Jazzy?
Well, apparently that singular goal is not going to last as long as last time. It took him a little while for St. Clair to get a response. Jazzy needed all of about 10 seconds. What an angle as well, just barely slotting it into the bottom right. And St. Clair showing, yeah, we can give you guys a freebie every once in a while. We'll get it back pretty quick.
And Jazzy, a really high rank in the six-man's ecosystem as well in EU before coming across the pond for college. So that is definitely something you're going to be seeing a lot. Not only was that a dunk into a double tap, that was a flip reset off that 50 to be able to just angle that one even better on the near post. He is not going to be pulling off any ordinary plays. Always likes to use his mechanics to their full extent. Arju trying to do the same, maybe with a skim, maybe overcooking that one. I think he thought the challenge was coming in a lot earlier.
5UP has a challenge here and at least a touch to the backboard. Patty looking for a double of his own. Gentlemen, you can shoot it on target. It does not need to hit the backboard, and it won't. Eventually, they will find their way in, and wow, what a chaotic first minute so far.
I mean, pro player 5UP, he's going to see that and say, guys, this is how you do it. Just throw it forward, get it on target, because he starts that play. It does come through with a three-person passing play, just abusing that backboard, but that's just fundamentals being taken advantage of by Akron. If the defense is going to be reacting on the goal line, make them jump. If you waste that boost, eventually it's like jumping over and over. You can't get as high on repeated attempts, but you can try to experiment a bit more. Arju with a pre-flip into the reset. Did fool the first defender, but not the second.
I mean, we all know the saying, if you don't succeed at first, try to take a shot to the backboard and hope somebody's going to rebound it. That's the one we all know and love, and this is the Akron we know and love for now. Playing well, and again, not overcommitting despite playing a more aggressive offense. This team likes to be in your face. They like to annoy you, and they're doing a good job at that, whether through demos or constant challenges such as Patty's there. Possession goes right back to Bullseye, and Akron looking about as comfortable as ever here in our second game.
And this is the adjustment that Akron's very good at, as well as being able to take down a lot of top teams. We mentioned that, yes, it hasn't been a smooth road. They've not been dominating teams, but if you're winning in Game 5, you are winning those series. So it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. This is the adjustment that I think you look for out of a squad this experienced, and especially as they continue to gain chemistry, as 5UP is the newcomer to, yes, the long-standing duo, but he fits in like a glove because, much like Oath on Ball State, he can fit any role they need. Same with Sai. That's a rare miss from him off the double. That was asking a lot. How about some redemption? Top shelf, top corner, 2-2.
Apparently the motto works for both of the teams here, because as long as you get into the backboard enough times, eventually there will be an opening. And credit where it's due, Jazzy completely stuffing out 5UP there, not even giving him an option to try and go for the save. Accuracy was still required, top right slot, and we are all tied up with 2:42 to go. The two teams started trade blows back and forth. I originally was a little bit critical of the chaos. I'm starting to enjoy it a little bit.
And it is nice to be able to see both teams have to really commit everybody, and that's where you know the defense is doing their job. If it's not just solo plays carving through, and it's actually every single player needing to sometimes go once or twice every attack, that's one thing. They're trying to do it with just two on that one from Akron. The lead block after the air dribble really opened up something, but ultimately it's going to be a counter. It's going to be Sai with another shot to that same side, and he has learned his lesson. He's got to make sure he's clinical.
I mentioned earlier today that Akron might need to hit the shooting packs because of their inaccuracy. Sai, maybe you can just teach him a thing or two. Top right slot again. This team just painting the corners perfectly. And considering we talked about how Arju has kind of been the standout player so far throughout this, the fact that he has 0 goals, 0 assists in this game, and only 90 points, sometimes he can just take his hands off the controller and watch his teammates fly. They're doing a great job at that.
And those are one of the more comfortable moments where you can just really sit back and say, hey, you guys have it handled. I'll just be here for all the intermediate stuff. Bit of confusion on this one, but this is just Big Brain Arju waiting out all of the panic and just taking a freebie.
Oh, this is so smart out of him, too. He forces Bullseye to make the touch, recognizes that there's not really going to be a save out of 5UP, so as long as he can just get the 50, he's good. When no 50 is required because the touch is so light, he can just push it back center. He'll easily flick it in, so as soon as we say, Arju, hey, you haven't really been too much of a highlight reel in this game, he goes, here's one for the books. 4-2 with about 2 minutes to go. If Akron Blue lose this one, they will have to reverse sweep against St. Clair, and unfortunately at the moment, I'm not really sure if I can say otherwise.
Yeah, this has kind of been an explosion of offense after Game 1 was a bit more back and forth, and not only that, it's 3 unanswered. Make that at least 1 back. No! Somehow on the goal line, the 4th defender stands tall for St. Clair.
And they're going to probably do it again. 5UP, another one to the backboard, but multiple players back for St. Clair and prepared. How about on this? Yes, again, Arju, even on 0 boost. No fear on his challenge. We'll get it out to midfield, and somehow, some way, St. Clair again getting away with highway robbery here and not giving up a goal. Oh, and they might even get an offense of their own. Big miss out at midfield. Arju again on 0 boost. Still dancing around the defense and an open net. Sai will not miss it. It's 5-2.
a valid strategy that everyone needs to remember when you're trying to improve in Rocket League is, yes, play fast to force things, but other times, just sit back. Sai is just kind of escorting that ball down the field. He's watching Arju get all these 50s, and then as soon as it pops out, he realizes, okay, if I hit this fast enough, Akron's not going to be able to recover back to their goal line. That's a couple goals now that they've just been able to create by just watching it unfold and then waiting for the right moment. A lot of goals just raining down from St. Clair, and this is kind of the danger I saw at times previously, but this is really them living up to potential. I thought this was the moment for Akron to strike back, get some revenge, but right now it is shooting practice.
Can I just mention how impressed I am with Patty to recognize the pattern there? He's like, no. You're not painting the corners again. I will quite literally only protect the top right corner. And surprise, surprise, that's where the shot goes, and he will make the save. But just kind of goes to show you, St. Clair, they are not missing their targets. Bullseye every time. And unfortunately for Bullseye on the other end, we can't say the same. Like we've mentioned, the inaccuracy for this team has to be talked about, considering that they are now at 8 shots and only 2 goals in comparison to the, I think it's 8 shots and 5 goals on St. Clair's side. They are out shooting them, they are outscoring them, they are outplaying them at the moment. And unless Akron can turn around in game 3, we got to sweep to start off this CRL season. 10 seconds away, but the outcome will stay the same. The Zips going to take a loss in game 2.
And this is something, unfortunately, I feel like that has plagued Akron in the past. Their touches down the stretch get a little sloppy. Sometimes it is nice to be able to keep it close and you want to take a 50, but other times, just hit it to a safer area. Yeah, it might be a little more squirrely in the next steps, but you got to trust in your recovery, trust in your boost management. There's just too many times the ball has gone errantly away from them. They are not able to control it. It goes into their net. And then on offense, it's kind of the same thing. A lot of awkwardness, not getting their finishes in St. Clair. They're not really racking up saves because they haven't really had to. They've been able to defend the periphery of their goal without anything too direct going on.
And even if it does go directly at net, it's not technically direct. It's like a little bit to the left, a little bit high, a little bit right. They just cannot seem to get it right in between the woodwork. It is always going off the bar or the backboard. And although the rebounds are being collected by Akron, they're also being read by St. Clair. You talked about it, the patience from this team to watch a rebound off the backboard, at least get a nose in the way. Just a 50 is enough to disrupt the offense that Akron continues to try and develop. And that's kind of been the same thing on the other end as well. You can see it from the replays here. It's not as if St. Clair are just shooting on target every time, but the breakdown on Akron's defense is way more significant than we are seeing on St. Clair's end.
And the breakdown, I think, as you mentioned, is really how you have to claim it. There's some offense where you just have to kind of take your hand off the controller, wipe it off between goals and say, that was really well done by them. That's just really well worked. But right now, it feels like Akron is getting forced into mistakes, and that's an awkward situation because it's also a mental snowball that starts to happen with you. You make a mistake, you say, it's fine, and then another one happens, you're like, it's fine, and then you want to play even faster, but in reality, you should kind of double down on how you were initially playing. Those things happen. We just got to play a little bit more careful and be able to take advantage of those opportunities when they come in. Honestly, I'm a fan of not overcomplicating your offense and just making sure you get direct shots on, because at least if a ball does get saved, it forces resources out of St. Clair and forces them to react to you. And they're going to have to do quite a lot of reacting if they are going to be able to win this one, because you know Akron has a plan for having to engineer a reverse sweep coming into DFH. Did not expect Patty to have an uncontested double here, but where do we know? I was waiting for the challenger from Arju, but Ren, of course, right as I say that, 5-up just going to slap him out of the way.
My goodness, Patty P. Patterson showing up big. And I was going to mention his name as the player you kind of want to focus on for exactly what you just talked about. The less complicated, just go at the ball strategy. Head empty, thoughts empty, just challenge the ball. That's Patty to a T, and I say that complimentary. Right now, maybe I shouldn't have. An errant challenge from him on defense doesn't exactly do all too much, and, well, there's a goal.
And it's right off kickoff as well. And it's just simple touches, like we said. Sometimes when you're actually trying to pass, it's not about getting it right on the bumper of your teammate. It's just challenging something quickly off the backboard. And Arju knows that. He's just going to slap it as hard as possible. And then eventually it's going to be found. And that's all really you can ask for. Fortunately for Akron, it's just back to the drawing board. How many times have we seen that now in this series where they get a goal and say, all right, now that's what we're looking for. And then immediately St. Clair says, no, not so fast. Get back here.
Well, we know the rules. They have to continue scoring back and forth. No one can have a lead for all too long, and nobody goes without a goal in the first minute. How about a second goal here? Patty finds a rebound off the backboard, but I gotta ask, Jazzy, where are you going?
I have to say, that feels like Jazzy just is at a wrong angle to see what's about to happen. So as the ball bounces, I think he's waiting for it to roll up a bit more. And meanwhile, Patty, he's done that a trillion times in custom training because that's just going straight into the back post. And maybe they can double up on that as Patty has an open flick. Sai's pre-jump's not going to reach there. 5-up trying to mess with Arju, and the two most experienced players at the top level of Rocket League in the lobby, not able to actually find that connection. And meanwhile, we're just going to see another kind of unusual teamwork connection, let's say, from St. Clair.
Maybe St. Clair just like, we got 2 games. Now we can just, we can get a little more experimental with it. Team pinches midair? Sure, why not? You are down a goal, so I'm not exactly going to recommend it as a winning strategy, but plenty of time left on the clock. 4 minutes to go, and as we've seen, St. Clair don't go scoreless for long. How about only a couple seconds further? Patty, great touch off the backboard, but he's got more to be done. Sai will not make the challenge, but Jazzy out of midfield will still boost and keep possession for St. Clair. He's going up. He's got 1 to beat, technically 2 now that Patty is back. A good 50 from 5 up will prevent a shot, and St. Clair maybe have a little bit more difficulty finding these openings this game. They might still find one, though. Awkward for Patty, but he's bailed out by Bullseye.
Yeah, see, Akron actually right now, when it does seem like St. Clair is slowing things down and going for resets, they're not really pressing the ball because, yeah, you could get a reset and you could really just turbocharge that flick into something else. But most time, if you just kind of sit back and watch to see what they're going to do, that actually might be enough. And I do like that adjustment because the mistakes that Akron is making is because they're trying to play so fast that sometimes you're whipping around, you're not able to actually truly get the angle in your front of your mind. So if you're able to just play in your own control, then great. And you're starting to see that with the wider rotations, more steady 50s, and right now, solid defense as we go into the back half of a must-win game.
Jazzy not going to make the challenge there. Instead, 5 up gets a free clear downfield and against I thought low boost Sai, but apparently not. He's got a full tank to work with and will work with it well. Jazzy now to take over with a full tank as well. They're still not getting it off the half, though. A lot of 50s, I think, being forced by Akron. They're pulling these players into awkward positions and then forcing them to try and muscle past. To be fair, they're not winning many of them, but they're also not losing many either. Just a lot of weird touches going to no man's land, and neither team really taking possession, but just finding moments that they can work with. Now, would have been a moment for St. Clair, but they can't do much on the rebound. Arju not enough boost to do more than get it to the corner. 2 minutes left. Akron holding on to their lead for what feels like a lot longer than what we would expect. And even longer now. Sai, I don't know if you were bumped into the ball or didn't intend to make the save, but either way, that's a goal gone.
I think Patty was just trying to flip toward it, just happened to bump the opponent into the save. So, a little bit of an irritating way for that to transpire. But ultimately, I don't think Akron is really going to mind. St. Clair, meanwhile, they're doing well to get these demos and lurk upfield. That one's going to be a bit wide. Jazzy doesn't care. He's still just going to get right on top of it. Something that St. Clair does love to do, but you have to wonder at a certain point, yeah, that strategy has worked for 2 straight games, but very rarely can you keep doing the same old thing and expect different results.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, at least for the moment. I will say, we're getting close to broken, considering that there is not a second goal found for St. Clair, but they've got some time left on the clock, 1:20 to go. So I touch off the ceiling. Again, Arju low on boost. Unfortunately, a statement we've made a couple of too many times in this game, and I do think it's becoming a problem as the team is struggling to find the same speed and transition speed in particular in comparison to the last couple. They get a chance on transition here, though. Touch off the backboard, made by Arju. Where's the rebound after? And again, low boost Arju, he uses it all on his initial challenge, and the follow-up with 0 boost, he cannot make contact, and unfortunately, it's a repeated story for St. Clair. Will they maybe finally find a shot? No, that one a bit wide.
It's smart from Arju, though, because he's able to put that to the sideline, keep possession, and hopefully build something new. Jazzy has a lot of boost, which is why Arju might want to serve it up to him. He decides against it. It's kind of a slow build-up. 5-up is the master at getting in the way of those, taking those 50s away, and that's really what happens when you're one of the higher-ranked 2v2 players within the NA leaderboards.
Jazzy trying to get a good 50 here. He will, and Arju will get a double touch. Shot to the ceiling. Where's the rebound? Again, not found. St. Clair, they are doing the same strategy, getting those rebounds, getting those opportunities, but the final shots are being denied by Akron. The defensive step up from this team has to be mentioned. Significantly better than the prior 2 games, and now it might just win them one. 10 seconds to go. One last charge. St. Clair, what can you do?
Arju tried to pre-jump because he didn't have the angle on the build-up, and now instead it's going to be Akron all the way down. Patty, he wants another one, but he'll gladly just spike it on down. Must-win game. It is indeed a victory for the Zips, and that's the response they're finally looking for.
They get the response they're looking for, and they do so with a very different score line than before. Remember we talked about the, 2 for 8 shooting in comparison to the 5 for 8 last time? Well, one team got to 8 shots, and it's probably not the one you expect. St. Clair, 1 for 8 overall in comparison to Patty alone, going 2 for 4. Not a single shot registered to 5-up or Bullseye. We talked about it. Oftentimes, Akron likes to just send Patty downfield and say, hey, young man, go off. And he did. This is the strategy that we've been waiting for. And this is the strategy that is helping Akron succeed.
Being able to get that win is one thing, but got a little bit spooky. Patty has 4 shots and all of the shots for Akron. I don't think anyone's really going to care, though, if you're scoring 2. They are a little bit open, so I think St. Clair, they let their foot off the pedal just a little bit on defense, saying, those are hard reads. Is he really going to get them? And then he got 2 back-to-back like that. So I think St. Clair learns their lesson. You had pointed out Patty is the player to watch. He does have a lot of pop-off potential for this squad. He is often hitting the clips, the highlights of plays that we do remember. That was the case when Akron won an Open in the fall, and it could be the same here in this series. I don't think St. Clair can be too anxious about the fact that they were getting run over. I think they were very much in that game, but the offense was not finding its footing. They were getting interrupted a lot more, and I think Akron understands that if they do build from the back that solid foundation, all of offense is going to come much more naturally.
I got a chance here to keep the series extended for another game further. Force it game 5 in the potential reverse sweep. But again, they still have to get it done on death's doorstep, are they? If they lose this one, they're not out of the tournament entirely. They'll move to the lowers. But as we've talked about so many times throughout CRL this year, that all-important bracket reset, getting an extra game going into the grand finals can mean so much. For Akron last time, it quite literally won them the series. They lost the first against Northwood, and then they won the second after the reset and won the championship altogether. They would love to stay here in the upper bracket. They got to prove it now. 30 seconds in, and already Akron off to a good start.
We'll see Arju trying to carry things forward. I think just trying to test Bullseye to see how fast he wants to recover on this one, but instead, it's going to be Akron getting out with Patty. I think ignoring the ball. He's just going for Jazzy, who still gets away, but not with the clear. 5 with a 50, with a double. Bullseye coming through on the corner, steals some boost. Maybe Patty can get involved with it, but he doesn't want to bite too much. The ball will eventually escape, and even when they do get up on offense, Bullseye sends a demo and then sends them right back in their own half.
I like to see that, though. Not a lot of physicality for Akron so far, but this is something that they do like to implement. Bullseye in particular, a demo leader for many, many different leagues that he has played in. A very aggressive player in his own right, in a different way than what we would talk about for Patty, but it's why this team is so difficult to play against. They annoy you. They get in your face. They make it difficult to find cohesion, to find some sort of stride. And they're doing the same here. You can see it. Fake challenge out of Patty. He takes all the boost. Sai's got nothing to work with, and although they will march down pitch, no one with any boost for St. Clair means this probably shouldn't result in much. As long as they make the challenge, awkward for Bullseye on the backboard, but he will pinch it out.
Arju has to get back on the goal line, and that will be a save, but that's the awkward kind of pinch. Akron can create anything out of really any singular touch off the side wall, and I think you're starting to see that one. This 5-up is going to get the psycho off the corner. Not going anywhere near the goal, but it's something St. Clair had to backpedal just for a half second.
Both teams are starting to get into their more experimental shots. We saw it last time with the team pinch for St. Clair. We see it this time for the attempt at a psycho. Nothing really coming to fruition. There's a couple attempts, but nothing more. Maybe Patty can get something a little bit more standard, or he can just get bumped off the ball in a shot against his own net. Arju inside trying to keep this one around, but Jazzy's all the way back. He doesn't have much of an option. Patty's got a reset, can't really use it, and Arju will punish him for it. A reset of his own for Arju, and neither team able to score off of it, but this ball continues to ricochet to either end.
And this is what I like to see from Akron. I mentioned it in the previous games. I want to see them not only get the saves, but don't always go for the cutesy little touch. Yeah, it keeps possession, but other times, if you don't get it perfectly, or if the other team reads you, you can get in trouble. Kind of like this one. I don't think Jazzy anticipated that not being touched. It's just going to go wide open. And speaking of, that's going to be a freebie for Bullseye. Everybody out for lunch, grabbing boost. No one minding the shop.
This is a bit unfortunate. I think it's just a poor commitment out at midfield. Maybe not expecting Patty to even get a touch, but that commitment is all that it took. St. Clair biting off more than they can chew. I don't think if they can afford to do that now. Like we mentioned, Akron win the last game, and if they take the momentum from this one, they're right on the door of finding a reverse sweep. They're not there yet, though. Only half this game gone and only a single goal margin. So if Akron want to secure themselves a Game 5, I'd recommend they get another. Or prevent St. Clair here. Jazzy the pre-jump and denied by 5-up on the line.
Good job being able to get on top of that, but also, again, direct it toward the sideline. I wish Patty did the same, I'm sure. And then instead, Bullseye was able to bail him out. Patty with a quick shot, just testing Sai's recovery there. He's going to get out and allow 5-up to come on through as Sai is going to try and reinvent some form of approach. 5-up, as always, though, is not going to be so easily fooled. He's so good at locking down those clears.
I have no idea how he predicted that one, but it might be rewarded with a goal of his own, and indeed it will be! 5-up finds an open lane due to Patty's bump, and the Zips are up 2-0.
Poor Jazzy, that's a terrifying situation. With his ball cam on, he can see only the sky in the top left and nothing else. So when he does try to get that clear, it goes right into the middle. He's going to get slammed, cyberbullied out of the way, and it's going to be an easy goal. You mentioned Akron loves their bumps, but they're never going to give up one where it's just kind of gift wrapped for him like that.
Two demos, basically. One's a bump, one's a demo. I don't care what you call it. I'll call that maybe the best save of the series so far. Bullseye, my goodness. I talked about this. It's the same thing that happened versus Northwood. Akron, a couple of shaky games in a row. But as soon as they lock in, you better be prepared to get locked out because St. Clair's struggling to even find a goal. Oh, wait.
You know what? That was about due. We had to get the Castakers out of the way eventually. Yes, the defense is great, but something weird like this is always bound to happen. 5 up coming from the sideline, the offensive player coming from the inside. Only natural, it will go occasionally right on target. That's kind of a freebie from St. Clair, but hey, it's still earned. They were in the position to get the 50, and that's all that they really need to focus on. And with 60 seconds, they could maybe even get another one. Arju with a lot of boost. He can get the cut, but Patty calls the bluff and dives in early.
Bullseye behind side, but I think he's going to back off this challenge and rather start to try and lock down midfield. With only a minute to go, I think Akron are going to probably try to play a bit more of a safe approach. Doesn't mean they're going to stop making challenges like that, though. Bullseye cutting that one out before it can develop, and Patty going to stay on this ball. Arju, though, wisely waits for the initial touch and then takes the challenge after. It'll give St. Clair an offense. Pass out center, Sai fakes out one, but doesn't have boost to work with, so he can't get around Patty. And Patty taking that boost in the corner is going to be very comfortable to just take his time. St. Clair, you do not have time to waste. Akron will waste as many seconds as possible here in the final 30.
Yeah, but they have to get back. Akron is very low on boost. They're trying to get around. 5's getting bumped. Patty doesn't have a lot of boost. He has enough to get this clear, and that's about it. Maybe that's all they do need. Under 20 seconds, St. Clair probably only has time for 1 or 2 more shots. One miss is not going to do it. Arju is left alone. St. Clair, they're so wide on the rotation.
Oh, Patty, the double off the backboard, a little bit off, and it'll give one last chance. Sai, a full tank, but an immediate 50 from 5 up. Can they keep this one up? Bullseye will keep it close to him. He's going to determine absolutely not. Akron on the verge of a reverse sweep to start our day off from 0-2 to 2-2. They are 1 away.
And as you said, Akron locking in. And as we take a look at the statistics as they pop up in just a second, you might be wondering, this is Akron locking in? I mean, yeah, in a way, they're getting their shots up. But most importantly, I don't care, frankly, when a team has to make a lot of saves. And believe me, when I say 10 saves against the opposition's 13 shots, yeah, that's a lot of saves. But as long as they are keeping their goal line clear, taking advantage of those moments where St. Clair gets a weird touch, maybe doesn't clear it the way they want to, gets those bumps, those combination plays, I don't really mind it because that's how Akron has been getting wins after series after series after series across all of fall and now well into spring.
They are looking phenomenal, and this is the version of Akron that I think has consistently proven people wrong. We talked about when 5 Up got signed to this team, we went, yeah, they'll be good, but how high can they fly? The answer, very, 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 very high. This team is doing phenomenally, and against the St. Clair that, like we mentioned, looked almost unstoppable this weekend, but it's very clear that they can. As you mentioned, 10 saves on 13 shots meant that St. Clair went 1 for 13. I don't think I need to point out the percentages on that one. It's not enough. St. Clair has to find ways to become more clinical. We talked about it in the first game, 5 for 8. That type of efficiency is required if they want to beat Akron. They've got one last shot at it. Game number 5 here in our best of 5. The winner will move to the grand finals with a single series advantage. Let's find out who gets it.
Being able to go to Champions Field, this is something we've seen a lot of disappointment on, whether it is from the perspective of a team getting 2 wins and getting reverse swept, or even more devastating, going all the way, you're almost turned the series around, and then it just goes all downhill. Arju was going for the boost. He said, wait, someone's got to mark this one. As anyone mark this, however, from 5 Up, cutting in, just hits it wide. They'll take the boost in the corner as a bit of a compensation play.
I'm still a little bit nervous, though. You mentioned this in the last game, and I'll mention it to start off this one. Maybe a bit too wide of a rotation here for St. Clair. I think they're just banking on having this time to develop plays, to try and get things together, but when Akron consistently challenge you before you can blink, you don't get that time. Those wide rotations get broken down so quickly. Good thing for them is they do have an offense brewing here. Touch the backboard, though, denied by 5 Up and sent to midfield. Pop up high. This is awkward for Akron, but Bullseye to bail out his teammates.
You see how locked in St. Clair is. This is a team that loves to go for resets, loves to go for very mechanical plays, and they're not. They're going with their fundamentals, which isn't a bad thing. It's something you have to rely on from time to time, but it's strange to see this team have to play kind of off playbook. It's like you're basically calling audibles every single time, and that can be a terrifying situation unless you just rely on the passes. You cannot ask for a better service.
And if you cannot ask for a better player to be the one to receive it, Arju continuing to be a human highlight reel. And goodness me, if that isn't another one to add to the book. Top left slot. This team loves to paint the corners, and it might just paint them a trail to victory. 3:45 to go, a single goal, but considering the low scoring margins we've seen thus far, that could make all the difference.
Bullseye going to try and kickstart things with an air dribble, and honestly, this is where I'm really curious about the Akron mental, because this also happens with a lot of teams where you have a lot of momentum, you're getting good games, and then you fall behind in game 5, and part of you just has an alarm bell go off. That's where you need to make sure, at least try to mute or at least dampen down, put a pillow over it just to right now, because you have so much time to build off of. Don't send the house, but at least send Patty to cause some chaos, slap some play out of the way. That's wide open for Bullseye.
The physicality is doing two things. One, it's getting them goals, and two, it's probably tilting out St. Clair. If I'm St. Clair with one defender back, watching a ball come straight at me, not even all that fast, and you can't do anything but just get sent to the shadow realm by Patty, yeah, it's going to be a little bit irritating. But St. Clair, you got to keep yourselves in this one mentally. If you check out now, you're going to basically check out of the series with 3 minutes to go and only a tied ball game. There's plenty of time for either team to take over.
Patty actually flipped out of goal. I think he wanted to make sure someone else took his spot, but it was a little bit concerning as Jazzy did have that double. Not going to work for him, and his 5 up will demo one player. He's trying to hunt down Arju. Jazzy was the only one who was remaining to challenge, and not only does he do that, he gets the flick. He gets a 50. It's rolling right there for Arju, and he's going to clean it up again.
Arju, he's absolutely the garbage man right now, cleaning everything up that ricochets out. Jazzy, a perfect 50, though it has to be mentioned. And still, not a perfect angle for Arju either, with 5 up coming flying in from the right side of goal. He needed to slot that in the bottom left, and he dang well does. 2:45 to go. Akron, time to respond, but how do they?
So pop up, Patty will think about it, but he knows Sai has that one handled, but he knows he also has to take to the sideline. Waits for that challenge. Sai still circumvents that one. Bullseye with a 50. High lob for Arju. I don't know if 5 up knows how few boost he does have in the tank, but he still gets that deflection nonetheless. So Akron, as we reach halftime, has to wonder, all right, we've done it once, now we got to do it again, and probably yet one more time to take this lead, but St. Clair seems like they found something that works. Let's see if they can be able to maintain it throughout all of these moments. Jazzy has a wide open shot. It's a disaster in the backfield.
It's a disaster caused by Sai, though. Look at the redirect here to just go headhunting. Patty trying to find a way out of net, has absolutely zero angle to work with. Jazzy, you get the goal, but I'm chalking that one up to Sai.
It's a nice little setup, and that's why you need to make sure you save your flip. You don't always just want to go for it, except if it's a kickoff. Jazzy and Arju doing all the work right now. Sai might have gotten a nice assist, but in this one, he's going to take a de facto little pat on the back. It's a rough one to give up for Akron, and even more so due to the momentum. This was a close game. Remember those fond moments, Bass, seemingly 30 seconds ago?
And remember how I said, hey, St. Clair, be careful not to tilt out because of the bumps and demos? Akron, be careful not to tilt out because of the bumps and demos. That's got to be a hard one to recover from, and it's definitely even harder now that you're down by 3 goals. Let's make it 4. Arju hunting for another. St. Clair showing absolutely no mercy as they try to eliminate this Akron team from the upper brackets.
It's a tough one, as they do, of course, have that life. But as you mentioned, the importance is that the winner of this game does go into our grands, and then they'll be able to have that little bit of an extra timeline because they don't have to win immediately. But it's so hard to doubt this team. Half our desk was favoring St. Clair. It's moments like this. They are a runaway train.
Oh, they're a runaway train with perfect accuracy. Sai, how many times have we talked about the woodwork and the corners? This time you use a little bit of both, off the bar and in. And off of this pitch and into the lower bracket will go Akron if they cannot find a miracle. 90 seconds to go, 4 goals required just to see an overtime. It's not impossible, Taco, but we're a little late for a Christmas miracle.
Being able to see this play transpire. The thing that I like about St. Clair is that they are just taking their time on every challenge. Yeah, it causes them to be a little bit awkward. I still think they actually spread out a bit too much on most of their rotations, but if Akron's not taking advantage of, then play your game. Crowd up. I don't even care. Pre-jump each other because that's what's working right now, and the more that Akron has to panic, the more that actually you can just absorb their pressure because you know Akron can't build up patiently. They have to go as fast as possible.
And they're trying to. You can see this. Patty diving downfield, just looking to get for bumps and any sort of interference. You better stop Arju or he's scoring another. If he had any more boosts, he's getting the reset off the ceiling. Instead, though, just floats it on down. Maybe goes for a pass. A bit overambitious, but with all three players up and still no one from Akron to get in the way, you can tell Akron is frazzled. They're just looking for an escape and finding none. And even if they do, I don't think they've got the time. 30 seconds to go. A 4-goal deficit has to be overcame, and I just don't think it's possible.
I got the international transfers coming in here from St. Clair, making their business known. This is, in a way, a revenge tour for Sai, and coming through from Jazzy. This is 2/3 of the team that nearly won a CRL Open. They fell short. They lost their starter, and then they had to restart. And now this is their new semester, and they're trying to say, yes, we are the ones that you have to seize the crown from. This was one of the most hotly anticipated rosters in all of CRL. And in their first series, it might have gone the distance, but they're entertainers, and certainly they're living up to their name.
They live up to their name, they live up to the prowess, they live up to the expectations. We said this weekend they have dominated teams, and although at moments it didn't look dominant, I can definitely say this fifth game was. My goodness, a 5-1 scoreline, and we talked about the shot totals. When they are in favor of St. Clair, it is hard to deny. 3 shots to, let's make sure I'm doing this right, 13. Last time they went 1 for 13, they went 5 for 13 this time.
And it gets really uncomfortable when you are a team like Akron, when you're playing series like this. And this is why Rocket League feels like a chess match at times, because you do have, yes, all those micro challenges, but when you zoom out, every game you have 1 minute to fix everything that went wrong in the previous game. And the best teams are very good at that. St. Clair came into this one. Yeah, they gave up some goals off the bump, but for the most part, all these goals formed through are just using what they're naturally good at. Using the mechanics, throwing Akron off balance, putting them in weird situations on the goal line. And even though Akron can handle that better than most, they've had a stellar defense against most of the top competitors they handle. Eventually, they will crumble. And I felt like St. Clair saw a crack in the wall off the battering ram.
Yeah, it's exactly what they did. They saw it. They saw the single vulnerability out of Akron, which is, hey, if Akron want to keep playing aggressive, they want to keep diving, getting in our face, let them. The amount of fakes that they had where they just dead stopped, watched an Akron player either fly right by them or just take a horrible 50 that they then controlled, kept giving possession. And the more you keep doing that, the more you tilt out, the more pressure gets put onto you. And unfortunately for Akron, they crumbled underneath it. Like we said, Akron is not done for the day. They still have a chance in the lower bracket to face the winner of Maryville and Northwood. I will say, though, if you couldn't take down St. Clair, good luck taking down Northwood or Maryville. Also, 2 teams that have formerly won one of these CRL Opens.
It's not something that we really do enjoy seeing, because you do have to come up against tough competition. But one thing I do like seeing are familiar faces. Vod and Vanta, they were able to kick back and watch this one. And what are your thoughts going the distance in our first series of the day?
I feel like Devonta kind of summed it up best when we were in the booth, is like, oh, thanks St. Clair for wasting our time. With the way that they were out shooting Akron, they should have taken that so much sooner, but Akron defense sometimes wins matchups. Unfortunately, it didn't win that final game for them because Jazzy was on fire. 100% goal participation the entire length of the field for their team to come out on top. And that's just the end of the book note that is this great series for St. Clair, aside from maybe that 3rd and 4th game we saw with an almost reverse sweep from Akron Blue here in Novanta.
Yeah, absolutely. They're a team that makes good music, but looks like Jazz had their own guitar solo in the back half of that game. But the real story for me was that goal line defense. Felt like every goal wasn't a rocket. It wasn't off a wall. It wasn't particularly difficult, but it's just coming down to places where no one wasn't. And it could have gone either way if you looked at that alone. But good teams are good for a reason. And St. Clair went to plan C, D, E, and F and found a way to come out with the dub.
Huge W for them as well, because this books them their 2nd appearance since last season into a CRL Open final. But we got to talk a bit about Akron, because for this team, they looked great when they were actually working together in those second to last games. But apart from that, the first bit was kind of rough for them. What was going wrong with this team, Bass?
I think it's a lack of cohesion in moments where, again, it's a risky playstyle. Akron do like to play with this very in-your-face attitude. We talked about it all series long. The problem with that is that if you're not communicating that perfectly, it's going to leave gaps. And I think that in games 3 and 4, they did basically play perfectly. We were not talking about double commits from the team. We were not talking about overextensions. We were talking about them being in the right place at the right time every time. Game 5, we didn't see that. Unfortunately for Akron, they had a couple of moments where they kind of just tripped over their own laces, whether it's plays like this where they just get a little too far forward and aren't prepared for the worst case scenario. It just happened on repeat. And against a team like St. Clair that are so good, as Novanta said, about adapting and then changing up their strategies, finding those gaps, you can't afford to give those gaps. And Akron just did it far too many times.
Thankfully for Akron, this was the upper bracket finals, so they still are in the top 3, helps them a lot with points, and they play the winner of Northwood and Maryville, but they still have a second chance to make it into the finals and bracket reset for the victory. But looking on the horizon for St. Clair, what do they do here to prepare themselves mentally, emotionally, and whatever else they need to actually win this without getting bracket reset, losing in game 7s again, Taco?
I mean, that's the biggest thing that we had mentioned, is that they really, in our opinion, should have won Open number 2 in the fall, because I think they just had moments where they just straight up lost focus. They were too nervous. They were too obsessed with kind of their tiny tasks of like, okay, let's make sure I get this boost. And it's like, no, let's make sure you guard the goal. There's a couple open nets that you're just leaving out. So I think this team is playing confident. I think they're playing aggressive, and I think the resilience is nice. Yeah, they're going the distance on some games, but at this highest level, we can't really get any too upset about that. And I can't get upset whenever there's the appearance of the cat. I think St. Clair just needs to trust in their game plan and not try to change too much. I think when teams try to just say, okay, well, let's try something radically different, let's try to just play more freeform, that's getting away from what got them here.
That it is. The cat's kind of out of the bag on this one for this series for Akron, so they'll have to wait in the lower bracket themselves for a potential rematch. But our next series on the horizon is a good old East versus Western rivalry. It's Northwood versus Maryville. We'll go into that matchup after this break.
Put the car and drive, another lonely night, don't know what to do. Finally see what it's like going out every night when it's not with you. I see you whipping down a 4-5. It was December, it was you and I can't remember how to feel alive without you. I wonder what I would say if you stayed, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day, but you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted, knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We could both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you. While you with him, but you keep blowing up my line like I'm with you again. It's just like 1996 and you doing that thing you do. You keep on lying to yourself about everything we've been through. It'd be cool if you let off all this and emptied your baggage like you cleaning out your Birkin. You at the club and telling everyone you're working. I know you mad and honestly you probably heard I wonder what I would say if you stayed, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day, but you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted, knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We can both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you. makes you wonder if you lost control. Leaves you breathless, changes what you think is possible. Got me too. Brought me to you. It's got you too. Your magic's true. Your magic's true.
Welcome back, everyone, to CRL Spring 2025, the first Open of the year. 4 opens, by the way. We didn't really talk about the format for those unfamiliar. 4 opens, 4 chances to get the most points you can total. Top 16 get points, top 8 get prizing each event. Eventually, you make it into the Spring Championships. 2 days of action in a bracket, single elimination for those teams. All best of 7s once we get to that point. But with that out of the way, we do have to talk about our next matchup on the docket. Top 4, we're still here, but 2 teams trying to make it into the top 3 and face off against Akron. It's Northwood and Maryville. Northwood already dropped a best of 5, going the distance to Akron in overtime, so they definitely want revenge there. But Maryville, they also have a new kid from EU on their team. And Cass, why don't you tell us a little bit about who that person is?
This brand new Maryville roster has brought pride to the West and has brought Inkso over from England. This all-English team has now started to dominate the West and has started to prove that they are one of the best in the league after already being one of the best in the league. This is already a very good team. They continue to be a very good team. I'm excited to see how they do here today with a new edition of Inkso, but I do think people need to remember Relating Wave and Speed are also just about as good. Yeah, Inkso might be the more popular name nowadays, but the old team is not a team to sleep on.
No, not at all. And we got to saw how things are going in the past, but let's talk more about these rosters. Creams Hockey's Neil with Noxus as their coach, and Inkso, Relating Wave, and Speed. And one thing I want to bring up a little bit about Northwood is that when they do find themselves in tough situations, Noxus has been known to sit them down and be like, hey, this is what we need to do to strategize. That's why when there was a bracket reset against Maryville during one of the opens in fall, they were able to come back and win it at the end of the day. I believe that was the final open of the year there as well. So this is a rematch of that. We didn't quite get to see it during the fall championship because Concord were on a tear themselves, but no Concord to worry about anymore. These two teams with a bit of an upgrade for Maryville here. I mean, how are we feeling this one potentially might go here, Taco?
I think this is kind of a throw up because this is, yes, the same Northwood team, but in a way, whenever we talk to Northwood, they're like, nah, we've had to change a lot throughout the last season. They did started off in the summer winning an event and saying, hey, I think we're not going to drop a single series, or rather drop a single series. They're going to win every tournament. And then they did not succeed in that goal. They really dropped a lot of it. They got to the finals of the fall and did drop that series. So I think this is kind of a comeback tour for them, and they're still being rocky, obviously in the lowers against people who, as in their own words, has admitted, hey, this is an early semester thing. A lot of schools aren't even on campus. We're trying to play together, maybe a little bit low on hours. We'll start trying to figure out our play style. And yet they're still really taking down really top tier teams and throwing them out into the trash bin. So I think these are two teams that are still trying to find their footing, but definitely a preview week we might be able to see very deep in a lot of playoff brackets in the Opens to come.
I mean, this has really become a rivalry throughout Collegiate Rocket League. And not just Collegiate Rocket League, but all of esports in college itself, between Maryville and Northwood and other titles. I mean, tell me a little bit how much that Maryville seems to have a read on Northwood. Do you think that's going to be the case here again here in Novanta?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when you have teams that are so good at a certain level and they tend to grow together, they kind of see what they're doing, see how they're training, see what they're eating, sleeping, or whatever happens, it always seems there's always a countermeasure there. That's actually a good sign. It pushes you to be as strong as possible. Iron sharpens iron, but we haven't really seen a dominant run from any one of these sides, which always means the best Rocket League is in the offing. That said, it's not going to change today. We're going to expect ourselves a absolute dogfight here today.
I mean, we have seen not the best performances from these two teams, but you kind of explained it a little bit there, Taco, that low hours. I mean, the holidays literally just happened. It's the new year, basically on Wednesday that we saw previously this week. So a lot of maybe we're just grinding out twos and just getting ready for the new season and everything else. But what we do need to talk about is predictions for this one. So Bass, why don't you start us off? Who has taken it and how many games in this best of 5?
Look, I want to try to give some more nuance here, but unfortunately, we got to have a little bit of bias on the desk here. Seb's not here, so he doesn't have Canadian bias, but I will keep my Western bias as I vote for Maryville. Look, nonsense aside, I just do think right now Maryville is the better team. They've got the new addition in Ixo. He has already made a massive impact, and the other thing is that I want to root for Northwood and say that they are going to take this. And this was their time to prove to me that they have gotten the shakiness out of the way. Then they lost in the uppers to Akron again. The shakiness is not gone. Until they prove that, I am not voting for Northwood. They could take this here today, but with how Maryville have both momentum and, I would say, confidence with the way they are speaking about today's series, I think this is Maryville to take it.
Okay. I think Maryville to take it. Definitely confidence seems to be more in their favor. They did get a 3-0 sweep, but it was against a team like Davenport instead of Akron, who looked really strong, went to 2 back-to-back best of 5s. With that out of the way, though, those caveats in place, Novanta, Northwood or Maryville?
How much proof do you need, Bass? How much proof do you need? Northwood is not only a team, it's not only a roster, it's an institution, a stalwart. That's my choice because they always find a way to win. Take me back to the old Roman Reigns run in WWE. Whether you like them or hate them, they come out on top. I'm going with Northwood.
Okay. We got Maryville, we got Northwood. Are we splitting the desk here again, Taco, or are you going with potentially the favorites on this one?
I, for this one, am going with Maryville, mainly just because with Northwood, this is a team that, yes, did struggle against Akron, and that's why they're in the lowers. But even before that, they had to go to Game 5 against a lot of teams just to be able to get into this one. Davenport, a team that has routinely gotten in their pools and quals, and they've kind of run on over. They had to go to Game 5. It was a back-and-forth series. And then they get into today, in their first game on, it was a Game 5 that they ended up losing. And then they finally clean it up. They do play against Concord, who's also having a bit of a weirdness. So clearly our fall championship teams fallen off a bit. I just feel like Maryville all throughout has just been a lot better. They played that Save Davenport squad that beat, that was able to almost take down Northwood, and they 3-0'd them. It wasn't even close. There was a single goal allowed in that one. So I think they're on one today, and I think they take it.
Northwood has had a rough journey of it, and that is also part of the reason why I have to give this to Maryville. Even though I did put my power rankings saying Maryville is probably going to be one of the best teams, if not the best team in Collegiate Rocket League, until we saw St. Clair today. My goodness. But Maryville, another all-European roster, proving that they have what it takes. We basically have ERLCS at home with Collegiate Rocket League today is what we are witnessing. And so far, the European teams reign supreme for a reason. They have support from their region. They had some matches to watch and also perform themselves. And I think Maryville is going to take this 3-1 in this matchup. But it's all going to come down to the East versus West rivalry that is back on the menu with Northwood taking on Maryville. Yeah. Well, Maryville needs to eke out this win and make it to the top 3. This is yet another best of 5 matchup. So, gentlemen, let's get on to the field.
England seems to be back. They're trying to take back some land from the CRL landscape, and I don't know if it's going to be that easy when you're playing against teams like Northwood. This is an El Clasico type matchup in the making, and this is just the latest iteration. It's for a chance to go to that lower final to try and get some hardware early on.
Who knew it was going to be about land and war, right? Shout out to this one here. We got ourselves a battling. To tell you one thing, it's going to be a hurting bomb back and forth from the opening bell.
And we said it. This is kind of EU RLCS on home. We have Creams is a Welsh player. We got Hockey and Zanil as the sole Americans within the lobby. But either with that standing, it's going to be a lot of skill and a lot of warm-up. This is going to be an incredibly early CRL event, and yet everyone's still peeking out of their minds, getting great highlights all weekend long. But none of that really matters, Novanta, if you're not able to bring it home when it matters most. We've seen so many teams crumble at the finish line, and these two teams have a lot of competitive experience, and now it's time for something like that from Zanil to try and show it.
Yeah, you know, we talked about the predictions going into it, and I'm going to double down on Northwood walking away with the dub, but it is not really that close. You get to this kind of level, it really is anyone's game, anyone's strategy, anyone's Sunday.
Zanil's going to be able to tuck that one briefly to the side, and that's one thing that Northwood is always so confident. They will play a million miles an hour, but they always play for those clean 50s and trust that they do have the correct angle. Sometimes that will backfire on them. It's actually part of why I think they did lose against Akron earlier in the day, but I'm sure they have learned their lessons, and they don't need too many lives to be able to succeed in these brackets, but they might need one against Zeke, so he gets past one player, but not the post.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where he has a good idea and a good attack, and that was another save off the line, but the post kind of had a hand up there to stop that drive. I love the fact they're being aggressive out of the gate. Nothing's really worked out for them, but the opportunity seems to be coming in bunches, and that one was cleared away as well.
Northwood really locking it down on the goal line, but not really out front in front of the box. They are getting some kind of close angle saves, but as long as they're able to survive, that's all that really matters, and they're able to produce the same pressure, at least so far. Hockey's slippery set doesn't go anywhere, so now it's time for speed on the counter. Rips one high. Ixo, nice aerial. It's a slow one. Not going to beat Hockey, and Zanil will dive right in front of Wave.
I do feel like both teams understand it's a best of 5, and they're willing to go all 5 games when need be. No one's in a rush there to have that first blood drawn, but you can definitely tell there's a little bit of that forward thinking on both sides, as each of them have had opportunities right from the goal.
Hockey trying to take that one forward. No, relating Wave is going to just patiently wait it out, and now maybe Ixo can as well, but Zanil gets a great catch. If not for that deflection, could have been right on the doorstep for Hockey, but instead it's going to be Creams trying to find his own teammate. Hockey on the comeback. Instead we'll just plow right through. I haven't really been seeing a lot of combination plays right now from Northwood. It seems like they have something built up, and at the last second they feel like they have to pivot, and that improvisation they're going to be real good at, obviously due to their level of skill, but it's still an awkward situation when you have all these well-laid plans, then suddenly they have to get thrown out the window.
Yeah, I'm with you, but I really think that's kind of a countermeasure, right? Forget that. They opened the scoring here. I was going to make a whole big deal about not being able to concede the first one, but of course you didn't concede the first one. You scored the first one. Look at this one here from Creams bringing it down.
That's a rough one from Ixo. You can see what he's going for. The problem is that's kind of what happens when you get a bit too greedy. A lot of people say, well, you got to get ball over boost. You got to get boost over ball in some situations. But sometimes you're thinking, I can have both. Ixo goes a bit too far forward, knocks into the middle, and that's all the invitation Creams needs.
Yeah, so you need that. Definitely more is going to be coming off if you give himself that kind of room and that kind of space. There's only about 2 minutes elapsed here, or 2 minutes left here to go, in the first game, and definitely a chance to have a little bit more in their scoring chest. The opportunity comes now. Is that they're able to find something even better, even deeper, to really break that defense.
Zanil trying to do just that. Flip reset underneath, trying to set up a breezy. That's going to be another fake, potentially. I don't even know. All I know is that there's a lot of chaos in front of that Maryville goal, and it is still not done. Hockey has got a lot of boost. He's going to go for even more on the steal. Speed's just desperately trying to flick that one downfield. Hockey's going to hold it up, and now wait for reinforcements. Zanil, only deflection by Speed is what's going to prevent that first shot. So another rough touch. Creams trying to punish it again. The double tap with the flip reset. Overcooks it, and that's the punishment.
Oh my goodness, we're about to write down how the Pokes go into business for themselves, but just in the blink of the eye, it goes the other way, and we have ourselves the equalizer.
And I have to say, it is a rough one to see, particularly because Creams looked like he had an open shot, and I understand the impulse. You want to make sure that you really throw the defense off. I think he was going for a reset a little bit higher up the wall, tapping it high off the backboard, and then spiking it down. But it's even worse that everybody believed in him so much on his comms that they all moved up, and the easiest goal that you like from Speed, just knock it as hard as possible right down the middle. And he has a chance to do it again if he can avoid Creams, as he had to just barely escape that demo attempt.
Yeah, a lot of times in these opens, both Maryville and Northwood really have this kind of monkey on their back about conceding goals as sloppy as if they've done. And so the first half of the game, we saw everyone be almost a bit cautious, almost too cautious. And now the gloves have come off, and just like that, the goals were scored quick. But it really wasn't the kind of play, a tight play we saw in the first 2 minutes of game one.
Both Rotating Wave and Zanil trying to avoid each other, bumping into one another, but now we do see some double commits coming in. They're not trying to avoid, they're trying to combine. Zanil double across the middle. Rotating Wave will be able to get that first one out. Calls in Ixo. Both teams starting to spread out a bit more. The longer hits, just try to throw the defense off and keep them honest. It's one thing to be able to move upfield, but if you're not backing up to be able to patrol on the backwards aerials, to be able to get those clears out, then it is all for naught. Maryville, certainly no stranger to that, as they're under quite a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Maryville has all the opportunities to win. Northwood's defense really hasn't been one to write home about. In fact, it's kind of like they're saying, we dare you to score. And it makes you wonder, if it doesn't happen, if the defense is kind of come at me, bro, and you don't execute, will that be on the mind of Maryville heading to game two?
Northwood has had a majority of the saves, so maybe it's Maryville that needs to pull one more out to be able to rescue this game. And not only that, they get their last chance. Ixo, that's on target. It's behind Zanil. 0 seconds. Game one goes to the west.
Well, that right there's advice for life. If someone says, come at me, bro, you do it right there. No more seconds to go. Those going to be an overtime period, but overtime wasn't going to be part of the equation. Game one is in the books.
That's a tough one for sure. 0 seconds is one thing, but Zanil was exactly where he needed to be. And as it came in, I think it was just too fast. He didn't realize he had to lean back a bit more. The panic set in. Maryville showing that it doesn't really matter if Northwood is really racking up all the saves. You just got to be patient, wait for your opening, and Ixo certainly was one of the more, I would say, hyped up transfers that we have seen. Yet another international one joining Arju in that category, showing that this is the value he can provide, clutch playmaking.
Let me ask you a question, Otako. You're the caster with the highest IQ in the game. If you concede a goal at the 0 second mark, is that something about your psyche we should write home about? Or is that something you gotta brush off and not even think about as rolling the game too?
Honestly, I think it's about risk management for a lot of those situations. A lot of the times, that first goal, that's forgivable, as we see on the replay, just speed going down. But at 0 seconds, you have everyone kind of creeping up, you're getting boost, and then you realize we have nobody in the midfield. If Ixo's going to take that shot, you have to have someone in the way. And even if you do stack the goal, there's still the potential that they just strike that so cleanly top shelf or away from your defenders that you're going to look at yourself and say, why were we trying so hard to move on up? Maybe let's try to secure the overtime, not give away anything too risky. And you shake it off. Best teams also have a goldfish memory. So as we move into Forbidden Temple, I think they just need to say, all right, well, that was back and forth. We had their chances. They had a little bit more. We had a lot more saves. But hey, that's to be expected. These games were never going to be blowouts by any means. We're in the lower semis for a reason. These are the best of the best that we have in CRL for Open number 1. So let's just hope that Northwood has a bit more up their sleeve as we head into game number 2.
I do hope Northwood employs a little bit lesser respect, especially on the offensive attack. You saw too many times that second and third potential scoring option already rotating back to go in defense. How about put yourself forward and try something a bit more risky?
We'll see just how risky they're feeling like getting. Maybe some early demos as well. Something we saw bits of throughout the first game. But I say usually first games, if we don't see demos, it's normally just because a lot of players are just trying to play for those final finesse touches, try to get crafty air dribbles, kind of hit it around players. And after a while, it's like, wait, why are we trying to go around them when I could just go through you? Speed trying to go through this ball, but he's not able to get a lot of power behind it. It's still just lingering in front of the box as Anil's forced into doing a bit heftier of a back pass than he might have wanted.
Yeah, I said a couple times on these streams like this that the even number of games, 2, 4, or 6 in a game best of 7 situation is really the even number ones that are a bit more aggressive. Close spaces, more bumps, more demos after being familiar with the strategies being employed. But when you have that close combat, it definitely favors the team coming from underneath. That will be Northwood in the situation to really disrupt the scoring opportunities of Maryville and take advantage.
Rotating Wave, really do like that 50. The problem is everybody going wide. Zanil trying to pop up, cause some chaos. Ixo has that read. Hockey does not want to go for this one. A little bit more passive from Northwood, but I don't blame them, especially if all these touches are really going to go deep. A little bit of a revenge there from Cream, seeing everybody creeping out a bit too far.
Creams with the Kobe. I thought for sure it's going to be cleared off the line, but there was no one back in time, and well, that goal can be a mile wide when there's no one around. 1-0 is your score.
And when a lot of younger players or lower level players do watch these players play, yeah, they're not hitting the ball way too far. It's never a mistake to do that. It's actually a staple of consistent offense and defense just to rebalance the scales. You will see teams get overeager. They'll move on forward. So if you just clap a ball as hard as possible all the way down, occasionally you will be able to upset the defense and catch them napping. Even the best teams like Maryville will do that. So that's something they'll certainly shake their head at. Maybe get some quick revenge. Speed trying to snipe one back corner, but Crossbar had other ideas.
Yeah, I love the idea of going past the defense, and all they had to do was put it in the middle of the net, but the crossbar and the post, again, get themselves involved in this series.
Hockey going for a double tap on his own goal. Ixo almost snipes it out with the dunk. Speed on the deflection. It's still going to go through. Northwood try something risky, and they'll pay the price.
Not sure what phrase you want to use, topsy-turvy, helter-skelter, but it was Wild Rocket League for a second. And just like that, that one goal advantage is evaporated. We're level once more.
Again, it's just one of those things. I know exactly what Hockey's going for, but I think as soon as he touched it, he realized that was supposed to be more in the middle where I can double it away instead of on the back post. Ixo saying, why not just dive in on this one? It's going to be a close one, whether that 50 goes in or not. Let's just throw our hat in the ring, see what happens. So a little bit of a questionable decision on both goals on both sides, and now we can maybe get into the meat of the series. How about an air dribble bump there from Ixo, not able to make contact?
Yeah, questionable, just half of the story there. It kind of really was a bit of a risky proposition, but again, we were talking about trying new things and being aggressive, and that's kind of when things go wrong. But I like the idea this is not going to do a repeat or a run back of game one, where everyone was very much too afraid, too timid to try something new.
Neil lurking upfield, Speed, not a lot of boost, but makes it count as he gets that tap through. Full team counters. Ixo has get no boost, but that is a 1v1 player in the EU annals. A lot of salt mine competition, a lot of 1v1 streams up on channels like Johnny Boy back in the day. So certainly a player that can make do with not a lot in the tank, and he's going to try to insta-challenge right there. Doesn't work out this time, but his teammates more than willing to get in the way, get their saves, and survive at least for one more iteration up until Hockey takes two out of the play. Ixo again bailing him out.
I think no one will really remember how impactful that play was from Hockey. You had an overcommit from Creams, and the goal was wide open. Hockey had to go all the way forward. That was a mistake if he had missed. Good thing he did there to keep this level at one apiece.
So that's a heavy touch out of the corner. He's able to bail it out, but Creams is going to send him packing back to the Shadow Realm with the demos. Anil, can he get to there before Ixo? He cannot. Creams is all the way back. He's got no boost. He gets demoed. Hockey gets his, but he has to turn around as he's getting chased down by Speed. He's now chasing Creams. Maryville, they're trying to do everything to throw Northwood off balance, and yet we're still looking at a level scoreline, still waiting for someone to stand up and make a play. Hockey, that's too much of an angle even for him.
Throwing the team off balance or throwing the casters off balance. I feel like everyone's going full-on dogpile in the closing moments of this game one. Like, Maryville only has to put one ahead to get themselves a two-game advantage. I know you don't want to be able to cause a mistake to put yourself at a 1-1 level of the series tally, but now's the opportunity to do it. Final moments here, play everyone forward.
Love the lead to Speed. That's going to be a little bit of a pinball on that near post coming through from Northwood. Everybody is waiting for the flick here from Wave, but he knows, actually, if I just let this one go, then no one's going to be marking the players streaking on through. Late lead for Maryville. Is that enough time for Northwood to recollect themselves?
I love the fact that Speed got big right in front of net. It goes in, you get the goal. If it does it, you prevent the counter-attack. It was a ballsy move, but it worked out for them.
And another one is also trying to put all your horses in order, trying to go for it right there, and then it doesn't work out. Nice little turn from Ixo, understanding that if that's the last defender, all I got to do is just put it anywhere in the middle, and it's going to be a security goal.
Yeah, it took a little bit of luck and a bit of skill, but finally there's some daylight between Maryville and Northwood.
This is where Northwood really has to wonder, where did it all go wrong? Yeah, some of these goals are just scrappy ones on the goal line for Maryville, but kickoff goals are an inevitability, I would say, for any team. You're going to give something like that up at one point. It's coming from when everyone is spread out. There's a lot of chances for a single beat over the top to completely undo the entirety of the defense. Maryville, all they have to do is just make sure they lock on in. 10 seconds might seem like it's all wrapped up, but we know Northwood, they've engineered some crazy stuff before. 50s like that might help them out, but they have to chase it down. It has to go in before triple zeros, and with a 50 like that on the save, we're going to be seeing Maryville put it on match point, trying to get to that lower final.
Well, blink and you miss it after having that best of 5 in that first series of the day. This one here looks like something we've seen before, but it may have a different result. Maryville is a stronger team, they are the faster team, and as it is right now, the team with a 2-goal advantage.
one thing that I do really like when you do see a team like Maryville, and this is exactly why I predicted them on desk, is when we do see them play, they're organized, they're almost seeming like they're pre-jumping each other, but just because the comms are on lock, I think this is also an advantage of having 3 players from the same kind of Rocket League culture. We talk about how Sam and Mina are teams that play next to major regions. They play incredibly fast, incredibly mechanical. NA is trying to do a similar play style, trying to fuse in some teamwork, but EU just always has solid movement. They're very rarely caught off guard, and because of that, they're able to take advantage of teams that aren't necessarily policing their reads as cleanly. And that's really what I think up everything down the stretch for Maryville. Northwood played this very well, kind of adjusting from their mistakes in game 1, but eventually it goes out the window if you're not making sure that you're getting solid contact.
Yeah, it's one of those days I kind of wish for. I long for the days we don't sit back and say region superiority and say, no, everyone plays Rocket League at a certain level, but you have these EU players just on a different level with their communication, with their chemistries. It does feel like a buff for them.
And being able to see Maryville now have the comfort that I guess technically St. Clair was enjoying at one point, having 2 games up in the series. Now Maryville needs to face down Northwood and see if they can avoid getting reverse swept, but Northwood's already done that. Actually, in qualifiers, they were playing Columbia College. They had to reverse sweep them just to be able to get into the finals of their qualifier bracket. So clearly, this is a team that is capable of such a feat, and my goodness, do you not want to write them off. You know Maryville will not. Speed and Relating Wave already have a semester's worth of competitive experience against them, so they know their capacity, and Wave might make an impact right here. Tries to go around the defense, not able to find the target.
Yeah, I don't want to risk going 0-2 for predictions today, but reverse sweeping Columbia College is nothing to sneeze at. They have the tools, they have the chemistry and times, they have the process of brilliance. Let's put them all together, at least force a game 4, if not winning the series.
Love the delay by Hockey. Yet again, Ixo just knows where he needs to position. Yes, it's all his competitive experience at the top level of EU RLCS, but it's also, again, the 1v1 experience. I love players with that background because, yes, it doesn't always 100% translate into 3v3, but when it comes to taking a 50er and pre-jumping some close-angle shots, you will be the one who is ready as well with the bumps, maybe creating a path for Relating Wave to get another touch, puts it to the side. Possession will be maintained.
Let's talk about that for a second. The prowess of 1v1, yes, there's a surface level, kind of the skill of being able to work with challenges and working 1v1 in the in-course of a 3v3, but I do think beneath that is the confidence in your own skill and mechanics, knowing full well you're trained of being your first, last, and only line of defense. That kind of confidence, that kind of mental is something you don't get in other modes in Rocket League.
And right now, I think Northwood needs some confidence. They're playing a bit behind on a lot of these reads, and even though when the misses come in from Maryville, it's something that almost benefits them, because Northwood is playing off of these touches, trusting their opponents to deliver with quality. Hockey doesn't get that aerial. Wave is just around just in case. Maryville is trying to set up camp. They're putting down the tent posts in the Northwood half right now, and if they're not careful, Timberwolves are going to have a tough time trying to get out.
You know what? That's well-deserved. Why not? You found the way, you have the advantage. I'm not saying you want to make a mistake. I'm not saying you want to drop these games, but you have an opportunity to put the hammer down, not only against your opponent Northwood, but to everyone else in this Open and everyone watching CRL this season, that we're here to stay with our changes this semester going forward.
Hockey, quick turn, doesn't have a lot of touch on it, but he does have the air dribble. 2 touches to be able to buy some more time. Hockey's still waiting in the middle. Zanil just going to call his own number, maybe trying to cause some chaos for Creams maybe to take over. Zanil looking for a bump, doesn't get any. Another deflection across means Hockey can chase, but I'm not seeing the passes from Northwood. I think they're used to playing the solo plays into a 50 that someone else can crash, but Maryville's actually pre-jumping them so well, they're taking away all those options.
Yeah, it does feel like Northwood decides to go on full tank strategy and just have 3 cars parked in the middle of the pitch. And yes, that's working to a point. We're not seeing as many shot attempts on goal, but you won't win games doing that. Now's the time to put yourself in position to be the one shooting the balls.
So I love that touch coming down. Does produce a double commit from Northwood, but for the most part, everything is clean, especially when Creams gets up for this one. Beat over the top for Wave to handle. It's a little bit awkward as he does put that right down the middle, but as you can see, Northwood all the way back. I've critiqued them a little bit on this rotation, but I can't really necessarily say they're doing anything wholly wrong. Yes, Maryville has a lot of pressure, but right now it is even. Of course, as I say that, that's the fake that comes through. Ixo does his job.
Yeah, so one of the problems with having a deep defensive set-in is that if someone commits to a block or just putting themselves in the position, there's really no one else there to cover. We saw that happen very egregiously right in front of net. It doesn't happen that cleanly usually, but that's usually the risk you take when you put yourself so far back.
Yeah, man, and when it rains, it really just tsunamis, I suppose, for some teams. It's just a little goal. Okay, what's the worst that can happen? How about a double kickoff coming through? That's just pure strats. I love it when teams do something unusual like that. It looks like something you'd see in a diamond lobby, but no, these players are all SSLs. They're all pros, and they're going for that, and it's working out. Northwood did not know it hit them, and certainly they don't feel that way with this scoreline. Not only 2 up in this game, but this is for the series if they don't clean it up in the next 2.
Yeah, kickoff goals like that would have me looking at the ref going, hey man, next time how about a jump ball? But you know what, the right's the same. Maryville's been the stronger team, and the goal, even though the scoreline is 2-0, could have been a lot more, if we're being honest right now.
And this is the thing that Northwood needs to focus on. Yes, he gave up some goals, especially when they're playing like that. Wave almost hits clip of the day from that angle. But instead, they just need to focus on getting one at a time. Maybe crashing goals like that. Ixo is taking a bit too much time on this one. Cream's not able to dunk it over the top, and maybe he can turn around right here and create as Zanil chases down speed. No one on the backboard. Ixo's up a little bit late. Cream's with a deflection. Ixo from behind, able to get that save away. Hockey in the middle. Zanil's up for this one, and finally Northwood has something to say in this game 3.
Critical for Northwood, but definitely critical for Zanil. Looked like a lot of the shot attempts were kind of going off the wrong side of their bumper, but this one here was on point for them. Maybe a feather in their cap when it comes to the individual skill. The lead's cut in half, 2-1 Maryville.
Getting that hit in is hugely important, obviously, just for the sake that it's within 1 goal. But also, I just think Northwood needs a reminder that, yes, they do have offensive capacity here, but they need defensive as well. Where is the defense on this? Relating wave, top 90 on the uncontested aerial.
Well, that right there looked like the post was going to punish again, but the post cooperated, splitting the defense in an aerial, almost horizontal movement. It is a hard move to pull off, even harder to execute. 3-1.
I don't think if you could choose where to shoot it, you could choose it a better slotting for that from Relating Wave. Kind of just shows their way, but hey, how about kickoff goals? My goodness, I feels like Navanta, we're waiting for goals all game, and now they're just raining.
Yeah, you know what? Got to do it for the stream, right? This one goes top down to the bottom floor, rolled in it, underhanded it, if you will. And again, we're back to 1 goal with these 2 sides. But Taco, I got something to think. I feel like there's going to be more goals happening in the last 40 seconds here.
Particularly if it keeps up this ramping. We are on pace for quite the scoreline at the end of it, but I do like how Zanil and Northwood are starting to slow down, especially with Hockey getting the demos. He's getting another one. Everybody a bit shorthanded. Cream's looking for the low 50, and he's actually not able to get above that one. Hockey back in for Zanil. Great read by Relating Wave to buy them some time.
Definitely bought some time. Not a lot of boosts to go around with anyone there, so everyone just has about on average 20 boosts in the dream, just making sure no one scores here.
Hockey gets the wall dash, does buy some time as well as it squirts out the middle a bit, but unfortunately Speed is ready for it. Zanil, no boost, needs some help. There's Creams, that's a near post shot, that's open, it's sitting on the doorstep. Relating Wave with the double tap off his own back wall. Is that the moment that buys them a 3-0 sweep against the fall championship finalists? Indeed it is. Maryville with a statement series.
You know what? I said more goals were going to happen in the 40 seconds, and because I'm 0 for 3 in predictions today, not 1 other goal happened. Didn't matter though. Northwood tries they might had nothing from Maryville today.
And I will say they found their footing. They found some form of offense that was working. The demos, the constant changes, keeping it close, forcing 50s, wasting down Maryville's boost, and yet they were still able to survive. It was almost like it was too little too late, but I can't really blame them because I've been watching this Maryville roster throughout day 1 of qualifiers yesterday. I've seen them play within their quarterfinals a little bit earlier on. They have been clean. I do not think this is a bad series from Northwood. I just think they came in with half a game plan on how to match this team, and I can't wait for the rematch because this is definitely something that's going to weigh on these players' souls. This is not something you often see out of a Northwood series.
Yeah, that's an apt way to describe it. I felt like Northwood won the battle when it came to their spacing, when it came to their pacing, came with some of their ideas of changing their defensive lineups and tactics. But ultimately, Maryville had an offense that was sharp. They had a defense that was sharper than Vaudible's haircut. They won top to bottom, and it really was a dominating performance.
And it's something that really has not been able to see. I've been thinking back, and Maryville does have, as an institution, the best record in all of this CRL season across fall and spring against Northwood. But this is taking it to a whole nother level. A 3-0 sweep. I do not remember the last time I've ever seen Northwood go out 3-0 in a series. And maybe we'll have to see it again if this goes on, as we mentioned, because that is the end of the road for Northwood. But it might be only the beginning for Maryville as we bring back in Vod and Bass to help us break this one down.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane to see that Northwood could not put up a single game victory against Maryville. But we talked about this fast before we even got into the series, that Northwood looked weak. They didn't really perform the best of their capabilities. They went to 5 games every single time until this point, against Columbia College, then against Davenport, then against Akron. And we kind of saw the sum of that result in this series. I mean, what else could they have done based on the performance they've showcased us this weekend?
Played a little bit more clinically. I know that's a lot easier said than done, but unfortunately for the team, it just felt too disjointed and messy at times. I feel like a lot of the times we were watching from, behind the scenes, and we would go, really? That's going to happen? And just kind of got astonished by what is usually a very, very well-coordinated team make plays like that happen. They had 2 in net for the first goal, and I feel like that was very emblematic of what would happen the rest of the series. An own goal afterwards. Just feels like Northwood right now are kind of reeling from the fact that they're no longer the top dogs. They're a good team, don't get me wrong, but in comparison to usually where Northwood just dominate, it's gotta feel uncomfortable to have so many teams challenging their throne.
So, Taco, you were asking earlier, when was the last time we've seen a sweep against Northwood? Well, it was the first Open of Fall, and guess who it was? Maryville that did it then. This is history repeating itself. This is the team that seems to have their number, but why is that?
I think part of the issue, with Northwood when they play against Maryville is that Maryville obviously is mostly, back then with Knight, was mostly still speed and relating wave. It's 2 EU players that love to play incredibly quick and take away options from you. A lot of 50s. This is something that, shout out HVC Luke, actually, a coach within the Rocket League scene with North America. He says the biggest thing that EU does really well is when they play 2s, they play it as fast as possible. They don't go for any clips. They're just constantly trying to take away your options and just starve you of boost, starve you of options, and eventually you just give away the ball, it goes in. I think Maryville takes that one to the next level here with Ixo, where you just see Northwood almost scrambling around the field. It's very strange, as obviously analysts for many years now in the collegiate scene, to watch Northwood and watch them straight on not know what to do. It felt like several times during the game, they were kind of just juggling a bunch of different things to try to figure out, and they did not know how to decide on it. Maryville just kept throwing it right down the middle, taking advantage of all their opportunities. And I think with Northwood, this is a team they honestly have to game plan around. I would not be surprised if we hear in the next regional, Noxus sits down, gets some replays together and says, we need to figure out specifically how to deal with Maryville. We can take on any other team, but for some reason, this one school has our number because we just don't have a play style that counters it.
Buddy moved over there, got a 4.0 GPA in Northwood economics, and then told them exactly the blueprint on how to take them down. But regardless of that, Novanta, looking at Northwood's potential for the future, Cream's supposedly going to be playing on campus for the rest of the semester after this Open. Do you think that is going to be enough of a difference maker for them to actually get a win?
Yeah, they'll definitely get a win. It's one of those things where it's so early in the semester. I do think the tools were there. It wasn't like they were tripping over their own shoes. It wasn't like they were totally breaking down. They just got bested from a team that literally bested them before. So I do think the season's bright for them, but you really can't call them the automatic lock like I did an hour ago. So that's something I do. Go back to training pick, maybe tweak some things and come back stronger as we go forward this semester.
Well, that was Northwood, unfortunately falling short of their hopes in the best of 5 against Maryville. We now have our top 3 on the horizon. It is Akron versus Maryville in our next series to see who is going to join St. Clair Saints Green in the grand final. We'll find out after this. Only 3 teams remain in the running to crown our champion for the CRL Spring 2025 Open number 1. We have Akron, we have Maryville, and we have St. Clair Saints Green. And starting this weekend off, I don't think we expected these to be our exact 3 teams, Novanta.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm a big fan of Champ League, and everyone had their predictions, everyone had their opinions, but when it's all said and done and all the dust is cleared, it really is the strongest teams have punched a ticket here for a reason.
Maryville, the only one out of that kind of top 3 conversation remaining in the bracket, having to go through lowers in a rematch against Akron Blue after what we saw during yesterday's performance. It went all the way to 5, but unfortunately Maryville could not get the victory in the end of the day. But this seems to be a different story here, Bass, comparing these rosters from yesterday's performance to today. Akron, what do they need to reach from within to get this victory?
They need to find consistency. It's the same thing we were talking about in the last series. It's not about overexerting or underexerting or trying to play safe rather than risk play style. It's about making sure they maintain at least a solid level of play the entire way throughout. We criticize their accuracy. We criticize their inability to finish off shots on rebounds. Little stuff like that just can't fly against a team like Maryville. Taco talked about it perfectly. This is a team that will break you down, force those mistakes, and if you give them a free mistake before they even earn one, they'll take advantage every time. You have to be clinical against Maryville if you even want a shot at beating them.
Well, talking about that last time we saw these 2 teams face off against each other, Taco, that was on your community stream that you did at twitch.tv/DangerTaco. The Danger Taco, excuse me. But regardless, what is the difference for Maryville coming into this rematch that they need to bring to the table for their victory?
Yeah, so in that last matchup, the only reason Maryville was in the lowers is because Akron Blue did end up beating them. They qualified for the uppers, and that's a huge accomplishment because we really thought this Maryville team was going to be all that. And then when we see how Maryville's playing today, it's like, that's a lot different because in that series yesterday, they still had their bright moments. In game 4 of that best of 5 on qual day, they did have a 5-0 victory against Akron. So they really ran away with it, and then Akron was able to come right back. So it really felt like moment-to-moment adjustments and making sure that you keep everyone calm. Bullseye and Patty had a lot of really great mechanical plays, and I think Maryville was caught off guard by that. Today, I think Akron's going to have a lot more difficult time, particularly because Maryville and, not surprisingly, the other EU-based team in St. Clair, they have similar play styles that they love to throw mechanics at you, and they will also pre-jump you very quickly. So if you're not able to get around that, your play style is going to have to rely basically on just bump play, which as we saw from Akron, it works until you're not able to actually punish any of those bumps you're doing.
So talking about that bump play and punishing that and everything else and watching that previous series from the Akron POV here in Novanta, who needs to step up to the plate the most on this Akron roster?
Well, we talked about 5 before, and obviously was able to be able to create space when need be, but I'm looking at Patty now. As far as the weekend is concerned, as far as today is concerned, they have really been instrumental of pushing Akron this far. Now we want everyone to step up for sure, but definitely one has to be the leader, has to be the galvanizing linchpin. I'm going there with Patty.
Okay, Patty leading the charge and maybe devouring the competition along the way, especially with their goal explosion that they use. But let's get predictions underway for our final best of 5 of the evening. We switch on over to best of 7s in the grand finals. So Taco, who's it going to be? How many games?
I'm going to go with Maryville on this one, and honestly, I think they probably take it in 4, mainly just because I believe Akron does have the time to be able to rethink things and come with a new strategy. They did beat them yesterday, but I did feel like Maryville did have some moments where they missed an aerial. Ixo is getting weird touches, and today, I don't really see a lot of that. He had one bad touch in game 1, and after that, it was just nonstop high-level play. They were shutting down everything, and if you can do that against Northwood, I think you can definitely do that against an Akron squad that needs to play at their utmost peak to be able to stand up to that. I think that 4 games is what I give it to Maryville because I do think Akron does have a little bit of a wild card that always seems to catch teams off, at least a little bit.
On the St. Clair Saints team stream, shout out to them, of course. They are providing their own coverage as well. They interviewed Cy earlier, and they said that Maryville is kind of the team to look out for. Do you think that is the case, or does Akron have a case to be made for themselves here, Bass?
Unfortunately, I do think this is going to be a similar result to last series we just watched Maryville play. I think they're going to take this one rather dominantly, and honestly, it's either that or we go to 5-game, 5 overtime. Like, that's just the only two options here when it comes to Akron. Either they play perfectly and force a full series, or they get dominated. I'm hoping it's the latter of the two, but even if it is the latter of the two, I still think Maryville come out on top.
Okay. So 2 for Maryville, 3 for Maryville, or 1 for Akron here at Avanta?
got to echo Bass here. If it's going to be a drag-out fist fight, it might be a Game 5 stunner, or it could be a sweep, but got to give it to Maryville. I've been wrong twice before with predictions. Hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully I didn't curse them for this one, but they seem to be the strongest team up and down and can control the pace of play, and you know that's worth his weight in gold in Rocket League.
Navanta, you're not going to be the one to curse Maryville. I'm going to be the one to curse Maryville because the entire desk is sweeping Maryville on our predictions. So we all know how that typically goes. When the desk goes one way, the match typically goes the other. But Maryville, I think they have the most momentum in their favor. They've just been grinding through that lower bracket, haven't dropped a game yet today, and they don't look to drop another here. I'm going for a sweep for Maryville if they get the victory. Otherwise, it might be Akron in Game 5, as we are talking about as well. But we'll have to see once we actually hit the pitch for these two teams. Our final best of 5 of the evening, Akron remains as the last hope of American Collegiate Rocket League against the EU invasion of St. Clair and Maryville rosters. The lower final will determine, if we have a full EU matchup or if America is going to reign supreme. We'll see after this.
Oh, it's the main event before the main event, and I, for one, am excited. It's Novanta in the booth, and as always, not alone, being joined by the man they call Bass. Bass, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling ready. I'm ready to see if we even have any American representation here in our grand final. North America has struggled against EU as of late. Novanta, I failed to say that it's going to be any different here either.
Well, I hope that's the case. I got myself a Liberty Torch, a little Sassuolo banner dress. It's great. Let's do this.
Get it started. Game 1 here in our best of 5, and as we both said, this is going to be a very telling first game. If Akron can stand the test of Maryville, I think they've got a great shot at extending the series and keeping it close, but it really does come down to how do Akron play to start this one off. If they play shaky like they did in their first series of the day, I don't necessarily think it's going to be beneficial to them. Against St. Clair, they couldn't get it done in 5. Against Northwood, they barely got it done in 5. I don't recommend the same strategy against Maryville. You have got to hit the ground running, and if they don't know Vanta, we're going to be in for maybe another sweep.
Yeah, we're talking about strategies here. Oh, what a goal line save there. Talking about sports, right? They always say Rocket League is almost like soccer, but forget that for a second. We have ourselves the first goal of the series.
I think a lot of people would agree with you on that one, and I think Bullseye would agree that this is exactly how they wanted to start off. First goal, only about 40 seconds in. The zips on the board. This bodes well for Akron.
Yeah, I was going to say before the goal happened that everyone compares Rocket League to soccer, but in a lot of ways I say you got to employ a baseball strategy. If you're Akron and you really want to win, you got to start throwing curveballs and off-speed pitches. Come at a pace that no one sees coming. Maybe even play below where you think your level should be to really put your defense on the back foot, and already it's working out for them.
We'll try at a shot there from Speed, denied by Patty, but more offense brewing and more offense will be rewarded. Speed gonna find the equalizer here for Maryville.
Yeah, you're not going to shut out Maryville. It's a good thing they get themselves on the board earlier rather than later to say it's going to be a contest. Good thing going the opposite side of the net. Gave a little bit more time to hit that line, and now we're tied at 1 apiece.
Only a minute gone so far, and it's been a bit of a slugfest like you were hoping for. We'd like to see this little bit of a backroom brawl, but unfortunately, it may not stay this way forever. We've seen it. Akron can go up and down, have their droughts at moments, and have their successes at others. Right now, it seems to be going pretty well. I don't know what happened in between the St. Clair series, but my goodness, they are not missing a beat.
I'm not sure what kind of mechanics that is. I think I did that in the demo one time. Look at this, where a round the horn is being slotted in at, what, 3 miles an hour? 35 miles per hour. I don't believe that one bit. It seemed like it was in slow motion.
That one's a little bit of a, a little bit of a knuckleball. It's just kind of coming in a little bit slower, a little bit weirder. We got every sport under the sun here. A little bit of soccer, a little bit of baseball. Maybe we'll find a way to turn this into hockey. Right now, though, it's unfortunately going to stay Rocket League, and it will stay Rocket League only in benefit, I would say, of Akron. Maryville, well, I was going to mention, nothing's going right in this game for them. Then they get an open net, and it easily goes right.
Well, there's a hockey reference. That was a flying V. Got knocked around to the corner of a relating wave with a slot in off the wall. That was fantastic, smart, heads-up play, and now we're tied once more.
All right, let's get to some normal Rocket League. Let's get down to normalcy after 90 seconds and 4 goals total. Oh, are we going to get a fifth? Bullseye's got a pretty good angle here. He's just got to muscle it past Speed, and he will. And Bullseye will also get some demos on the way. Akron, another open space, another opportunity denied by Speed this time, though. So maybe we get to a little bit more resistance on defense.
I do like the one rule of Rocket League I have is you never hesitate. Everyone's going full forward in offense and in defense. And we're seeing a lot of goals being scored, but we're definitely seeing rotations being tighter as trusts increase among all 6 cars on the pitch.
Speed, touch off the ceiling. Can he do much more with it? Unfortunately not. And he's going to block out Relating Wave on the rebound. We've talked about the disjointed play of Akron today. We might have to start mentioning it for Maryville. It may be intentional, and it might be forced due to the way that Akron is playing right now, but they do not look as cohesive as in the last series they had. With half the game still left, they've got time to clean that up, but for Maryville that has been dominant so far today, it's a bit unusual to see them this off kilter.
Yeah, you're 100% correct there, Bass. I will not clip this and say this is perfect offense, but as I say that, Casper blessing, the score is on point and on script.
That is a beautiful shot, and it's a great pass as well. Speed just a bit too quick for the defense, maybe a bit too speedy there, as 5UP just not prepared for the pass out center, but his teammate absolutely was. Ixo a banger on target to give the lead, and this game continues to swing back and forth.
Yeah, I was going to finish my thought before the goal was being scored. I was saying I'm going to give Maryville the benefit of the doubt because they're so good. Maybe they're looking to see how they have an antidote for that slowing down play that Akron does. Really want to beat a team that's bigger or stronger than them. And as I say that, they scored the 1 goal. Again, too early to tell, but it's kind of the cool thing to see a team like Maryville basically downshift and still find a way to score.
Oh, good 50. We'll make it in, and Speed will find another. All right, so maybe they just needed a warm-up. Just give them, like, I don't know, 30 seconds, and all of a sudden, everything's clicking.
Yeah, exactly. That last series we saw against Northwood was definitely on the walls, definitely in the sky. This here is totally ground warfare. Definitely a different fun flavor to watch, but one that's all equally as effective.
2 minutes left to go. Let's see if they can keep this effective offense up. Relating Wave would like to think so, and honestly, if somebody doesn't put a hand up, I think it will continue. Great shot on target. Patty will get in the way, but seems like they're playing maybe a bit too defensive, hesitant. Not sure what the word would be, but in comparison to an Akron who we have talked about being so aggressive throughout the day, it's a bit odd to see them playing this way. And it's probably not going to be rewarded. A minute 40 left to go. Bullseye trying to get something started here, but instead, Patty, who has to even try and find a shot from the side wall. By the time it does get there, Ixo's ready, gets a demo as he marches downfield, and it's another offense and another goal for Maryville.
Yeah, we see this a lot of times when a team that look to have that advantage completely evaporate, and they get scored upon. They concede a couple goals in bunches. They say, you know what, we're going to slow it down while we think of a plan B. Let's put our hands up and move actual slower. But a team that's stronger than that have countermeasures, and right now it's open season for Maryville.
90 seconds left, and Maryville continue to hunt. At this point, I don't know what can be changed for the Zips, at least not in this amount of time. 5UP would like to give some momentum to his team, so he'll start up an air dribble. Can't even get past Speed, who's pre-jumping him off the ceiling and deflecting any chance of an offense being brewed. Maybe Bullseye can try and get something started. Him and Patty in the corner, looking for touches out center. Relating Wave will not only dodge the demo, but will even get the deflection after, and somehow recover for the touch that we see from 5UP. Defense right now for Maryville, impeccable. They are just not letting anything get started for Akron.
Yeah, I don't think the Zips realize that, maybe because it's kind of an unspoken rule in Rocket League, that there's a little bit of chasing from Maryville just to get behind someone who's going to be on the other end of a pass to disrupt that pass from behind. It's enough to frustrate anybody. So the mental aspect is being employed there by Maryville, and so far it's working out for them.
Speed going up with Relating Wave. Maybe not the right player to take that one away, as Relating Wave didn't have boost in the tank, but the good thing is it allows Speed to now patrol midfield. He'll keep the offense going and look for an extra touch off the ceiling. Won't find it, but Akron will find themselves in a bit of a precarious position. More defense required, and Bullseye will make the save. And the demo after. He's looking for another one as well, and still Speed somehow avoids and gets the deflection again. For a team that loves physicality, you would have to hope that when they do find their bumps and demos, it would work into something. Instead, Maryville shrugging them off like it ain't nothing to them, and apparently it isn't. 5-2, let's make it 6-2 for the road. Maryville, a dominant victory in Game 1.
Absolutely disrespectful. Being able to say, we're not going to hang back and just do some goal line defense and be a wall. Just basically knock the ball out of your opponent's hands while being up by 3, now 4 goals. Disrespectful.
Maryville showing they do not need respect to win. They're fine with it. They'll take a win no matter what, and they do so here in Game 1, like we said, in not just dominant fashion, but controlling fashion. We talked about it. Akron struggling to really develop plays, if that makes sense. Like, they just couldn't get things together. Obviously, they still get a decent amount of shots. 8 total is nothing to slouch at, but in comparison to what is only 10 on the other side, but 6 goals from it, very clearly, Maryville unimpeded in their offenses. Akron struggled to get connections.
Yeah, Akron is a slower team, and a lot of times teams kind of overshoot the ball or even going too fast for the opponent. Maryville saw that. They conceded the first goal. Man, the Zips scored the first goal of the series, but Maryville adjusted. They downshifted themselves, and we saw a lot more ground plays play, a lot more close quarter combat, to say the least, and they found themselves an antidote in rapid fashion.
It's a great performance from Maryville to start off the series. Unfortunately, it is the worst-case scenario we were a bit worried about for Akron. They're a team that sometimes take a little bit to get things going. You can't afford to do that against a team that just swept Northwood out of the tournament. If you take too long in this series, that's the end of your day. This is the lower bracket. There are no extra lives, and honestly, you even want extra momentum because the team that's in the upper bracket does have an extra life, and you need to beat them. For an Akron right now who do not have momentum, do not seem to find their footing and have comfortability, they need to find that quickly. I'm looking to you, Hunter. You got to make sure that this team is getting their mental in check. If this team comes into this next game frazzled, I think this series is over before it begins.
Absolutely. The key to victory here for the Zips is use the X and Y off the walls. Do not go to the ceiling. So many times they got dispossessed by trying to go to the skies. Use the walls to your advantage. Push up on the play to make sure it's kind of a diagonal rather than go up and down.
Let's see if they can do that. Game number 2 officially underway. Will Forbidden Temple be the spot for the Zips to finally get one on the board? Gotten 2 goals in the last game, but they'll need a lot more than that to take a victory, and they might also need some defense. Already, Maryville pushing them back. Not going to find a goal from it, but it will make this awkward for Patty. A good deflection from Lading Wave, and is that a double commit? Bullseye now left by his lonesome with almost no boost in the tank, and goodness me, this is getting weirder and weirder. Every time I think that the Zips have found themselves some strategy, it's a quick double commit and everything falls apart.
It definitely did not work out for them, but I got to give Bullseye a lot of credit to see that and adjust on the fly with as limited boost as they had, keeping the Zips in this one and making sure the scoreline is still level at 0 apiece.
Touch to the ceiling. 5 ups there, but immediately eliminated. And unfortunately, that means Akron should get a goal. I was going to say they won't have any chance, but apparently they used the smoke screen for a shot. Bullseye immediately up and Patty to follow.
Well, you know, the judges won't give this a perfect 10, but it doesn't matter if you score the goal the same way, going up top, down to the corner, textbook if there ever was one. And it's now, again, the first goal scored is Akron.
Apparently, it's you don't necessarily need to have the demo go in your favor. They're just better at using demos. Akron, whether they're getting demoed or making them themselves, they just know how to maneuver around them just a bit better. And they're doing that right now. Problem for them, though, they got to make saves like this on the line. I guess it's not a problem if Bullseye is making it. Some phenomenal saves in the last series, and apparently after about 5 minutes of warm-up, he's ready to do the same thing again.
It's definitely a kind of a cool thing to be known as a demo merchant, right? Whether you're taking or getting involved in that one. That aggression can definitely help out. Well, you have the first goal up there if you're Akron. Now's a chance of you to put some more goals in there in bunches.
They're trying, but Maryville, they've got other options, and they will take them. Great pass out center, great shot from Speed will tie us up.
Worst possible scenario here. Not so much conceding the goal, but getting a team like Maryville into the competition. They found themselves level once more, and this could be a turning point if you look back on it.
90 seconds gone from this game. Plenty of time for either one of these teams to start taking possession and start taking momentum. And like we said, it's Akron that really need it more. Maryville have had momentum, have had confidence, have had a pretty good day thus far. They'd like to continue that with another win here against Akron. Not there yet, but they do have the first goal, and they do have a solid defense being prepared. Speed called off by Relating Wave, and maybe for a good reason. The double commit in the corner will now force Patty to go up out at midfield, and although it's looking a little bit chaotic, Akron in control of this offense. They can find an opening, they can find a goal, but unfortunately that one denied off the backboard.
Yeah, definitely not necessarily the beautiful game version of Rocket League, but everyone here is effective, whether or not it's a little bit pressure in front of the net or the goal line clearance. It tells you both teams are locked in, even though maybe a little bit slower on the draw when it comes to inputting the commands.
Hey, look, it's a little bit of nervousness. You can't really blame them. It's the first CRL event of the year, and on top of that, these teams are guaranteed top 3, but they'd love to get a top 2 and a chance at that championship. Both of these squads have already won a CRL Open so far this scholastic year. Both of them did it in the fall. Only one player on this pitch, though, still needs to get that accolade. Newcomer and Inkso would love to prove to his team that not only did they make the right decision in picking him up, but that he can earn them another championship. He's trying here, but unfortunately, the air dribble off the ceiling just a bit off the mark. No bump found afterwards, but at least Maryville can set up shop on offense.
I'm not denying the fact that pressure is abounds, especially being on stream, but it only gets more pressure from here. Going the other way, slot in there, and Relating Wave with a score.
This is brilliant out of Relating Wave, recognizing he has gotten around the final player back. He just needs to get a shot on target, and honestly, he will take the help from Bullseye, pinches it off of his opponent, and right into the bottom right. Maryville have the lead again with 2 minutes to go. Akron, you need to respond.
You can't imagine how many Rocket League players would have shanked that shot on goal. But they're able to have the composure to make sure that goes in is why Wave is someone we don't talk about enough, but it has been instrumental for this team.
Good shot here out of Maryville to try and get the lead. Can they maybe even get it further? Inkso would like to think so with an air dribble into a reset downfield. Won't be enough, but it might just tick away valuable seconds Akron cannot afford to waste. Trying again, set up out at midfield. Bullseye, not a great touch though, and Relating Wave will take it away. They even fire it into a shot and then a bump and a 50 afterwards. Maryville taking very little time to set up shop and get an offense together, but unfortunately 5UP will take that shot away and deny another goal.
At 90 seconds seems to going like at half pace for everyone, because when you have a 1-goal lead, when it's less than 2 minutes to go, every second is an eternity now. Who is going to be a hero really to put this one away?
Maybe it could be Speed. He's up early and he's got a chance. That touch, I don't think going to be all too good, but the follow-up is... Look, I get it, Akron. I understand why you didn't even put a hand up here. Nobody knew Inkso even had a shot.
Never let them know your next move. I was already confused. The camera had already moved on, going the opposite direction. Had to see it on replay. And finally, a 2-goal advantage here for Maryville.
I can confidently say that Inkso, the newcomer to the team, is definitely making his mark. The impact definitely felt from goals like that. And my goodness, Maryville on a roll here. It took them a while to get the momentum, but now with a minute to go, they've got a 2-goal lead, and they make it 4. Pass down, Relating's there, shot on target, denied by Bullseye, but once again, forcing Akron into their half and having to restart their offense.
There was a clever attempt in front of net. This goal line would have been a lot more emphatic if it wasn't for the defensive efforts as Bullseye, but it seems as the clock ticks down, just delaying the inevitable.
Bullseye, a chance here through the corner. If he can get a goal now, there is time on the clock, even if it is going to be a difficult task. That's going to make it even more difficult, though. A long ball downfield forces a clear and a double commit out of Akron. 5UP and Bullseye a bit awkward here on defense, but so is Inkso. Speed now in a 1v2. 5UP's there and denied by Relating Wave, and I think denying the chance of a comeback as well. 15 seconds to go, 2-goal margin. I think it's going to be too much.
Yeah, every Rocket League coach is like, you broke the rotation, but you did it to save the team, so props. Kept them in that one.
Hey, look, a win's a win. It doesn't matter how you get there. And for Maryville, it's their second one of the series. 2-0. They're on their way to their second sweep in a row. If I am not mistaken, I want to make sure. I think that is 6 games straight now that they have won.
Yeah, it does seem like they hit another level. I mean, sweeping on Northwood, and you have the 2 games advantage here. They can't be denied, and they're not even winning the same way. They're not even going top-down aerials. They're not doing some kind of weird plan Bs as they move up the field. It definitely is something different for everyone, giving out styles like ice cream cones, finding a way to win and beat opponents. That's how it's done.
All right, making sure on this one, because I thought that the stats were a little bit off. I was like, I know that they play against Ball State, but I don't know if they only won the last game or what the results were. No, I was incorrect. Ball State took the first game of the series, and that was it, meaning that is now Maryville's 8th win in a row. They have yet to lose since our lower bracket round 2 quarterfinals versus Ball State in the first game. This team, we talked about it, when the momentum is on, when they lock in, they are hard to beat. I don't think they're just locked in. They've got the keys, they've got copies, and they've thrown all the rest away. They're locked in till the end of the day.
But we talk about that, right? Tournament play. Are you good over a course of a weekend and downtime and other rounds? Maryville has found a way, the secret sauce, if you will, and they're 1 game away of going to that grand final.
Let's find out, can they do it? Akron, you are the last thing standing between them and really all of North America having even a single player in this grand finals. Maryville make it there. It is Europe versus Europe for our first CRL Open of the 2025 year. Let's find out, can Akron put a hand up? Can they find some resistance and keep this series extended?
You know what? If you really want North America to come back, I think Bass needs to come back to retirement. You down?
I'm going to be so real with you, man. If they put me on this stage, we're never winning a CRL Open again.
Well, we tried. We tried, y'all.
You tried your best, and unfortunately, I think, honestly, the better efforts will come from players like this. Bullseye, first goal in, and Akron giving some life to North America.
I've seen this script before. Akron scoring first. Look at this one here. Bullseye just coming off, reading it off the wall in a perfect place because that ball could have gone a different direction, and that one there was slotted in.
Perfect shot, perfect way to start. Akron needing the momentum, needing some confidence, and they will find it. 30 seconds in, but as we've seen before, it's not necessarily all too easy to hold a lead like this versus Maryville, especially as they're already into offense. 5 up early, but he's denied by speed, a 50 in his favor. Bullseye in the corner with low boost. He's got a lot he's got to do. And he will. No challenge from Ixo means he can pop it up high. Speed and Ixo both there, but Akron have gotten a chance now. They can set up shop on offense and try and find a second goal, or maybe they just get forced back into defense again.
It is kind of a tragic tale here. I mean, Akron has definitely stepped up. They're playing better now than they played a game or even 2 games ago, but historically, they haven't been the most fruitful when it comes to scoring goals, and they're seeing it now. The lack of production has really come back to bite them.
Unfortunately, it has, and I think that it also might cost them another goal as well. Good recovery from Patty to make sure that even if that lead blocker had found contact, there was somebody there to make the save. Might need a couple more, though. More offense being generated at midfield from Maryville. Maybe not. Good 50 from Patty. He's looking for the bump after. Will not find it in relating way. Will find a couple touches on the wall instead. More of attrition here out at midfield. Both teams just continually going for 50 after 50. Not much being developed, but for Akron, who have yet a narrow margin, they'll take it.
Yeah, again, I like the fact that Akron's being able to step up. Man, 4 or 5 games ago, they were kind of sitting, waiting on the ground, trying to see what the counterattack is going to be. Now they're going there. Maybe not as crisp as Maryville, not as clean as Maryville, but they keep themselves here in this competition despite the narrow lead they have.
They're trying to keep this one going. Let's see if maybe they can at least keep the lead for now. Touch out center. Patty's not aware of it. He will still make the save, but catches almost everybody off guard except for the shot. Leading wave. Pass down to Speed. Going to be able to catch this one and turn it into something. Absolutely. He gets around one, trying to get around another. Doesn't need to. He's got Ixo there for the backup. The shot on target, and we're tied.
Oh, man, that was a whole group coming in there singing carols at the door. Oh, look at that delivery on Mail on Sunday. They have ourselves an equalizer, and that's an emphatic equalizer there, Bass.
We talked about St. Clair being able to paint the corners. It seems like Maryville's taking a page out of their playbook for this one. Uh-oh, and they might even take another page if they had scored there. Ixo, though, taking one out of the Akron playbook instead by getting a couple of bumps and disrupting the defense. Awkward here for Akron as they try to escape, but Speed won't let them. Pass out center, deflected all the way out to the side wall. I think Patty will be able to take over. Akron definitely starting to struggle a little bit more than I anticipated. The offense is being thwarted, and on top of the offense being thwarted, the defense is getting picked apart.
Yeah, we're seeing the ball go back and forth in the corners, and I always say the corners are basically the quicksand of the map. That's where things go to die, and we're seeing a little bit of the dogpiling there right in front of the net, but Fiver's coming at the goal, and it's knocked away.
Patty shot a little bit high, but maybe the rebound can be there. It can, but Ixo, calm and collected, is able to find a good touch, and the flip reset the other way. 5 up to deny, and the shot from Patty off the mark again. This time, though, he will find the rebound.
Well, earlier I said a little bit of luck, a lot of bit of skill. Look at this one here. The post could have caught that in any other direction, but right back to Patty to slot it in. I'm not sure if you say thank you, Rocket League gods, but that's a goal scored.
Look, a goal is a goal, and for all the plagued shots that we have seen from Akron today, they will be happy to find one that, yeah, maybe still is a bit off the mark, but they can at least turn it into a goal. A goal is a goal, a win's a win, a save's a save, and they will find it! 5 up! How on earth did you keep that out?
I have no idea. I'm not sure if that was kind of a read or it's kind of like here goes nothing, but the result was the same, keeping it themselves in the lead.
Impressive stuff, and I think they'll get rewarded with a goal for it. Patty, another one the other way, and Akron finally finding the form we've been asking for.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on? Dropping 2 games and now showing up with his reiteration? Is this kind of a buff we don't know about?
We've seen this before, and almost every series we've ever watched from Akron. All right, Akron, come on now. You've shown us the first pieces of the puzzle. Can you complete the picture? You need to force to 5 and then win in 5. Getting a win here in Game 3 would be huge, though. This is definitely the best we've seen them play as they continue with even more offense with only 90 seconds to go.
Yeah, I think anyone's watching a VOD review has to ask that question. What about Game 3 that just turns them on that no other series or team does?
I wish I could answer. If I could, I'd probably be a Rocket League coach, not the guy, yapping about the game. Instead, though, I continue to yap on, and the players continue to play on here. With a minute to go, there is time for a comeback from Maryville. I don't know if that play is exactly going to help them get there. Speed, a little bit of an awkward flick mid-air will only give away possession to Akron. So, decent 50, but it's right into the hands of Speed? Where did he come from? Quick to the ball, and it might just give Maryville a chance at net.
Slip behind the defense and slip behind the caster booth. You're like, Speed's here? Since when? But yeah, I came in absolutely nowhere there.
They're trying to get a comeback started here. You can see Maryville starting to get a bit more aggressive, foot on the gas as they keep charging towards these touches. Is it beneficial to them, though? Only time will tell, and there's not much time to tell. 30 seconds to go. Relating Wave looking for a pass to Ixo, and will find it. The shot on target, though, denied by Patty, and Maryville back to the drawing board again.
Yeah, I do feel like Maryville's understanding the situation, looking to reevaluate, waiting for the bell, have that 60 seconds of talking over, but it's still, you don't want to put yourself too far back and put yourself out the game, so this is all just keeping themselves frosty.
Nothing all too frosty about that one. A big miss on defense out of Ixo isn't going to help his team out, but let's just be real. I think this result was set in stone anyways. 12 seconds to go. Would have been a 2-goal comeback. Now it is 3. Novanta, I finally seen Akron turn up.
Yeah, they can't, like we said, the question is, can they stay up is the question. But if you're Maryville right now, you have to yell. Again, take 60 seconds between games, figure out what your next strategy is going to be, because this right here shouldn't have happened, but it just did again and again and again.
Look, the best thing I can say is that I've seen a couple people in chat, as well as I think probably most of the background people watching this agreeing. This has been a bit weird. It's been a bit chaotic. It's been a bit disjointed. But honestly, I think that's to the advantage of Akron. We talked about this before. Maryville, a very calm, collected, controlled team. They like to starve boost. They like to keep possession. They like to develop plays. And one of the ways that Akron is at the advantage is when they take all of that away. Constant challenges, in-your-face attitude, making you uncomfortable. Akron taking advantage of the chaos we see on the pitch versus Maryville, who seem to succumb to it.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, though, when Akron tries that strategy, they always go against teams that kind of figure them out by the Game 4 or Game 5. So it's something that it can work, and we've seen it employed in tournament play before, but you have to get the back half done. If you're Maryville, you drop the game. Now you say, all right, guys, we're going to lean forward in the chair now. We're going to play 110% now and shut this down on game number 4.
Let's find out. Can they shut it down like Taco predicted? He said this one was going in 4. You and I kind of had the same sentiments of either this goes the distance or it's done in 3. One of the two of those is off the table. The other one potentially on the horizon. The best game we've seen from Akron thus far, and they can keep this up. Like we said, they should be able to push this series to the distance, and they are required to. Once again, this is for elimination from this tournament. Loser goes home. They still get some money, and they get a little bit of points as well to help towards that championship at the end of the split. But they'd much rather get a crown on their head. Both these teams have already earned one once before, but they'd like to have a second date with destiny. If they can find St. Clair in the upper bracket, they've got a chance. But for right now, the ball is in Akron's court. If they can win this one, the series continues. They lose this one, well, I think we all know the results.
Well, let's keep it 100. Yeah, there's prizes, and yeah, there's points involved, but the top 10 or top 12 teams you're going to see many times this semester. So you find a way to beat them now. You can always use that and build on that. So it kind of is research, and look at that clinical shot from Speed.
Alrighty, Maryville showing the last game was a bit sloppy. This one will not be that way. Relating Wave, a clean touch off the ceiling, a great shot from Speed, and Maryville back to business as usual.
Maryville does that ceiling stuff that not a lot of teams do at their level, and that trick to come out the back early in this one. They're looking for blood.
Let's see if Akron can maybe find a way to strike back. Only about 30 seconds gone, but they do have an offense here. I don't think that was the touch intended, and unfortunately, it probably ends the offense. No, it just leads us back into the same chaos we had in the last game. Multiple bumps, multiple bruises, multiple demos, going to make this a bit awkward as 5-Up tries to find a transition out of the half. No power on that Musty means no shot will be found, but Patty can take over and try and get something started. Bullseye on the sidewall, though, not going to be able to do anything. He's going to pay for it with his car's life. And yeah, I know we asked for some return to normalcy. I don't know if we're going to find that here in this game.
No, absolutely not. We're seeing people being blasted to the Shadow Realm. We're seeing people upside down and right side up. It is chaos, but it's the kind of chaos I love here in Rocket League.
Chaos abundant, that's what the C in CRL stands for. Let's see if maybe one team can take advantage of it, though. With a minute gone and only a single goal for Maryville, this isn't exactly the expected outcome, considering, like we said, feels like Akron are usually more comfortable in scenarios like this. But despite their comfortability, they have yet to find any really poignant shots, in my opinion. Not even a technical one registered. This would be the first, and it still will not result in a goal. The Knight on the line and then Speed will carry this off the half or attempt to. Get some backup from Relating Wave, but not a great air dribble means he can only opt for 50 and still won't even find that. This ball continues to ping pong back and forth across this pitch, maybe to the benefit of Akron. 5 up, just one extra touch from the air dribble will tie us up.
Yeah, but to put my notes, look like Maryville is pressing quite a bit. They really want to get that second or third goal as quick as possible. That'll open them up for a run on the left flank of that pitch that everyone's kind of waiting from, thinking ahead of the play, not the play right in front of them, and now we have ourselves another equalizer.
Relating Wave takes this one off a kickoff and passes it out to Inkso, who'll try and get something started off the ceiling. Wave did also go for a bump, and maybe not advantageously, because it does leave Speed now by his lonesome on defense. He'll stand up tall, but it has now given some time for Akron to set up shop and turn into that nuisance ball yet again. The Mosquito, they ever try to swat, but cannot seem to knock away. This Akron team so good at, even if they do drop possession for a moment, right back to it, right back in your face, Endo! Not right back to a deficit. That shot probably was thought to be a goal. It's why you see the turn away from the final offensive player who gets the demo. Maryville probably wishing they got that one back.
Yeah, you know, sometimes a goal just has other plans. You always got to go through a play, got to follow up until you can't follow up anymore. That turn away could be a turning point in this game.
Relating Wave, shot on target. Patty's back for it, though, and this time Akron will be prepared at least for the defense, even if the shot does go on target. This one, not on target either. But Speed, again, also prepared for it. The defense is on both sides, stepping up big right now and making sure that no freebies are given away. I'm going to try to find something here. A pinch out center, though, will find it no further than Inkso, who booms it off the half. 5 up, tries to do the same thing, but unfortunately just gives away possession to Maryville, who are lurking out in midfield. Patty, again, trying to clear the lines, but Akron struggling right now. They're having to use all their boosts and are paying for it with the scrap heap developed from demo after demo. Maryville, you had an opportunity before and you left it at the table. You cannot afford to do the same thing again.
Absolutely. The pressure was on. The shot against the goal was not accurate. I was thinking maybe looking for a boost-starving thing to give themselves an easier press, but didn't work out for them. And that right there looks like a squandered opportunity. It's now a goal conceded.
Unfortunately for Maryville, they sent the house, came up empty, and the retreat back was just not quick enough. I don't think Relating Wave recognized that Inkso had quite literally zero boost on that play. The midfield didn't spawn for him, but he pushed just a bit past mid, and with the two of them both hightailing it back with an open net, 5 up takes full advantage. Akron continuing to prove they may not be able to put all the pieces together the first couple of games, but once they get going, they are hard to stop, unless you just get a double touch off the backboard and then Relating Wave cleans it up with a perfect shot.
Yeah, I was about to say that maybe Maryville isn't as composed as we thought they were because they were pressing that last play, but you respond in kind and quickly as you can. Maryville very much mentally still in this one.
Huge stuff for Maryville to just kind of shake off the rust. It wasn't a necessarily great goal that they conceded against Akron, but that's a good goal to get back. Can they now hold on to this tie and at least find an overtime, or will somebody find some last-second heroics? For Akron, it would mean the extension of the series. For Maryville, it would mean the end of this one and their spot in our grand finals. Right now, it's Akron who are trying to get something started, but Relating Wave has other ideas. A long ball downfield forces Bullseye off the backboard to try and find some sort of save. He will, but will he find anything further? He absolutely will again. 5 up in a 1v1 versus Relating Wave. Looks for the flick, will not find it, and unfortunately for Akron, they'll have to start over.
Man, if 5 up to get that off just a little bit quicker, that could have been very fruitful for them, but it's fruitful for Maryville. 3-2, Relating Wave.
Oh, both teams just taking advantage of the overextensions. You can see it. Patty, similar to Relating Wave in the last play, just pushed a bit too far past midfield. 5 up and Bullseye did have boost on the retreat back, but they weren't even getting into their back half yet. They were still rotating out of the orange side of the pitch. Unfortunately for them, not enough time to get back. An open net, and an eye for an eye might make the world go blind, but an eye for an eye here might mean Maryville finds a spot in the finals.
You know, I log in for the Rocket League, but I stay for the Bass philosophy. Right there, it's very, very deep. But you're absolutely right there. It looks like everyone is saying, forget pleasantries. It's not a time to shut this down either way. Either it's going to be a Game 5 situation for Akron, or it's going to be a series win for Maryville, and we're seeing everyone go forward.
Maryville's trying to end this one here. Ixo can't make contact, and Patty will say thank you very much. Doesn't have a lot of boost to work with, but at this point, Akron will take any gift they are given. Unwrapping it like it's Christmas and trying to find that present that is Game 5. They're just not seeming to get there. 10 seconds left. One more opportunity denied by Speed, and they've got to find something as they're sent into their own half.
You talk about Christmas, I'm thinking Hanukkah. That was 8 opportunities to score, and none of them worked out for them.
Oh, they got another one, and it will quickly be forgotten. Maryville move on to our grand finals. We've got an all-EU matchup to determine our first CRL Open.
Well, I can't say I'm hardly surprised there, Baz. There were so many opportunities for Akron to use their magic to force the Game 5, but Maryville saw it. They got affected by that in Game 3, but they had the antidote in Game 4, and it's a done-data deal.
Yeah, unfortunately for Akron, it feels like they turned on the Jets just a bit too late. They definitely did get things started in Game 4. Game 3. That was definitely their most impressive. In Game 4, they played well as well, but unfortunately, old habits die hard. We talked about how Akron, unfortunately, at times would push a bit too far forward. That risky play style that they love can come back to bite them, and with multiple goals being just due to overextensions, I don't really know what else to say besides you can't afford that. Against a team like Maryville, they will take advantage, and I mean, that should be obvious when Akron's even taking advantage when they have that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen that they're able to have a little bit of that resolve in games 3, 4, and 5. Didn't work out for them. I'm talking about the Zips now. But you have to think about fundamentally what is wrong with this team in game 1 and half of game 2 to concede so many goals and so many 50s in the run of pitch. You got to put yourself in position to win. You can't come from behind all the time and be an elite squad.
Unfortunately, it's a pattern. It's a pattern that we can't ignore. Akron do struggle to start off series, and although they do find themselves momentum during the latter halves of them, I don't necessarily think that's the best strategy. The team's got to find ways to lock in from the start of the series, because if they do, we could see Akron hoisting that trophy, wearing that crown yet again, just like last semester. Right now, though, we have our 2 teams in the finals, and we've got the rest of our analyst desk to bring back in to break that one down.
American Collegiate Rocket League has fallen. It is the EU invasion we are all fearing. The imports are here to reign supreme yet again in another region, but this time for Collegiate Rocket League. Taco, talk to me a little bit about the relating wave of offense that we saw here from Maryville towards the end of that series that really dominated it enough for them to get the victory and pass the finish line into that grand final for Maryville.
They're just so good at making sure that Akron knows this is the pace you have to keep up. And then Akron meets it, and occasionally you're seeing, okay, game 1, I see this one. Starting off with a goal, that's how you do things. But then over time, they just don't patrol all these different options from Maryville. One thing they're very good at is always providing 2 different options. Right there, Speed's forcing a shot, everyone claps on goal, pass comes in front of the net, and it's a put down. Ixo forces out that double commit, comes in, taps the side, another option. It's just forcing Akron to guess every time, and sometimes you're going to guess wrong.
Well, unfortunately for Akron Blue, this was not their day to win, but I feel like Bass proved to us that, well, our power rankings were wrong. We did put them down a little bit too far because we underestimated the Patty Bullseye 5-up fury that we saw towards the end of that season last year. And hey, they're national champions at NACE for a reason and kind of proved it, making it into this tough and competitive top 3.
I mean, look, A, yeah, we did get proven wrong, but B, also, I do also blame Gyro and WVU for that. We thought that, come on, we thought he was going to play, and then we got tricked, all right? I just want to know what's happening with Gyro in West Virginia.
Hey, none of us
either way, I do agree with you on that one, though. Akron's a very good team, and on top of being a very good team, I think they kind of proved that at their best, they are disgustingly good. But that is the concern we had last semester. It's the concern we have this semester. It's a concern that is ever present, which is that as good as this team is, if they cannot play to, I'd say even 75% of the level we expect of them, they will be beat by most of the competition here in CRL. Again, Northwood might have had a little bit of an off day today, but players are still getting to campus. Players are still getting into facility. I don't expect them to have another off day like this again. And for Akron, who unfortunately have had a couple of these off days, something's got to change.
I mean, I feel like some of the players of Maryville told us in the back room that they were like, oh yeah, we don't really feel as confident this open. It's not really gelling and we don't have many hours. I think it was like 65 combined pass 2 for the entire team before this weekend. So
lower.
They've definitely warmed up
like
since
40.
then. Oh, 40 something. Oh, even better. But low hours doesn't matter when it comes to winning these series. And for Maryville, they are on that revenge tour, Novanta. So how they continue that fury into this grand final, well, they'll have to bracket reset a team such as St. Clair Saints Green, who, as we talked about, had potentially the hottest pickup of the transfer season.
Yeah, it's going to sound like a platitude, but you really have to take it one game at a time. You know, you have to win the series twice. It has to be per 50-50 per goal. And I think if you think about that in small spurts, they are the strongest team in this tournament here today. So they really much is their own destiny when it's all said and done.
Well, this is an all-European player grand final that we are about to go into. But before that, we do have yet another break. We're going into the best of sevens. We'll see you on the flip side after this.
All I want is you. 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 Is you. All I want 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 is you. 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 is you.
Yo, let me hit you with the bleep blue. Let me hit you with the let me hit you with the... Yo, let me hit you with the bleep blue.
Unfortunate series for Akron there against Maryville as they went down 3-1 for the Maryville victory to make an all-EU grand final. But before we get into any of that, Navanta, I heard you have some receipts for us.
I do. This right here is the truth about what happened that last series.
Let's take a look at the social media posts. And Taco, why don't you break this down for the context for those who might not know what's happening here?
So previously, yesterday, I was able to do one of many community streams going through the CRL qualifiers, and Maryville did fall to Akron in Game 5. Immediately afterwards, Patty, 5up, and Bullseye all came into the chat and started just saying, yeah, we got him, the Brits, USA, see you later, we threw their tea, all that stuff. And obviously, Speed saw that, and he kept it in the back of his mind. So if they had a rematch, he'd make them pay. They don't go to 5, they take care of it in 4. So he just cleanly finishes off that series, alt tabs off of Rocket League, and just goes to social media to say, hey, I saw this. Don't you ever say something like that again to my face.
They all said it wasn't good fun in the comments afterwards, but we just wanted to bring that up to poke fun at it as well. It's all good here for Collegiate Rocket League. But what is even better for these teams who made it into the grand final, St. Clair Green and Maryville, either one of them guaranteed to be our first champion for the 2025 season. And what a journey both these teams have had. 2 Game 5s for St. Clair Green to make it all the way here against North American teams of Ball State and Akron Blue, whereas Maryville have had to go through the gauntlet of redemption in that lower bracket, taking down Davenport, taking down Ball State, Northwood, and then Akron to finally face off against St. Clair Green. So we'll have to see what goes down in this specific matchup, but I mean, who do you think had the harder journey here, Bass?
Honestly, I'd probably say Maryville. It's not only the fact that I think Maryville had a difficult journey to get here, but it's the caliber of the teams that they took down to get here as well. Both teams obviously tanked down Ball State. I think Davenport's impressive, but I also think getting through Northwood is one of the more impressive things to do. Plus, they took down Akron, and they took down Akron better than St. Clair took down Akron. So I do think Maryville had a little bit of a tougher task to get here. I think they faced a lot of really good teams, which I'll be real with you, does not bode well. Last time that we said that St. Clair had an easier bracket to the upper final or the grand final, we all know the results.
Yeah. But this time they actually had some trials and tribulations. They went to 5 in both their series, so maybe forged through fire a little bit there, other than Maryville, who had to go through so many good teams to get here as well. So both of them kind of equivalent in their own way. But Maryville, as we talked about, that redemption bracket for them. And let's take a look at these two rosters to see exactly how things shape up for these two teams. We talked about it when we got back from break, an all EU RLCS basically at home matchup between St. Clair College Green and Maryville University. Taco, tell me about these rosters.
Well, first off, with St. Clair Green, you do have Arju, who's the new transfer coming over from Europe, from Genoa, another university in the European side of things. That is arguably the best team that they have out there. And he was, I would say, probably the most accomplished and best player on that team. So naturally, you combine it with Jazzy and Sai, former CRL world champions, you're going to have a really good roster. St. Clair looking for the first major collegiate championship within CRL, won by a Canadian team, whereas Maryville, they're bringing over Ixa to complete the trifecta of English players, all former RLCS players over there on that continent. So clearly, Maryville, they're on a crazy lower bracket run. St. Clair, they've been cruising the uppers, and now St. Clair has 2 victories that they have in the back of their pocket. All they have to do is just win any one of the potential 2 series, and that trophy is theirs. But I have to say, Maryville is going to be a stiff competition. They're playing lights out today.
That they are. Both these teams playing to their peak potential, and that's great to see when you're going into a grand final. Maybe not the best for St. Clair Green. They would have hoped that Maryville would have been worn down at some point, but they dropped 2 games total in that lower bracket. One in an individual series against Ball State, and one we just saw happen there against Akron. So they are ready for this one. It's a tough team to stop here, but Novanta, is St. Clair going to put a stop to it? Are they going to finally get Canada their first Collegiate Rocket League title?
I got 2 predictions for you. 1, someone's going to make a killing bringing pizza rolls to Greece. And 2, yes, I'm with you, man. St. Clair is all the way. The team is strong. The team has that chemistry. I think chemistry wins games. They win series. St. Clair is my pick.
Okay. We got 1 for St. Clair. What about you, Taco? You feeling the St. Clair vibe or Maryville all the way based on that momentum?
I think St. Clair, from what we've seen, has been playing really nice, but they've also had, I will say, the easier path between them. I think Maryville has looked incredible. They started in lowers, and I don't think you'd ever be able to tell based on how they've been playing today. Only dropping 2 singular games, getting a sweep against Northwood. I think the statement has been made, and honestly, when we're looking, they have to win 2 best-of-7s. I don't even think they're that worried. Speed in the pregame lobby, when Arju was talking about, man, I really want to get food after this, Speed says, don't worry, this series is only going to be 8 games.
Confident is key. So you're going Maryville on your prediction for that one. Bass, do you agree, disagree? How many games is it going to be?
It's Maryville, and they're doing exactly as Speed said. They're taking this in 8 straight. They are not losing a game, and I'm ready for it, man. I'm ready for it. Maryville's going to prove the West is the best, and they're going to do it again. Honestly, I think this is going to be very difficult. St. Clair are good. But if there's ever a team to lose from uppers 2 series in a row, unfortunately, it is St. Clair. So history might just repeat itself.
We do know that there would be a Sepdot in the background somewhere watching this on his phone, crying desperately if St. Clair do fall again in a bracket reset fashion. And I don't think it's going to happen. I think it is going to be St. Clair Green taking the victory here. It has to be for their sake as a program, as a school who had the best recruitment, as they say, in this off season between the fall and the spring. They need this victory to prove that everything that they have been working towards as a program, as a college, has been worth it. And for Canada itself, maybe a little biased, but doesn't matter there. What does matter is these 2 teams have given it their all to make it the distance to 1 final showing. 2 best-of-7s at max. St. Clair once again with 2 chances to become the first ever Canadian college to win a CRL event. Maryville, they're looking to prove that they have the best recruitment this season, though. It's RG versus EXO, St. Clair versus Maryville, and it's time for our first grand final of the new year.
Stop me if you've heard this one before. 6 Europeans walk into an NACRL Grand Final, but these teams are no jokes. They are putting up lights out offense, and their defense is nothing to sneeze at either. They have 2 series for Maryville to win to claim a trophy. St. Clair just needs to take care of business once. We are done with best of 5. It is all best of 7s, and I am happy to be with you, Bass, here to call all the action.
I'm very ready for it, and like you said, Taco, all it needs to be is 1 series for St. Clair to take this. The problem is not only does St. Clair not have a great track record of getting it done in the first series of the Grand Finals, nobody does. We've almost always gone to a bracket reset here for CRL this scholastic year. It almost never is a standard procedure here in our Grand Finals. And apparently it won't be here today either. Maryville already on the board.
Really love this from Speed. No boost, and he knows just a little lean back, a little bit more on top of that air roll, and he's going to be able to put it out of reach. So St. Clair being put on notice early. That's all it's going to take for Maryville to score.
And that's the man you want to pay attention to. Like we said, Speed in the pregame lobby was saying this is over an 8. He keeps playing like that. I don't know if we can disagree. He has had, I'd say, a little bit of a vendetta. I think that Speed has kind of, since moving to North America and playing with his team, really wanted to prove that Maryville is not just a good team, they're the best in the entirety of Collegiate Rocket League. And he's kind of proclaimed that since he moved here. Now with the new addition of EXO, it's going to be difficult to deny that if they can win here as well. This Maryville team has a chip on their shoulder. They would like to remove and prove that they are the best. So far, so good. 50 seconds gone, and they've already got the lead.
They're also placed in the midfield very well. St. Clair yet to get a shot off, but they're certainly starting to rack up saves if it keeps up like this. EXO trying to take it down on the air dribble. Will be rejected away as Speed will try to take another one. He's going to plow through Jazzy as Relating Wave gives him a bit more space to operate, and he continues to get 50 after 50. That might be enough for EXO to tuck one through. On the back post, Speed. He did all the work, might as well get the goal.
He gets a second goal in not even 2 minutes' time. Maryville said they would hit the ground running. They've done more than that. They're in a full-on sprint, and unfortunately for St. Clair, it's going to leave them a little bit shell-shocked. They got to take a second and recover because we're only, like I said, about a minute in, and already things are going from bad to worse.
This is where you really have to be able to get into a lot of games. I feel like back in the day, you say, okay, well, game one, it's more about figuring out what the other team has. Because a lot of these teams have not really had any league started up because some schools aren't even session yet. So some of these teams are just playing each other for the first time ever. And this is not a team you're going to slowly jog into it. Maryville is on a dead sprint, hitting crazy angles. Wave almost hitting something for basically 1 degree of opportunity.
And get ready, they're only showing a fraction of their power. This is a team that is hyper-mechanical, but to be fair, on the opposite end, same can be said. St. Clair, known for their high-flying acrobatics and extremely impressive offense and defense. Haven't exactly been able to show it thus far, but give them some time to get the engines going. Once they do, it's gonna be a different game. Already, shots on target. This one, not enough power to get past Relating Wave, but good offense finally starting to generate for St. Clair.
I do like swinging through, getting the demos on the defense. That's definitely going to open things up a bit for St. Clair. The other one is making sure they get these kind of dainty finesse touches. Sai's trying to do it. Speed saw that coming the whole way through, not only getting the tap, the nice floating clear to have to make St. Clair kind of have that deep sigh, reset, and try again through the midfield.
Relating Wave trying to get something started here at midfield, like you said, and has somewhat of an open net. Sai recognizes that, so he will shut it down very early before it can really develop into anything. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean that they're going to get it off the half, though. More offense being generated here for for Maryville. St. Clair really don't have much of an answer. Every time they try to get any air dribble started, somebody's there to 50-50 and maybe even there to score. Save from Arju, barely keeping that out.
Sai, solid 50, but the problem is it only keeps it in place. St. Clair struggling to be able to get it onto the far side of the pitch because the midfield from Maryville is so oppressive. They're trying to go forward again, but at least that clear will get past one, not past speed. Ixo trying to steal boost, and there's none to even take because Relating Wave already swung through to grab that corner boost. And therefore, that's why I think you see St. Clair diving forward on these touches because that's all they really can do. Without boost, you can have one extension, but you need teamwork to actually make it threatening.
Teamwork here would go a long way for Maryville, considering they've got multiple touches off the backboard without any impedance. Oh boy, I was gonna say from St. Clair, and that's why you can't do that. Hand down, man. Somebody's gotta get in the way of these touches.
As soon as I saw the belly flop on the ball from Ixo, I'm thinking that has to be a reset. There's no way he's sniping this one. You might as well just put your controller down and wipe your hands. It's going in. There's nothing you can really do. Maybe pre-jump and get lucky, but that's just clinical from Ixo. He has warmed up more and more throughout today. The first game of the Northwood series, he made a mistake. It went on in from Creams. Past that, he has played incredibly well throughout every single series. He has been utterly flawless on both sides of the ball.
This has been an impressive game so far here from everybody on Maryville, and it feels like their impressive play is only going to continue to blossom the further we get in. We've talked about it. Teams cannot afford to start slow against teams like Maryville, and finally, St. Clair have gotten the picture. They find their first goal, but it took them 4 minutes to get here.
Yeah, but that's the thing about St. Clair is when you do have these shots, they have to go in. Arju admittedly does kind of put it right down the middle, but I think that's honestly just the psychology of this situation. If I don't put this on target and at least make it a difficult save, then what are we even doing here? We need to get in this game, and that's just a confidence builder. Yeah, we might not be able to close this game out, but if we get one goal, maybe we can chain it into something else, and who knows? 60 seconds, it's a long time in Rocket League.
And I'm not counting my chickens yet. They still got to hatch, and we, like you said, have plenty of time to see a turnaround. Okay, I was going to say that turnaround could be over had that shot been on target, but apparently it's off the mark, and the only team prepared for it is St. Clair. Ripper on target, but somehow Speed gets back.
So that's a nice reset. Problem is, he was too far above the crossbar. He couldn't spike that one down. He can't really do much else than play for the delayed 50. And so therefore, we're going to go back into the experimental realm. Sai almost get an own goal there, but apparently aiming well for his own crossbar to get away with it. But now, here comes Maryville again. At this point, just playing for clock management as every second ticks on down. Arju off the ceiling, cross court, and we got a game.
All right, pay attention to the kickoff here and pay attention to Arju's awareness. What a pinch off the ceiling and what an idea to recognize, hey, Maryville, they continue to push us into our own half. That probably means they're not pushed into their own. 3-2 here with 12 to go. This kickoff basically determines this game.
That's a great win. Problem is, Relating Wave should have this one. Arju with the half cut in. That's not the best touch. Sai can get in the way. Ixo. Soft catch into the corner, burning time. At this point, he just has to spike it. Arju plays for the 50, does keep it up, has another one. He does have Jazzy downfield. Relating Wave knows it and quite intelligently will put it into the middle where no one can reach. Maryville dominated for most, but St. Clair nearly had the last lap.
Hey, at least they get somewhat of a last lap considering the fact that they really did not start off well and needed to stifle the momentum that Maryville has had. We talked about it coming into this one. They had gone on an 8-game winning streak, only dropped 2 games all day. If there was ever a team to be confident and to have momentum, it is Maryville. So shutting them down early and saying, hey, we're still in this thing. You might have taken game 1, but we're not giving you freebies. 2 unanswered is a great thing for St. Clair, even if it doesn't change the results.
They definitely, I would love to see St. Clair start to get Jazzy more involved. If mechanics were words, he's yapping every game. That's all he does. He loves to be able to set up those resets, loves to be able to chain all of these different interesting touches together. And it really throws a lot of teams off because no one really prepares for it in the same way. Definitely one of the more underrated recruits that we've had within the NACRL scene as St. Clair has picked them up. And I think right there in that first game, they were kind of just trying to react to what Maryville was throwing at them. Their rotation has been very clean, so I'm not surprised it takes multiple players involved and Archer going off the ceiling with a pinch to be able to get their 2 goals.
Yeah, it took a lot for that team, and unfortunately, it mostly took 2 players. You mentioned Jazzy needed to step up, and hate to rub salt in the wounds. The man had 68 points. That's not enough. You can't be doing that. You gotta have just a little bit more, and you might be able to win. And quite literally, just a little bit more. If they're getting 2-3 with Jazzy on 60 points, I think there's a world where even just a bit more involvement takes a game. We'll find out. Forbidden Temple, the spot of game number 2. Can we see St. Clair finally turn up?
Jazzy will be able to get that reset, and there it is. He did have a little bit of space, but Speed was just playing for the angle. Deflection in the middle. That's wide open for Sai. Everybody's out. Ixo off the demo spawn. An incredible save to keep him in it.
Okay, I knew that we had Europeans and Englishmen moving over here. I didn't realize we had Rise playing on the pitch. Apparently, it's just a flash of Volt as somehow that ball is saved yet again. All right, St. Clair and Maryville have brought their A game today. I'm very curious to see who gets the better grade on their paper.
Shout out to the Psyonix developers for putting in the demo spawn camera. Ixo only able to do that because he knew he immediately had to pivot to his left and just gun it to the goal line. Either way, Maryville's going to get away with that one, but I think they've been put on notice that they went a little bit too far away. They didn't mind all the gaps, and they got 50 to the middle, deflected into a dangerous position. That's how easy it can be for these top teams to score. Jazzy looking for his longtime teammate, cut out just in time by Wave.
And this is one of the few things we were critical of this Maryville squad when it was them playing versus Akron. Yeah, they definitely still won, and yeah, they definitely had... Oh, no! I was going to say a better series. Their wide rotations would occasionally leave gaps. I can't really blame this goal on wide rotations.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I'm like, check their PCs on Maryville if that's going to give you a stay out as well. For Speed, he was forced into it. The only situation he could, just put that one to the side with a deflection. Jazzy knew he had that one, but man, that's just showing how hard St. Clair has to work for these goals. It has to be perfect, otherwise someone on Maryville is going to get a deflection.
Well, I'm happy for Jazzy. That's more points in one play than he scored all the first game. No longer happy for Jazzy and the team. That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, a little bit. And when we do see Arju go for this double, it's well done, but the issue is Speed just happens to be moving out, and Sai notices in that moment, when you move up, you can quickly get on these rebounds, but I think he thought there was going to be a bit more commotion. He's in no man's land, nobody's back in time. That's such an irritating goal, especially when you're trying to be able to carve out a game where you're the one calling all the shots.
Oh, almost called a shot there off a kickoff. Could have been another lead for Maryville. Instead, we'll play on. 90 seconds gone. Can either team start to find some possession, as it feels like a lot of heavy touches in 50s are all we're finding? How about a passing play? Ixo up early, gets around one, tries to get around another, and he will! The drop down, the lead for Maryville!
So convenient to have a player like Ixo. He pre-jumped that off the sidewall because he says, hey, I trust Wave, you're going to find me right on my front bumper for me to set that double up. It looks like there's a lot of time, but that's when the panic sets in for St. Clair. You're thinking so hard about how you're going to get in the way, and sometimes you're not thinking about someone has to actually get up and contest this. Every time Ixo has an uncontested read, it is going in the back of your net. Speed trying to show the same for him, but he can't get past that near post defender.
They got to be careful, though. As much as they might have saved that one, they probably gave too much time for Speed to cook. This is not a team, like you said, that you want to start getting to develop plays. You do not want to give them extra time on the ball and allow them to get passing plays, mechanical plays, air dribbles, whatever it might be. St. Clair's got to be careful here. It feels like they're still giving too much time to Maryville, and that's why they do have the lead. With half the game to go and an approach here, maybe that can change. Arju, reset, sends it to the backboard. Speed is there to cut it out. No rebound to be found for anyone on St. Clair. Jazzy will take this one through the corner, but well marked, and unfortunately for St. Clair, I think this offense is going to turn into nothing.
Arju, limited boost, but knows that Speed will challenge him anyway, so he'll gladly take that 50 for Sai to pick up. Gets past Wave. Ixo just going to tap that back to the corner for Jazzy to pre-jump. Maybe a bit too aggressive, but I say that. He still wins that initial challenge for Arju to maybe think about going, but I don't blame St. Clair for being a bit passive. You might be down, but just want to dive on in. That's exactly how the first goal went in.
And unfortunately, this is a risk versus reward type of gameplay with how mechanical everyone is. When you make the full send out of midfield, you better be dang sure you're at least going to get contact. Otherwise, Speed is picking your pockets.
I didn't even mind that challenge from Arju. Just the problem is that first pass that got deflected was a pass to Sai. And then when they backflip, Arju goes in and realizes, oh wait, I'm last. That's actually the only player in the way. Good recognition there by Speed for understanding. All right, well, all I got to do is just wait for this deflection, and even if I don't even get it on target, it'll still just be a clear breakaway. And we got fortunate enough that, yes, it is indeed between the sticks. Maryville, again, starting to really enforce their dominance here and showing that, yeah, there is no mercy. If you have a little bit of a touch that goes awry, we are going to make you pay.
And I gotta say, shout out to Relating Wave for being just sort of the facilitator for all of this. He's got a playmaker on 3 assists in this game, and it's for a reason. You can see it. He's the one patrolling midfield. He's the one waiting back just in case things go awry in order to clean up for his teammates while Ixo and Speed continue to dive into offense. It's a well-laid-out plan, and it's effective at that. And honestly, how could it not be when you've got Ixo doing stuff like this on offense? Sets it up, gets the bump, pass out center from Speed, but this time, Relating Wave not there for backup just due to being sent to the scrap heap, and so will Speed. Hold on, all of a sudden, St. Clair some offense, and I don't think that's going to be enough. Light touch out of Sai will give Relating Wave a chance to clear the ball.
I do like the idea coming in from the Arju pre-jump in front of the goal. The issue is that, yeah, it is something that'll change the direction, but Maryville, as always, if you watch their defense, they're not really diving in it a lot because they just trust that, hey, we have the reaction time, we have the ability to save up that boost and reach pretty much everything. It's all option coverage from them, and that's why also they're kind of just policing this midfield. A couple times now you'll see St. Clair go for an outlet touch, and then Maryville just throws it right back in the middle, and it's almost like an immediate scoring opportunity. In the final 30 seconds, I don't see that changing too much. They're going to let this one bounce before Arju overcomplicates things, cuts in front of what I think is probably a better shot from his teammate.
And unfortunately, that's not going to get punished whatsoever on the other end with a double commit that then follows up from Maryville. Why? Because they don't need offense. They just literally need to hold on for the next 15 seconds. And even if they don't and concede one, it still will not change the results. That will not be a goal either. Relating Wave back in time, and I think he's done enough to stall enough time to where they will take the win. Maryville, another win on the board. Originally, we were being a little bit silly saying that Speed, taking it to Nate's a bit far-fetched. Taco, I'm starting to believe.
It's a tough one. When you do watch Maryville play, yes, Speed said in the pregame lobby, yeah, this has to be a bracket reset from us. It's only going to be 8 games in total. We're just going to get those quick 4-0s. But the thing is, you see the potential when this keeps happening. St. Clair has basic ideas about how they want to be able to go on forward. They do have pre-jump plays. They're going for these air dribbles, but the thing is, it's very one step, and then step 2 is a bit vague. I don't think they 100% know what they're doing, and that usually happens when you are just trying to outpace a team that is usually getting to the situations that you want to be in before you. And I think St. Clair needs to figure out a way to kind of reset the momentum, whether that's through demos or at the very least trying to play for a bit more 50s and maybe try to recontextualize the pacing issues on their own terms.
I gotta hope that their coach is in their ear right now telling them exactly that. Former, non-de facto, but a very good player from EU, some CRL, or what used to be in Boris, a very talented player, a very talented coach, is currently both the sub and the coach for this St. Clair team. And I am hoping that he is teaching them exactly what you just said. This team needs to find a balance. Like you said, risk versus reward. Those second challenges are not bad, but if they are not timely enough, it doesn't do anything. And this is what is happening right now, is Maryville are just beating them to those challenges. How many times have we seen a clean breakaway with nobody back, and it's just straight up Maryville getting to the ball first, getting there early, and scoring immediately? They need to clean that up. If the defense keeps leaving gaps like that, Maryville are taking a third game and will be well on their way to the bracket reset.
As we've seen, there is a lot of situations in this series today where we've seen 3-0s because we've had a decent amount of 3-0s, at least earlier on in the bracket. The most surprising one, obviously, Maryville beating down Northwood on this very map to secure quite the statement victory, which I think is really the time where we all started to believe maybe Maryville could go all the way to that grand final. But of course, St. Clair, they got here on their own merits, largely because of that man right there.
Oh, the mechanics finally on display for St. Clair. Flip reset off the ceiling. Jazzy, the narrowest of double touches. And if there was ever a confidence booster, that will be it. Maryville finally have to take a second and reevaluate because, man, if you get a goal scored on you like that, I don't blame you for doing so.
Melixo says anything he can do, I can also do. Potentially better, but not necessarily on that iteration. Speed's going to go for the more barbaric route, I would have to say, with the demo attempt. Not going to find anything, but that's fine. It's a giveaway into Ixo. Tap in the middle. Relating Wave thinks about it, but knows Arju is going to dust into that any day of the week.
Arju, not a lot of boost to work with, but can at least get an offense started here for St. Clair. Side to back him up, a Relating Wave to get in the way in the corner. Only find its way back into the hands of Arju, who unfortunately can't get an air dribble started, but can at least boom the ball into a scoreable territory. Will they do anything with it? Not there on that play, but back into their half with possession is St. Clair. Or so I thought possession. A little bit awkward for Arju, and actually forces him to use almost this entire tank of boost. So as much as that was going right for St. Clair, one little mistake and Maryville are back into possession.
Sai off ceiling, might have a reset, does have the reset, and he's going to be able to plow that one through defenders. St. Clair here to play in game 3.
Apparently they don't need possession. All they need is momentary greatness and mechanics as well. Sai, touch off the ceiling, lock into the reset, and just hammers that one home. St. Clair have figured it out. No, we don't need to be in control. We don't need team plays. We don't need cohesion. We just need an air dribble, some open space, and a flip reset.
And that's just showing yet they might fall behind in some games, but at the end of the day, they are not to be messed with. You can't just allow them to dribble. And I love how Maryville knows that. Even 2 players in the near post thinking that surely that's enough to be able to save this one. They are proven wrong. It's a really good angle taken by Sai. And now Jazzy maybe can set him up yet again. No more boost, but he's trying to combine off the pinch to put in a weird position. And I guess not everything can work out for the St. Clair offense.
Unfortunately, it's a little bit of a weird position for St. Clair now, as everybody has to scramble back from midfield, and they do so in time and actually even turn it into an offense of their own. I'd say Maryville may be the one more disjointed as another double commit pops out and then forces Speed to use his entire tank of boost, so he's not ready for the follow-up out at midfield. As much as we're talking about St. Clair need to take a deep breath and try to reevaluate, Maryville, I'd say the same.
Poor Arju. Sometimes these things happen. You want to pre-jump and you realize halfway through, wait, that's going backwards. And I'm going to have to say, Ixo, out of all your goals, I would not have expected you to score it from 95% of the way back in the field.
Yeah, that's a hard one to try and recover from. But, you know, keep your mental at this point. As long as you can, you still have the lead, and it's only one goal. On the opposite side, though, if you're Maryville, that's definitely going to give you a little bit of momentum to work with. Not if you're demolished immediately, though. Ixo not even getting a chance to play here, and although his team can't get some offense together, what can they do with it? Off the backboard, Jazzy not going to make contact, and I don't think anybody was really expecting that, and definitely not to pinch out afterwards. Touch from Relating Wave into the corner. Can't find the 50 afterwards, and Sai will take over. Touch out to midfield, though. Only again gets pinched back in to the St. Clair half, and Relating Wave takes a shot, but can't get past Arju.
Sai fully boosted up. Wants to keep it close because you don't want to just throw it away immediately. Otherwise, you're going to get thrown right back in the blender. Kind of like that when Speed, making life hard for Arju. No bump attempt, but that's fine when Wave has the first clear. Jazzy downfield trying to look for Ixo. Ixo looks for a Psycho, not going to work. What a pass into Arju, and yet Relating Wave was watching that develop the whole way through, and as he said, he's kind of in the midfielder. A lot of facilitation, but also that happens on the defense, just watching out for those occasional gaps and making sure that he fills that.
His patient play has been so brilliant to watch, and it's really allowed this team to, again, control this game a bit more than what St. Clair has had. St. Clair have the lead here, not through sheer possession and control of the ball, but just through sheer mechanics and ability. In comparison to Maryville, who are just slowly whittling away at the defense, the boost totals, and making it more and more uncomfortable with every approach they have. Eventually, something should break. Apparently, it's the midfield. A long ball downfield, an open net, and Relating Wave barely back in time. Maryville's got to be careful. They cannot afford to give up another freebie.
And in a different timeline, potentially that could have been a goal. We did actually have a St. Clair player in the corner trying to steal boost. It wasn't there, and they flipped out of the rotation. And therefore, they weren't there to punish. Maybe Maryville could punish on this. A rare miss from Speed. I don't think he realized how open that net was when he went for that aerial, but now that's going to maybe cost them because here comes Arju with one reset, a second one. Sai tries to help, and he just can't get past that first defender.
Oh, relating wave, must be out to Ixo. Ixo, the shot on target again! That upper bar hates Maryville right now, and honestly, I think the feelings are mutual.
You can only shoot it so many times close to the bar, and then you realize, well, part of shot accuracy is making sure you have the right amount of height on those shots to make it difficult, but not so much that you're completely unable to follow it up. Speed shaking his head, so is Ixo. He's going to try to find Speed in the medium pass. Nice little tap up, but Wave doesn't have it, which means he has a pass. Ixo on the catch, back to Speed. What build up? It's not in yet, but with a final shot, it's stopped by Sai. Pass across, nobody there. St. Clair holds on. That's one game.
St. Clair hold on and Maryville leave their scraps at the table. That was a chance nobody had to save after the final pass, but I think they decommitted. Maryville just thought, there's no way we're getting a shot. Right? You can't do that. Not when it's a tied ball game. Not when the defense is so awkward. A double commit opened the space, but Maryville never thought they'd even get the chance. Too little, too late. St. Clair find their first in the series, and I will say, I feel like we should be in overtime right now.
And the buildup from Maryville was incredible. It was 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Like every single player was finding those passes, and you thought it was inevitable, and yet sometimes that is the overcomplication. Who knows if he just ripped a shot when he had that open hit? Maybe that would have been game, but they too much, and maybe that's something you just got to laugh off and say, well, probably should have had that one in overtime, but hey, good defense by St. Clair. They were able to pull through, and for the most part, when you look at the stats, not a lot of saves despite what felt like a lot of offense, which just shows how much of the midfield really dictates whether or not you even get a chance at offense on a direct shot.
Yeah, it really did feel like the midfield is the ever-present battle in this series right now. Whether it's through 50s, air dribbles, or something like that, it's about, again, preventative offense and defense right now. St. Clair's only goals in that game were through sheer individual brilliance and momentary brilliance at that. Not developing plays, not trying to muscle through midfield and keep possession and control. And that's the difference in a series like this, is that you're not going to get a lot of saves because when shots and opportunities arrive, you're going to do something brilliant with it. Maryville take advantage of the lack of defense for a single goal, but St. Clair take advantage of their abilities up until this game. Not a great way to start for our Canadian fans.
Such a deflating way. And also you can hear Gregan screaming from afar, just saying, hey, this is why I need players to get corner and go back to the middle, because occasionally you will lose a kickoff and you can't recover in time. Maybe even again, if Speed has his way, he's trying to slow it down. Arju says, not this time. I'm up front this moment, so I will get the 50 instead. And starting from behind, always so irritating, especially when it felt like you finally had momentum in your favor.
They did have momentum in their favor, but I will point out they scored their first 2 goals pretty early in that last game, and after that, it was Maryville in control. But sometimes you don't need to be in control. Like we said, as long as you can keep that margin in your favor, win's a win. They'll take the last win, but they need to find another. Again, series still in favor of Maryville overall. They take this one, they're well on their way to the bracket reset, as they will be on match point. Right now, though, they're well on their way to getting scored on. Nobody really able to clear the lines, and awkward challenges and boost totals all across the board. Hey, look, usually we get a cast curse. This time, it's a cast prediction and blessing.
That's a little aggressive from Speed. Ixo and Relating Wave are on this one, but honestly, Jazzy does really well. Puts his nose down specifically so that his diagonal flip forward on the cancel can reach even further and tap it beyond that last defender. Speed has to recognize that, but I also don't blame him because he knew there was also a player to his left. Maybe he's just going to get bumped. Just really pick your poison on that last attack.
See if maybe they can find some poison on the other end. Something lethal here, as Maryville do have some offense brewing, but I don't think much more than that. This should be a goal, right? It will not be. Shot goes off target, awkward all around, and honestly, I think neither team recognized nor seized the moment.
Dez is going to pre-flip into that one. It's a bit too aggressive. He had a lot of boost to control, but it's off the backboard. So eventually someone does have to challenge. Sai, make sure he's the one on this latest iteration. He's going to go for a bump on Ixo. It does send him almost back into the goal. Jazzy doesn't have a double, but that's why Arju is patiently waiting. Ixo recognizes that, which is why he holds it up for the delayed flick.
Speed up early. He saw that interception 2 miles away, and this time he will not allow it to turn into a cross-court counter. Instead, it'll actually be Maryville who maybe can keep the offense going. Relating wave over Jazzy, but not around Psy. Great catch from Psy, and he's got the reset. He'll use it and dunk on Ixo. Another goal through sheer mechanical brilliance for St. Clair.
Love this one. Gets the reset. We know how that one ended. How about using it into a wave dash and then dunking the clear down as they try to desperately clear to the Maryville corner. That's a second one for St. Clair, exactly what they need, slowly building their offense, but I like how you see the changeup. Sometimes they're going quick, they're going right down the middle. Other times, they're forcing Maryville to meet them in the midfield, and if they don't have those 50s, it might just continue to be thrown on target until eventually you're not able to get in front.
Maryville do have a chance here to respond. They got some offense going, but instead it's actually Jazzy who will carry it all the way down pitch and get the pass out center. Only for the fact that Arju had not already committed for the bump. They probably would have had another goal, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. They should, I was going to say, get a chance here, but Psy instead goes for the bump, doesn't go for the deflection. That'll give now a chance for Maryville to find some space to work with, or not. Quickly shut down off a challenge is Psy, and everybody on St. Clair. It could cost them had Speed found the extra touch, but instead, Jazzy, a free save, and now a chance on defense.
Brief deflection. Speed just going to rush right on in, living up to the name, and that's going to make Relating Wave have a double off the ceiling, maybe off the backboard as well. Arju knows how mechanical this opposing team is. Speed and Ixo combined for a pass, and that is a slot and a half.
This is where we say the two differences in offense here. You can see it. Speed could have ripped a shot here, but he notices Ixo on the side, notices that everybody would not be prepared for the shot with both Jazzy and Arju coming from the right side of net. Perfectly slotted to the top right. The accuracy for Maryville today has been phenomenal. Same for St. Clair, but it's the passing plays that separate the two teams.
And that was one of those moments where the defense isn't bad, the offense is just better. Really, St. Clair's are exactly where they need to be, but it's so hard to react to your ball cam whipping to the corner and then suddenly a ball coming right at your face with about maybe half a second to react to it. It's not possible that time for St. Clair, and I don't think they really need to shake their heads. They just understand, hey, this is why we're in a grand final. This is the best of the best, and we have to be even better. Psy with a reset, with a bump, Ixo waiting patiently for his save.
Good patience from Ixo there, quite literally saves his team, but they're going to need to do it again. Great save from Speed as well, with the boost totals dwindling for everybody on Maryville, except for Relating Wave, and he's going to take advantage of that. Speed, how on earth did he catch that ball? It'll work out, even though it won't turn into a goal, because it buys his teammates time to get back and get boosted up. Him included in that one. A long ball downfield towards midfield, and although the bump doesn't connect, it does feel like Maryville are starting to find their openings. They got a 2-2, but can anybody find another opening with 80 seconds to go? Could be Psy here, but Ixo pops it around one, but not the other. Arju to maintain the offense and keep St. Clair with an option open.
Jazzy forgoes the side boost just to be able to get on that aerial. He doesn't get it, which means Maryville playing for 50s. That's not the one they're looking for. His Wave's going to get beaten out, and that's Jazzy with a lot of boost and a lot of space. Takes on Speed into the corner for Psy to chase. That boost steal is going to go to Jazzy. In fact, they have all the resource advantage, but they don't have the angles. Arju's waiting for deflection, and Speed does not give him one.
Speed's downfield too, so he's now got an option. He unfortunately sends it right towards Jazzy on the backboard, so Maryville not going to be able to do much with that. How about this pop up instead? Relating Wave puts it right to Arju, but forces him to use his whole tank to get a full feared air dribble. It won't work out. Speed prepared for it, and unfortunately, I think that St. Clair's starting to play into Maryville's hand. They're booming it towards them, forcing them to use all of their resources, and then developing offense from it. Will there be enough time, though, for one last goal? The drop down from Ixo denied, but still, Maryville with a chance.
Wave avoids the demo and then still gets the save. That could have really been the moment for St. Clair, but instead they have to play defense one more time. Arju met with the 50. It's Wave and the final seconds getting the lead.
If you don't succeed at first, try again. So much offense for so much time, and extended pressure eventually goes from the bend to the break as St. Clair cannot find the save. But once again, watch the kickoff. Anything could happen.
They're just going to try to lose it back to Jazzy, but Jazzy cheats up. He does get the boost, though. Speed is not letting him go. Bumper to bumper, locked in, and that's going to burn down all that time. That is a heartbreaker for St. Clair. It slips out of their fingers. Maryville, one game closer to getting the bracket reset.
And honestly, I think if you're Maryville right now, you have every reason in the world to believe you're going to get there. A 3-1 advantage, a 2-game cushion. Even if St. Clair make the adjustments necessary, you can afford to at least lose a game. This Maryville team, I do not blame them for being confident, and I do not blame them for continuing to press on offense like they have. This in-your-face attitude, we've talked about it today, whether it be Northwood, Akron, Maryville, St. Clair, whomever, they are doing it perfectly, never giving a breakaway plays. I think we have to point to one of the final plays of that game. Had Relating Wave not made that challenge, that's a free breakaway for St. Clair and the end of the offense. But instead, Maryville, with full confidence, dive into the ball, stifle any chance at midfield, and continue the offense that eventually leads to a goal.
It's a tough thing to see, especially when we look at these replays and see some of these St. Clair goals. It's really just from those wide open moments where they've been able to flex their mechanics. Yes, they're able to score those, but I hope they would. On plays like this, though, Arju does his job. He gets a 50 ready for a follow.
This is going to be a heartbreaker. St. Clair stare down the barrel of what has already been a reality for them once before. We need to remind everybody, last time it was a heartbreaking 2 Game 7 losses in a row in the Grand Finals for St. Clair when they lost in the fall to Concord. This would be a little bit of a different scenario, but it would still be just as heartbreaking nonetheless. St. Clair, again, one of multiple teams who have made an addition this semester to change up their squad. To get this far but not maybe be rewarded for it would be heartbreaking. For right now, though, they're still in this series. Great save from Sai to start off Game 5.
Speed going to gain this one with a slight flick out, and therefore we'll wait for Ixo to be able to clean up everything else. Lead demos, it was everything that Maryville needed except for that finish. Ixo rushes it a bit more. Now everyone is a little bit out of sorts as they have to get on back. Arju over top everybody. He might have a shot by himself off the back for Jazzy. Speed just way too close to it.
Speed trying to see if he can get something started on the other end, but beat out by Sai. The good thing, though, he can steal a little bit of boost and get a little bit more worse for wear on the defense here out of St. Clair. Arju going to make up for that by diving downfield, but he did have to use his entire tank for it, and Jazzy trying to leave that corner has now gotten boost stolen away from his team. We've seen this song and dance before. We haven't seen that before, though!
Out of nowhere off the backboard. Look at Speed work. Dives across, gets in the way, forces a deflection, and Ixo with 100% faith is crashing the goal line, making sure that goes on in. St. Clair, you didn't even do anything wrong there. Sometimes Maryville is just planning for every contingency.
Boys from Britain apparently just have that chemistry that you cannot deny. Evo, I was going to say, even being able to stop Jazzy on the line, maybe a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, Jazzy doing everything correctly there. You don't have enough boost to be able to get close enough for the reset, so why not just take out Ixo? Yeah, there's another defender there, but Speed is not going to be able to get back, especially off kickoff. So the immediate answer back, St. Clair resets everything. Take your deep breath. It's not over yet, boys.
Relating Wave, seeing if maybe he can find a way to respond quickly. With only a minute gone, we have found 2 goals thus far. Arju can find the third. Flip reset will bump Speed out of the way. Relating Wave and Ixo are back. Eventually, it's Relating Wave that makes the initial challenge, and Ixo takes full advantage. Don't do this again. Not another touch off the backboard. Oh my gosh, it just might be. This time, St. Clair a little bit wiser. They go, nah, we're not getting embarrassed the second time.
Now, so they're going to have to think about something else on the build-up. Maybe Relating Wave getting a skim off the sidewall. I don't blame him for trying, but he will get that boost to stay relevant in the corner. Speed, unfortunately, gets him with up here. Arju has to challenge, and all of St. Clair sitting back, not a lot of boost. Jazzy with 0 wins that 50 still, and that'll buy him much-needed time to reset.
Relating Wave actually kind of fakes the challenge, and Jazzy will be rewarded for it as a double commit eventually pinches out to him. Shot not going to make its way in, but it will give some offense now for St. Clair to develop. Off the sidewall, Jazzy looking for at least a 50, will find it, but nothing more. Arju won't even find a touch. Awkward all around here, and that means the breakaway from Maryville is on. Speed challenging Jazzy, can't get a bump nor a 50, but unfortunately for St. Clair, everything was going oh so right until it wasn't, and as soon as things go awry, they are forced back into defense yet again.
Speed waiting for that challenge, and even when it does, he's still going to be the one to win it. Arju will control from his own corner and try to take his own space. Speed locking down that side wall and does get that pass off to Relating Wave, who cuts it back in. Speed again trying to cross up Sai, who leans all the way back. Almost like a limbo athlete right there, trying to get that save away. And if not for that miraculous save, could have been Maryville very easily carving through the defense yet again.
And they might just go back to forcing them into defense, though. Good possession on the defensive end, or maybe not. So a little bit of a missed play there, as he does not get the air dribble to connect, but he does get the demo, which gives Relating Wave space, a chance underneath, speed there on the rebound, can't paint the corners, but at least Maryville can hold on to their offense. Back to midfield, boosted up again, and as speed goes up, he's got Ixo behind him. Will he need him, though? Yes, he will. Oh, and Ixo will not get there. He's just a bit too far pushed up, and no shot is found.
And this time he has another one, but Relating Wave hit it farther than I think he anticipated. St. Clair really in the dumpster right now as they need to make sure they do something like this. Jazzy with boost, taking time, slowly pushing it towards the goal, but it gives them more time to recover, which they don't have to be able to get back on this one. How many times this series could this possibly happen, Baz?
And the unfortunate thing is, I can't even say it's mispositioning. Sai is back. He's ready for this. It's just so perfectly angled that it is going right underneath the bar and out of reach. You can see it. He's got a half-take of boost. There's nothing you can do. I hate using the word unlucky in Rocket League, but that might be one of the few times it's justifiable.
Yeah, and Relating Wave not only hits it on target, but he hits it top shelf all the way down the field as well. No bounce required, so really well done again by Maryville to cook on offense. And right now, it seems like St. Clair is just a step behind. You see them turning for plays and then getting beaten over the top. They go for a ball on the backboard, but then they don't get the clean first one, kind of like that from Sai. They need to clean it up, and the worst part is they have to do it in the clutch. A minute remaining, and they have to score 2 just to be able to advance the series further.
Oh, it might be 3 if this one goes in. More offense being developed by Maryville and really being controlled by Maryville. We talked about it. Moments have happened for St. Clair. Elongated efforts have worked for Maryville. How about another one here? Ixo looking for a path to speed. He will not find it, and honestly, I don't think either of them thought that they would from interference from St. Clair, but oh boy, you can really see the nerves getting to St. Clair. Disjointed play, weird double commits that don't even turn into a commitment as all as players are calling each other off and nobody's doing much. They gotta settle down with only 30 seconds to go. They need at least 1 to see an OT.
The attempt by Jazzy on the put down. He had 2 players in the middle, but he couldn't get around it enough. So instead, it just lingers in the corner off the sidewall. Sai, Demo to lead the way. Maybe something Arju could get on, but instead he commits another open net. And if anyone's going to make it, it's going to be Ixo. His second, Maryville's third. That might have just stamped their ticket into a bracket reset game.
The streak continues. We will never have a single series here in our grand finals. It's always going to be the team from lowers carrying the momentum, resetting the bracket, and proving that as much as a bracket reset may be rare, here in CRL, it's just the standard. Not enough time to turn this around. Try as you would like. St. Clair, you're going to have to get it done again. And unfortunately, this is all too familiar a scenario. Maryville forced the reset and get a second chance at our CRL championship.
GG's coming in from St. Clair. For those of you just joining us, that is not it at all. We still have another series. We will be having a brief break for these players to recollect themselves, but if you're St. Clair, you got to be leaning deep back in your chairs in facility if they are actually on campus and just thinking to yourself, what are we even going to do? At times, this series was back and forth. I liked the adjustments we saw a little bit earlier from St. Clair. I felt like Aquanome was just where everything started crumbling down. They did not know how to go about it in midfield. There's a lot of chasing, a lot of miscommunication, a lot of teammate doubts, and I don't blame them. Like I said, I picked Maryville to win this entire grand final, reset included, because of how well they're playing throughout this whole stretch. I think this team is unstoppable when you're not preparing for every possibility. How many times have we seen that last goal from a Relating Wave on the long clear?
Too many times to count at this point. This has been a phenomenal play for Maryville, and we are the only 2 people to have picked them. I think our other compatriots might have thought that this series would already be over. Let's see how they feel after seeing that series.
No. I didn't say this would already be over. I said that St. Clair is not going to lose 2 series in a row like that they did last time with RGU. So it's
okay.
like, there's still a chance in this best 7 and asterisk there. But regardless of that, this is not the St. Clair Navanta that we saw in the first 2 series of the day. What happened here?
Man, I think the obvious reason is saying the downtime, right, between the series, but also I do think that it's a style of play. I mean, I know
True.
ranked can be pretty difficult, but it's never going to be the same than actual tournament play, no matter how warm you are. This got caught off guard. It got caught off guard 4 separate times in this best of 7.
It's such a rough spot to be in too, because like looking back at the stats throughout this series, there was a couple of moments, especially in game one, where Jazzy had only 68 points in that first one. Wasn't able to really contribute as much with his team, and that seemed to be the case for a lot of these matches where there was always one or two players on the St. Clair Green roster that didn't quite make it far enough for them to get the victory against this team. Yes, they got the 2-1 victory, so they at least got something. It's not going to be those 8 games that they talked about in the chat earlier on, but even then, Maryville just had such a dominant performance, even with these games being 1 or 2 goal differential, that the pace of the game just worked so well in their favor. There was no brakes put on for St. Clair Green. They had to ride that the whole way into the bracket reset and hope that they can recover afterwards. And looking forward to that, I mean, Maryville just have to do business as usual, it feels like, Bass, to continue where they left off in this series.
They got to do business as usual, and for St. Clair on the other side, they got to try and switch everything up. I know you talked about Jazzy being maybe a little bit lackluster in game one. Can I just mention that Arju was unfortunately a non-factor in that series?
True.
Crazy stat. We talked about how Arju was just unbelievable all weekend. This offensive monster. There are clips all over social media of him just hitting over and over again miraculous goals. Fun fact. Arju had 2 goals in game one and did not have a single participation in offense the rest of the series. Not an assist, not a goal, nothing. For a player that was touted as one of the most impactful transfers this entire offseason, that can't happen. They need him to come to life in this second series or it's over before it starts.
Everyone on the side of Maryville actually worked together. It was kind of a mixture of speed, relating wave, and then IXO also getting involved in the MVP performance for their individual team. And I think that is also the difference maker here. It felt like Maryville were more of a cohesive unit, more of a team than it did for the St. Clair Green roster. Do you agree or disagree on that, Taco?
I think for me, the thing that makes Maryville really good is obviously you have deep competitive experience. For people who watched a lot of EURLCS back in the day, you recognize all 3 of these players' names. They play very well. And even up to this last season, they're making EURLCS regionals. Like, these are still very good players in this capacity. They come over here and they play together. And we've seen this also in different forms. What if we just took 3 good players and threw them together on a roster and that's it? It doesn't always work out. But what Maryville does really well is that the combination of all 3 of them is that they have very complementary play styles, that they're unselfish. They like to feed each other all these different reads, and you see that because there's always options. I talked about it in the Akron series when I was trying to break down that series. What makes them so good is that at any given moment, they have a pass option, they have a solo play option, and they also have the rotation clean enough and the boost control enough that even if they just take a 50 or lose it, they're not losing out on anything. It's why you very rarely see them get countered unless they're literally just trying to pre-jump and do something whack.
Maryville, they won the first Open of the fall last semester. They're looking to do it again here, but they have to do it in another best of 7 against St. Clair Saints Green, who still have a mulligan for them to stay alive and get their first championship as a Canadian college. We'll find out who it is going to be in our final best of 7 of this Open after a final break.
you said stay out of this bit, but I don't get tired of it. You told me I'd never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Baby, I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine. Never meant to disappoint ya. I'm smart enough to be a lawyer. Don't you waste your time on me, 'cause I don't care at all. Baby, I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine. You never know your full potential if you never dare go for gold. The green lights come later. You just need some when I saw you again. 'Cause I have grown strong without you around. I've just gotta fight it. When I saw you again, 'cause I have grown strong. I've just gotta fight it. When I saw you again, when I saw you again. 'Cause I have grown strong without you around. I've just gotta fight it. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. One look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. Our love is electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. I'm feeling electric. In your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. One look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. Our love is electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. I'm feeling electric. In your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for.
It's like
Welcome back, everyone. We just had our first of two best of sevens in the grand final. It was a 4-1 victory for Maryville over St. Clair Green. Pretty close affair for the most part, but still felt quite one-sided. We talked about it going into this. Maryville had that momentum and they carried it through all the way into our final best of seven. But can they do it again? Looking back at this bracket, it seems like nothing can stop them, and the most amount of games they're going to drop in an individual series, Savanta, is one.
Yeah, you know, I'm not talking about paths. I don't want to talk about paths to get there, Mickey Mouse tournaments or whatever, but St. Clair really had everything in front of them. Just got to get 4 games in, 4 wins in, and they could walk away the Open 1 champs, but it hit a roadblock, and that roadblock was Maryville, and they're making them pay for it. So as we get to this bracket reset, the question now becomes, what do they have in their bag of tricks? How can they shift what they need to do to get themselves out in front again?
One thing I do want to note while we're taking a look at this bracket as well, take a look at the series that St. Clair played and the ones that Maryville played. Maryville beat the team St. Clair Green beat already, but better. 3-1 and 3-1, where it was 3-2 and 3-2. That kind of goes to show how dominant this roster has been on their run. Say the least about the Northwood sweep and the Davenport one as well. But Maryville, they lost once to Akron. They're not wanting to lose ever again in this Open. But that's the question. Are they going to lose again? I mean, what is the secret sauce for St. Clair Green to find something within here, Taco, to actually bounce back in this series?
I think is that when we're watching this squad play, I think, of course, the meme that we keep bringing up is, oh, St. Clair, they got to a grand finals before, they had 2 series, they couldn't do it, and that might happen again. But the thing is, I think we're forgetting that Maryville is also, like, already an experienced team.
Yeah.
Like, they played a full semester of CRL, 2/3 of them. You had an EXO, and frankly, the way that they're playing, I don't think that was ever a concern. Like, man, how are we going to fit them into the rotation? They're like, it'll be fine, just trust us. We're just going to throw you balls and see what you do with it. And he's been hitting double taps all series long. I think in the previous semester, it was more about, oh, know they're playing a Concord that has never played together, trying to figure out live. And eventually, yeah, they became a fall champion. But now when we're looking at a team that said in the beginning they believe that they could have been that champion. They could maybe even be our spring champions if they keep playing like this, because no one really is getting close to them. They lost in game 5 and day 1, and since then they've barely been dropping any games. No one has been able to take them for even 2 within any of the series today, despite them going through the entirety of the lower bracket.
I kind of want to look at the parallel between last semester and this one. Yes, it's a bit of a different roster, but Maryville came through the upper bracket. They 3-0'd Northwood Blue, and then they got swept. Well, not swept. It was a 4-1 in that individual matchup from Maryville, losing to Northwood Blue, and then they won 4-1 in that one. So looking at the dominance we've seen today, I think this could be potentially a 4-0 sweep. What are you feeling, Bass?
I already said it would be. I'm not going to back out of that already again. I believe in this team, man. Maryville have got too much confidence in them. They've got too good a play. And I think the big issue that we're seeing is that I really despise giving credit to Twitch chat, but occasionally they do make a very good point. And one of the best points I saw from Twitch chat was like, look, man, it's relating wave speed and EXO. If there's ever a team that has been to a stage like this, knows the pressure like this, it is a team like this. And yes, the other team has accolades. They're fantastic. Arju, Jazzy, and Cyril, good players, but they're a lot less veteran. They are younger. They are definitely more rookie to something like a high-level experience like this. I mean, EXO's played on land, dude, for RLCS majors. It's pretty hard to beat that type of experience.
So you would say they're stronger, they are better about that as well. But still, looking at Maryville and also looking at St. Clair Green, will this be the second time for the charm to come to fruition for St. Clair to make up for their past pitfalls, or will Maryville dominate the competition in another collegiate esport? This is the moment where either team will prove they are the best in collegiate Rocket League, and this is the time for our final best of 7 and to crown our champion.
We find ourselves returning to yet a second series here for St. Clair and Maryville. Going into it, though, we thought it'd be a pretty good back and forth as long as St. Clair steps up. Maryville didn't even give them the chance in the first series, Taco, but if they do the same thing again, it will be yet another heartbreaking defeat and a bracket reset for St. Clair. A chance to redeem themselves, a chance to give Canada their first title in CRL. There is so much at stake, and St. Clair need to step it up. Can they do it? We're about to find out. Our second series starts underway.
And the biggest thing for them is just to understand, yes, there are times when you were the worst team. You are trying to make up for the relative weaknesses that Maryville was able to take advantage of, but you've had 10 minutes to kind of sit down, get off the sticks, and just talk it through. And that's really where I think your coach needs to earn their scholarship at the collegiate level. You need to make sure that you're able to rebalance your players and understand it's not that you were completely out of marks. This is an SSL level lobby. This is a pro level bubble player type lobby. You know you can win these games. It's just about making sure you can chain that together and figure out how to fix your mistakes. And I think that's exactly what the focus has probably been, and why St. Clair is probably going to come in with a bit new of a different look for game 1.
I'm hoping that they do. I think if they come through with the same strategy as the last, this more individualistic play style, they're going to run into issues. Good thing is they're at least cutting out the counterattacks before they turn anything in this game. Somebody was back in time despite the long ball downfield, and that's already an improvement in my eyes in comparison to the freebies that St. Clair were giving up before. Maybe they can even get the first goal of the series. A minute gone so far, and ooh, that makes me a bit nervous. Thankfully, Sai at least muscles through the 50.
Arju actually wraps all the way around. If not for speed, could have been something dangerous, but speed is left with no boost. I don't think Jazzy knows that, so EXO is just going to pop on through and make sure that doesn't go any further. Rebuilding from the back. Arju, Jazzy, heavy touch. He has the reset, but there's no way he's getting back to that one.
Off the sidewall, Arju gets it out to Jazzy. Does Jazzy have anything more with the ball? Unfortunately not. Just gets a little bit too far away from him. And Maryville now with a chance to respond. Oh, and maybe a chance at the goal. Awkward to take that one across the goal mouth, but will not get punished for it. St. Clair looking a little bit better right now, but I'm not sure that they've completely cleaned up all their mistakes. Chance here to maybe get the first goal with a rebound off the backboard, but it won't be found, and Sai won't find a touch either. And now speed, breakaway chance, but Jazzy to shut it down before it begins.
I like how St. Clair is playing for speed right now. They're actually saving boost in their tanks because, yeah, they could get it, but they'd rather have that extra 10-15 to get a little bit of a head start, then flip so they're right back up to Supersonic. It's a huge part of making sure you stay active in plays and make sure you're not just burning boost just to be able to get close to a ball. If you're not going to have a good angle at it, don't bother. Just go into your next rotation, trust your teammates to take on over, and right there, that's what Speed's doing. He just threaded the needle. Is that going to be the opening for him off the post? Apparently no.
Almost able to find it, but just a bit off the mark. And honestly, I don't even think I can blame him for that. I just don't think the angle was available. Try as he might, still no goals to be found on either end as we get past halftime here in game number 1. Bit of offense building here for Maryville, though, and quickly ending. Not enough boost for Ixo to go up, so instead it's Speed who has to make the challenge. And Lighting Wave, well, he'll try for one of his own, but is quickly beat out by Jazzy. Definitely feels like St. Clair, like you said, quicker to the ball, a lot more purposeful with every rotation they make. They just need to score a goal and get rewarded. They will not find it here. Multiple saves for Maryville.
And Jazzy and Sai were trying to combine there, pelting it off the corner, maybe something they could get a rebound on, but not able to work on out. But I do like how they're committing to, if Maryville is all the way on the goal line, we'll take it to them. Don't just hit it at the backboard. We'll deliberately air dribble it on down and then maybe bait in a challenge. Arju with the fake Ixo is not going to fall for that one, but that was so incredibly close. It's razor thin margins on defense for Maryville at times.
Oh, it's very fast pace on either end. You can see the scramble back here for everybody on St. Clair, but they will do it in time. Similar for Maryville here as the flick over does not get further than just the defense. Into the corner it goes. Speed. Boost to work with, actually fakes it out, tries to get it around Arju, and he will. Awkward touches for St. Clair, now gives a chance for Maryville. Touch off the backboard, is anybody there? Arju first to get in the way and to take the boost in the corner. It's a big play from Arju, it might just save his team from a goal, but not quite yet. Pass out center, the shot, not gonna be found. Maryville once again have to hightail it into their own end.
So nice delayed flick, but Relating Wave had to good called into action immediately as Arju almost just clapped that one right into the open net. Now with a slight double commit, that might be a little bit awkward unless Sai can get a piece of this one. No open nets this time. Jazzy, a lot of space with a lead blocker as well. Relating Wave cuts in, and he's really been the saving grace for Maryville a lot of times. It seems like something promising is building up, and then he's the one that gets in the way. So no surprise when he's not there. Speed cannot get it to...
And finally, Arju shows up again. Similar to last series, it's the first game, and he is scoring already. It took him 4 minutes to get there, but it's a big goal at that. The single goal separating the teams after over 4 minutes of play. 38 to go. Maryville do have the time, and they have the advantage on kickoff. They just need a shot. Speed won't find it, but a 50 keeps it in the blue end.
Arju gonna get a double, and at this point, I don't want them chasing it down because now here comes the counter. Ixo with a reset. High up into the sky, Speed jumps at it twice, and that's why it's going to be an issue. He went for it, he turned away, and then he kind of went for it again, and that's going to ruin that attack. Maryville might have bitten themselves right there because I don't know how many more looks they're going to get. St. Clair has spread out wide, but that's mainly because they know Maryville, they got nothing in the tanks. They got to build from nothing.
They're trying their best, but Speed on 0 boost can't even get a touch on the ball to keep it up. Instead, it'll go back into their own end. And Arju to attempt to spike it down, but he can't. At least not on that play, and he will on the follow-up. St. Clair take game number 1 in narrow fashion. The single goal from Arju separating the two teams, but as we said, we needed Arju getting involved in scoring. This has got to be the confidence builder he's been looking for.
I mean, in terms of everyone doing their own thing, when we look at the score, almost everyone identical. It seems like we're all basically at the same levels of participation because that's really what a grand final is all about. You can't have one player carry. When we say, yeah, we wanted to see more series, it's not that we want him necessarily to carry, but we need him to be a crucial aspect of how this rotation works. Take those nice 50s, be able to facilitate the pacing. If your teammates are too far up, then you buy time. If they are trying to catch up to you, you have to hold defense on their clears. Everything flows through him because he is really the most experienced player. He's the reason you go out and get a transfer like that, because he can be a game-changing presence, even if he's not necessarily the one scoring on early. But it is his goal that does get them to this dub. Maryville, maybe a little bit of cold water saying, hey, you might have won the first series, but this is a whole different ballgame now.
I mean, it makes sense, again, for a St. Clair who came in with, I'd say, a lackluster strategy. Changing things up in the second series was required, and they do so very quickly. You talked about it, the speed from this team, the ways that they are challenging the ball with a lot more purpose, a lot more intent behind those 50s has significantly changed their outcome on this goal or in this game, as well as potentially the series. So I'm excited to see this one continue here, but I'm also hoping that we see Maryville resurge a little bit more. As much as I'm happy to see St. Clair doing well, I want it back and forth. I do not want to see just St. Clair start to dominate and change this entire narrative.
That would also imply that Maryville has no answer, and off the kickoff, they certainly do not. Headhunting, I love to see it.
The kickoff going in their favor, and unfortunately, usually you need relating wave back in order to make the save. He tries his best, but going for the boost first because he was not expecting the demo means he's not there in time. Well played from St. Clair, further momentum boosting that they need. I'm hoping they can hold on to it, but again, hoping to see a response from Maryville because right now, St. Clair are just running away with this thing.
I love the lead right there. Sai doesn't want to touch it. Jazzy says, hey, no problem. I have a better shot anyway. Just leave it to me. And tiny things like that, it doesn't seem that complicated because it really isn't. It's more about the confidence in your rotation, getting in comms and not getting too flustered. I think that was something that obviously we can't listen in while we're on cast, but I would bet anything that St. Clair was getting a little bit too overwhelmed by the pressure and forgetting kind of those fundamentals. Rotate cleanly, trust in your teammates, and go from there. And right now, it seems like St. Clair has returned to that form. This is what we were been promised when this team got assembled. But of course, as we say that, it's one thing to start a game well, but it's about how you finish in competitive Rocket League.
They did well finishing the last game out without giving up a single goal. It's now 6 minutes scoreless for this Maryville side. I don't know if it's going to stay for that long. Droughts like this don't seem to stick around for a team like Maryville, although that's not going to help them out. A bit of a back pass out of Ixo is actually a bit miscoordinated. Allows Arju to take a little bit of space for a double flip reset. Doesn't do much with it, but at least his team now can take possession and set up shop. Maybe not, momentarily, but Arju can at least get the interception out at midfield. Speed, though, to get in the way and maybe finally stifle the momentum. If not for a shot on target, awkward challenge out of Ixo. He will make the save, but boy, Maryville playing a little bit risky right now, maybe not to their benefit.
Relating Wave does actually get a really nice touch, and that's why Ixo is lurking in the back corner, but St. Clair policed that one. Sai hits it back into the corner, and that is a really smart play. So easy to hit it across the goal instinctively, but he gets ahead of it, backflips into the corner because he knows Maryville was waiting and policing that back post just to be able to knock it right through.
Touch off the ceiling. Sai will be the first to it, but Maryville still lurking and looking for that goal. They've started to boost start. They've started to get possession, and they've got the goal. Ixo sees Arju playing on the backboard and says, if you don't make this challenge, I'm shooting this on target.
Arju tries to get in the way there, and he actually does do pretty well. The problem is he dives in, and he's a little lower than he might need to. Ixo plays it off the near post, not because he's trying to bait in anyone, but just because he wants to set himself up for a way to freeze the defense and then go from there. Off kickoff side might be able to get some revenge. That's a low 50 past one. Trying to do it again on speed, but very difficult to do that past the entire of Maryville.
After a couple of minutes in this game and the entirety of the last, Maryville have broken the drought after, I think, 7 minutes scoreless. Can they do it again, though, is the big question. They'd like to think so, considering already off kickoff, offense entirely in their favor. And it might go back into their favor again. Not a great air dribble from Ixo, though, and a double commitment out of everybody on Maryville. They'll need a save, and they will find it. A scramble back, and I think if there's one thing to point at the difference between Maryville and the last series and this one, their defense needs to be careful. It is not nearly as tight as it was in the last series.
Sai, pretty heavy touch. Relating Wave will pay for it by getting smacked into the next zip code, so therefore Arju will take on over. Delayed flick, getting in front of it for Speed. Jazzy has something to chase on there. Speed will circumvent that first touch, but he's going to lose possession up until Relating Wave sends it back downfield. Maryville definitely hitting the ball, I think, a little harder than they're used to, but it's honestly not really something I can blame them for, because look at St. Clair. They're going a million miles an hour. Arju trying to beat out Speed, and if not for Speed starting from a much closer position, very well could have been the lead.
I like the way we're seeing St. Clair play right now. They really are changing things up. They've definitely made the adjustments in between the two series. Although I can't say the same for Maryville, it doesn't mean that they're out of this one by any stretch of the imagination. Good defense still being shown in flashes, even if it isn't all too consistent like the last series. Maybe they can also show that their offense has brilliance as well. Ixo up early. Can he find a touch? No, but it does give an outlet for Relating Wave to work with. He's going to look for the touch off the sidewall. Finds it out to Ixo. Can Ixo find a pass to Speed? Not quite, but there's still more options. Off the ceiling. Speed is there. Excuse me, it's Ixo. And again, Maryville starting to make those challenges more confidently. They can find just one opening. They might just be able to find the goal to lead this game.
Ooh, that's a crazy hit. Ixo on the back post, going to put it over the top. Sai is going to call off Arju, preserving that boost, but who's on the back post? Arju still gets the save, and St. Clair takes a deep exhale. They got away with that one, but now they have to potentially ready up for another. Here comes Ixo, another 50 for them to contend with. As St. Clair, their challenge game has been improving, making sure that they don't have to 100% win these 50s. They just can't allow it to redirect right in the middle again.
Oh, there's a chance this one does, though. Arju quick to it and prevents any sort of counterattack. and maybe actually gives his team one of their own. Jazzy, a shot on target. Relating wave misses, and so does Jazzy. No one on the pitch was expecting that play to not work out on either end, and it leads to chaos. Doesn't lead to a goal, though, and we continue on with 1-1 scoreline with only 30 seconds to go.
Jazzy got to get back, and he does well to avoid Ixo in the corner. That's the bait that was set by Maryville, and now the trap is trying to be sprung. His relating wave is delaying his rotation back to get a bump. He does not find anyone, so therefore it's Ixo. They've been great at 0 seconds. Maybe they can do it one more time as Jazzy needs some help from Psy. Arju fighting for overtime, gets a little unconventional touch, but it all works. They got out of danger, and at the very least, get to reset for OT.
You get an overtime, and they've been the better team on kickoff thus far throughout this series. Maybe they can make it work in OT as well. Blading Wave won't let that happen. A boomer to the sky as he makes yet another save. The entirety of Maryville right now has at least 3 saves apiece. The defense that was maybe a bit shaky in Game 1 cannot be the same set here in Game 2. But their offense still more to prove. A single goal through almost 10 minutes of play. And they find a second. Speed would like to think so. Touch off the backboard. Arju is there to cut it out, though, and turn it into an air dribble. He's got space to work with, and Relating Wave will cut it out. But now St. Clair with an offense, even if it is maybe only momentary.
Arju off ceiling, leaves it to Speed. Side needs to get up for this one. At the very least, get a ball or the man. And he will get a little bit of both as that one will ricochet into the ceiling. Wave, reset, close angle. Arju with the outlet, and this is where Psy needs to buy that time. And he's going to take that space, sets up a flick, low 50 on Speed, and Speed has not fallen for that even once, despite St. Clair just desperately trying to tease him into diving in.
Again, the patience on defense here at Maryville has been so impressive to watch, but you still need to make saves, and they will! A couple in a row, and somehow, some way, we play on in overtime. This ball goes the other way, and Maryville, from an incredible defensive stance to maybe now an offense, or maybe even more defense required. Through the corner it goes, and St. Clair gotta be scratching their head. What's it gonna take? More than just that, another shot off the woodwork.
I don't know how that's not in. Arju rushes it so much. If anyone's going to be behind the ball, it's him to score. And after all of that, they're still looking at overtime as this clock continues to run. We've had a lot of overtimes today, and a lot of them have been pretty quick because teams have found a way to just get one golden opportunity. St. Clair's had 3 or 4, and they're going to really have to shake their head. This is a mental boon for them if they can win this one despite all this adversity. And of course, it's going to be Arju to make up for it.
Arju stepping up big, already getting more goal participation in this series than he did the entire last one. He knew he had to step up, and he's doing it in stride. 2-1, an overtime victory, and St. Clair take their second in a row.
And St. Clair has a wonderful facility, but you just know that a controller's going through the wall if they lost that. That is so many shots. 14 coming through from St. Clair, 6 alone from Arju. And after all of that, they are forcing pressure. I have to say, Maryville, great defense. They're getting double-digit saves. They are keeping it clean, but this is an entirely different St. Clair Green, and a lot of it is just due to the aggression. They're not shying away from challenges. They're saying, why are we playing slow? We're at our best when we are the ones constantly in the opponent's face.
They are doing a great job right now at not only taking that pressure, like you said, but keeping it on and making it so difficult for Maryville to string together plays, to find comfortability. And I think that's a lot of what we talked about in the last series, was that Maryville was given this space, allowed this space. And when they found the space, they developed plays with it. They got things together. Passing plays that were fantastic. The 1-2-3s to 1-2s that we saw multiple times. That isn't happening here. Maryville aren't getting those outlet passes to connect. They're not even getting the option for outlet passes to connect. And it's due to St. Clair just barraging them over and over again with challenge after challenge after challenge at midfield. This is the St. Clair that made it to the upper finals without dropping a series. This is the St. Clair that needs to continue playing if they want to avoid the second series loss. Great stuff from St. Clair Green. The job is not done yet, though. We know Maryville are more than happy to extend this series with some games of their own. Can they do it here in Game 3?
And this is, of course, the obvious benefit of going through the upper bracket. Yeah, Maryville kind of slapped them around, St. Clair, on that first series. But this one, if you just tuned in, this was not the case in that previous series. And it's why you need to be able to carry through those 2 lives, because that way you can actually think about things, recontextualize how you need to approach them, and then make those changes, which is exactly what Maryville needs to do, but with a lot less of a break between games. Only a minute to figure out what they're going to do here to prevent from potentially having to reverse sweep in the second series of the Grand Finals.
They got a chance, but so far, it hasn't exactly been all too, I'd say, fruitful here in the first 30 seconds. That's some offense back and forth, but really has been a midfield battle, as has every other game in this series. That shot I never expected to even go on target, but apparently Arju did. He gets in the way, but doesn't get it off the half. A couple of touches in a row, including an awkward one from Sai. He'll make it around the first, but can he get it around the second? He's deflected to the corner. Gotta be careful here, St. Clair. All that good momentum can be erased if you just give up a freebie.
And I was just talking about their clear selection was so clean on this one, but this just seems like a fear-based one. 100 boost, Arju knows he can take the time on that. If he doesn't even jump, that's probably something he can touch across the middle and flick it through, but that's where your teammates come through. Take your time, hit that far corner, catch and possess something, but instead he rushes it, goes right to Speed, and Speed's gonna gobble that up every single time.
He's still going to do the same thing off the kickoff. He sees a little bit of an awkward collision from everybody on St. Clair and tries to boom it off the half, but unsuccessfully does so. Goodness me, I did not think we'd see a failed challenge. Finally, they catch Speed on that. I feel like they've tried that fake challenge like 50 times and it's never worked out. It doesn't turn into a goal, but at least they can catch him on the fake. Unfortunately, it might, I was going to say, result in a goal the other way. I have no idea how that did not find the back of the net.
In large part because of a save. There was a blue trail on that ball going off the post, so that was a defender getting in the way in the last moment, and that's why you don't give up on a play. Even if the other player's going to hit it first, you might be able to get that deflection. So dangerous games being played by St. Clair. Probably want to shut things down earlier, but either way, if they're going to live by those margins, then they might as well play like it. Arju looking for a double to try to pinch that back middle. He does. Sai has to fix that angle. Drop down to Jazzy. That is team play, but the 4th defender is going to ruin all the fun.
Ooh, and the patience on the line. Speed called off the ball, so they'll require more defense, but it seems like Maryville barely flinching at the approaches that St. Clair are going at them with. Honestly, that's the confidence we need. We talked about it. They look too jumpy in the first couple games. They look too disjointed. Can't say the same thing anymore, but on the vice versa, we can say the passing plays are starting to connect for St. Clair. They might not have scored, but in comparison to the first series where we rarely saw plays like that, it's a breath of fresh air.
Sai, I love that, waiting for that pass, and he doesn't necessarily cut it out, but it is something that is not what Relating Wave wanted. The possession for Maryville is night and day compared to the last series to this one. They're getting their goal, yeah, but outside of that, look how many touches they're just going downfield and they're chasing after it. They're not really finding those combinations, and that's been the #1 benefit, I would say, of Maryville playing the similar play style coming all together for this semester, is that they keep their options open right now. They look like they're forced into something. Arju with a read and a half to tie us up.
I can't fathom how this even came to fruition. No one went to the backboard. Relating Wave and EXO with at least a half a tank of boost both, but they both cut in front of the goal mouth. Neither one of them designate them in case it gets to the backboard. Neither one of them have the option of a save, and they gotta be looking at that one going, man, that was not only preventable, it shouldn't have been a goal. Unfortunate, because as we've said multiple times throughout this series, you cannot afford to give away freebies.
Sai, lovely touch up and over. Jazzy uncontested as Relating Wave went late. Arju probably has another build up here as he's going to delay that flick. Go for a reset from an angle, back post, deflected off of Jazzy. And Sai's going to decide against going. I like that decision.
I like the decision from St. Clair. I can't say the same thing about Maryville right now. Their lack of challenges, I mean, we talked about it. They need confidence boosters. We thought the first goal would give them that. Instead, it's turning into more and more awkwardness. They cannot seem to escape. Maybe a solo play could change that up. No, Speed denied. Ixo's there, denied by Sai. Where's the shot? Never found. And the counterattack the other way stifles all momentum. One more chance with a minute to go. It is only a tie game, but you would be lying if you said the momentum did not feel in favor of St. Clair.
Especially with a boost grab and a flick middle. Sai near post. No one can reach it. It's clockwork on the passing from the Saints.
They're doing so well, and they're on their way to a 3-0 start in this series. Yes, technically it is possible for Maryville to turn this around, but it is a rarity to see a best-of-7 get reverse swept. A minute to go. Maryville, if there was ever a time to show us your excellence, it's right now. Speed a good 50. Where's the follow? Never found, and the opportunity dies again.
Zai, tap down, Arju, top shelfer, and down. 3 goals to the good. St. Clair, they have found their form, and they are in cruise control.
I gotta say, Arju, it's been phenomenal to see your step up. I was critical of you in the last series for not being able to find almost any involvement in your offense. This series, a completely different story, averaging over a goal a game right now, and I still think he's got more left to show us.
Especially here, Jazzy's got no boost, and I thought he was going to go off the backboard setting up Arju, but if they just want to burn down this clock, I don't blame him. 2 goals is not necessarily a foolproof solution for being able to keep out another team. However, getting 50s like that, Will Wave getting 50'd, Sai slapping speed out of the way, and this is St. Clair playing their positions well, and they're choosing the right decision, it seems like, every single time outside that early Arju mistake.
Oh!
Of course, I say that, and Arju doesn't commit on this one.
Hold on now, we got a ball game left. 20 seconds to go, and these guys just love the dramatics. How many times have we seen last-second goals bring the margin back within 1? I said this, I think, like 5 times today. Watch the kickoff. This means everything for Maryville.
Maryville's doing a lot of experimentation on that one. They actually fake it here on Ixo. He gets 100 boost, and that's off the ceiling. He is not the player you want mechanicalizing all of these balls, but no, it doesn't work out. How about speed? You take your chance. That's really high above the goal. He's got to play for the 50. Wave gets a 50 and a half, but it's going to go out to the corner. Sai just has to escort this one into the midfield and hope for no counter, which there will be none found for Maryville. 3-0, 5 minutes away from glory.
They will find their first CRL Open Championship. And not only that, they will find redemption for their bracket reset loss in the fall. The job is not done yet. But if you're Maryville, you have to be aware of the scenario at hand. If you play anywhere even close to imperfect the next 3 games, one of them will be a loss, and you will find yourselves without another championship. Again, Maryville, one of 4 teams to win one of our opens in the fall semester. They would love to be the very first team to win 2. They will not find it if they keep playing like this. Taco, I don't think we can sugarcoat this. The team just does not seem to have the same cohesion as the last series. Their defense is leaving chances up for St. Clair they never would have before. And if they keep doing that, this series is over.
A lot of transition play that typically refers to counterattacks. For me, the biggest thing I'm watching out of Maryville is that they have decent shots going forward. They have some good saves, but I'm not seeing anything in terms of what they're actually converting. A lot of times, St. Clair will have a save, and then they'll try to possess on forward. They'll find those kind of cute little in-between passes, buying their time, rotation catches up, and they go. Whereas Maryville feels like they're saying, okay, we got it out of defense. Let's just clear it down, get our boost. And that's highly unusual because that's not what they've been doing. And the reason why, I think, is because St. Clair is playing quick. They're not allowing Maryville to think about what they want to do. Even if they don't even have a good angle on it, they're just going to say, hey, someone get back because I'm just going to full send an ego challenge this. And it's really throwing Maryville off. And with this final 5 minutes, they have to win not only this, but 3 more times to get their trophy, which seemed all but guaranteed a couple minutes ago.
Well, let's find out. Can Maryville do what is nigh impossible? A reverse sweep and a best of 7 has been seen maybe a handful of times in RLCS, and it has maybe been seen a handful of times in CRL. It's not a standard, but it is a possibility, and for Maryville, they've got to keep that thought in their mind. The moment they believe this series is over, it will be. They have got to have confidence going into these final games. They do not. Well, it's not going to be a fun one. From a 4-1 victory in the first series to potentially 0-4 in the next. I mean, Speed wouldn't be far off if he said it would be concluded in 8 games. I just don't think he was hoping it would go like this.
And on top of that, when we look at this, this is also Maryville kind of living up to St. Clair kind of being haunted by certain stuff in a weird kind of way. St. Clair lost 2 straight best of 7s in Open number 2, but Maryville won the very first Open in an eerily similar fashion. They lost 1-4 against Northwood, and then 4-1 in the next series. And that seems like it's happening to them this time from, of all teams, St. Clair, the team that we've kind of been teasing for the lack of ice. So this is really fitting and I would say probably immensely gratifying for both the teams if they could pull it through, but the problem is Maryville can't even catch a break. The crossbar, no!
Oh, it's been plaguing so many teams here today. I didn't think Maryville would be the latest recipient of it. Unfortunately for them, they will be, and they will go without a goal through the first 90 seconds here in game number 4. However, a chance downfield. Old habits die hard, Taco. An overcommitment, a long ball downfield, and Maryville find the first.
I do like this from Relating Wave. Keep it simple, as when you look for passes, it doesn't have to be perfectly onto the bumper of your teammate, but use it with pace so they can just redirect it on target, and especially in situations like that. Even if St. Clair was rotating perfectly, I don't think anyone's getting on that unless they're in the middle of the field.
Can Maryville now carry that first goal into a couple more and maybe change things up? Ooh, they'd like to think so. Great 50 out of speed. Is Jazz going to be there in time? Not exactly, but the ricochet out from the 50 won't be on target. How about this one off the sidewall? Speed. Gonna try and look for a lead block. He did get in the way, but Sai still makes the save. A little bit awkward right now for St. Clair, and I don't love to see that. As much as we're saying, hey, Maryville, keep a confidence, be brave in these challenges. Similar for St. Clair. Do not go back into your old habits of giving Maryville space to develop. We have seen what they can do with that, and they will punish you if you give them the time.
Trying to hit that one as far as possible to the sideline, but not only does Speed have it, but he has the redirect as well. Arju had to lean over backwards to get that aerial, which a Relating Wave will then chase down. Try to get for another 50. Sai able to get around it temporarily, but all these delayed flicks are working so long as Maryville has to keep getting these demos. Relating Wave gives an opening, but Ixo still can't get with Arju. How about Speed's attempt? Even with 2 defenders, it's just too much.
Unfortunately, it's starting to look similar to the first series. Notice the passing plays going straight through center, and not a single player makes the challenge until after the pass has been received. You can't afford to do that. If you do, you leave the gates wide open for Maryville to get back into this series. 2 goals in just about 3 minutes' time. I can confidently say Maryville is back. St. Clair, how do you respond?
Sometimes you really just do have to dig deep. I'm not necessarily saying it took them losing 3 straight games, but it's one of those moments where it kind of kicks you into gear, like, okay, now it's really something we got to pay attention to, because it's very hard to make adjustments mid-game in Rocket League. You only have about 5-7 seconds between goals to watch the replay, talk things through, and then get back into things. You need to make sure you start the game well and not give up anything like this. Sai with a double, with a 50, Arju. Never going to have an easier finish than that.
There we go, the cleanup crew doing it again. Arju's been so good at finding ways through the defense on these rebounds, and this is no different. I will say, the double commit out of Maryville there isn't exactly going to help them, but it was a desperate attempt to try and clear it, and unfortunately, it will not succeed. What it will do is cut the lead in half and give St. Clair a chance to still close this series out in 4. 100 seconds left on the clock. They've got an offense here, but they need to be careful. If they give up another goal to Maryville, I think this series continues.
Sai's trying to make sure he slows everything down, and this is about everything that we've been talking about. Decision making at the highest level, kind of like this. How about sniping a pass? How about top shelving one from downtown?
And this is such a good shot. You can even tell Speed knew this was coming, but with the power behind it, 85 miles an hour. There's no way you're stopping that one. 2-2 in the blink of an eye, from everything going right for Maryville to everything going wrong. We could see another overtime, or we could see the end of the series. Oh my gosh, and we might see it here. Awkward for the defense. Arju center gets the bump, and the shot from Jazzy! 75 to go, and St. Clair have the lead!
Are you kidding me with that bump attempt going across? It looks like a double, but he's only looking at the man. Gets him out of the way, and what a comeback here from St. Clair late. They are 70-odd seconds away from getting this trophy, and this is where the alarm bells have to be sounding for Maryville.
They're gonna try again, Relating Wave. Waterfall down, awkward for Jazzy, but Ixo has to take his time on this approach. A pass out center, a shot on target, denied on the line, but not enough speed to secure it. We're tied again.
Speed has to do a lot with not too much, and yet gets this cut right over Jazzy. He knows he's probably low on boost, but he doesn't 100% lock that in. He tries to go for a follow-up, none needed. That's the clutch playmaking that grand finals are all about in RLCS, in CRL, really anything top flight Rocket League. But of course, as we know, it's far from over. How about a fake in front? Luckily, nobody there in the 3rd position from St. Clair.
Jazzy denied by relating wave, but there's still more work to be done. St. Clair, they have started to find ways to suppress on offense, but they can't forget the fundamentals. We said it once, we said it twice, I'll say it again. You cannot allow these open nets cross court.
And yet, Speed is showing a lot of clinicality there. He is a doctor in his own rights by getting that shot off. Ixo, with no boost, spends all of his tank to get up for that aerial just because he can get in the way, and is guaranteed another goal and maybe another game, Bass.
I'm speechless. I don't know what's going on. St. Clair, you were in full control, not only for this game, but for the prior ones. Fun fact, this is more goals from Maryville in this one game than they have scored the entire series. I don't know what happened. St. Clair, you had a vice grip on this series, and it is falling apart before our eyes. Crumbling to ashes. They've got to find a way to recover. 20 to go. There is time, but unfortunately, Taco, I think they're going to have to try again next game.
I don't care how well you're playing. If Speed is shooting 80%, 4 goals on 5 shots, you are not winning that game. If they can produce that again, then who knows how this series is going to go. All I know is that we are not over. There are no sweeps here in the grand finals to start off spring 2025 of CRL. We're going at least one more game.
I cannot believe it. Well, actually, maybe I can, because Taco, you did bring up a funny stat going into this one. It was 4-1 last time Maryville went and won their second series. I don't really know if we're going to see the same here, but if there was ever a game to dissuade any doubt that we have had through the last couple, this is the one. Like you said, clinical shooting from Speed. Fantastic play at midfield from Ixo and Relating Wave. 5 assists, meaning every goal they scored in that game was a passing play and an assisted play. That is a significant difference from the last couple we've seen from Maryville.
Yeah, particularly that hat trick of assists coming through from Relating Wave. Getting the playmaker medal, being able to be involved with every single touch, and they're really nice laydowns right into the path. Of course, how you say that, St. Clair was also making a lot of combination plays. I love this one on the replay from Arju, immediately getting out that bump play, and that gives them the lead. But this is why Rocket League is so irritating. You take that screenshot, it's 3-2, surely it's over. And then in that time, with a minute remaining, Maryville was able to get 3 more to make sure that game didn't slip out of their grasp.
Oh my gosh, this I kind of feel like was the dagger for everything there. The pinch out, straight to Speed, goes right on into the net as he shoots it. Kickoff after. Look, I've got one piece of advice for St. Clair going into this next game. Do not tilt. If you do, this will not be a fun one. But if you can get yourself recentered, keep your feet planted, you got a chance to close the series out. Game 5 underway. Maryville looking for the reverse sweep. And had a fantastic performance in Game 4 to get it started.
Aquadome has been a quite famous map within our rotations. Typically, we talk about Neo Tokyo, those Game 6s, but a lot of series have actually ended before then within a lot of these opens, mainly just because, I don't know what it is, they get one more gasp in there, and then they are able to fall in Game 5. So St. Clair is hoping that's exactly what's going to use. Maybe Maryville just used up all their mana, and now they're going to be completely defeated from there, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. They're getting back to those individual solo plays. Maybe Arju could do the same with a flip reset, not able to get it across, so Ixo will take over.
Ixo somehow also dancing around all of the bumps and faking it on the line. Just needs an assist from a teammate, but cannot find it. Other than what we're seeing out of Maryville, though. Again, these are the passing plays that we more expect from this team. I like to see that individual brilliance out of St. Clair. I know all 3 of their players are capable of it, and we've seen glimpses of it at times in this series, especially through the first 3 games. But again, it's been their passing plays that have changed things up. So finding a middle ground, maybe not being as predictable with their passes, and finding those individual moments could be huge. I don't really know if we're going to find anything here. A bit of awkwardness out at midfield, and both teams just trying to get a grip on this game.
I like getting around that first defender by heading into the corner. Problem is, nothing else is going to produce from there. Arju, I think, might have a reset on this one, but never really hit the angle to get around for it. So instead, it's Speed looking for deflection. Again, not going to find a kind of low boost offense, really all considered from Maryville. They're trying to hit it high, but they don't really have a follow through. Maybe they need a solo. That's what Speed went for, but Jazzy was there for the first save, Arju for the second.
They're going to have to be required to make a couple of saves, though, and this is kind of where we've seen Maryville at their best, just constantly forcing awkward plays out of the defense of St. Clair and whittling away at their boost totals until eventually they can't even get up for the saves that they're trying. It won't work out this time, though. Arju, great play around midfield, and the boost steal will give his team a chance. Sai interfered with as he takes the shot, though, so it goes well high, and Speed to take over with a flick of his own. Jazzy to take it out to the corner where Sai is waiting, and both teams right now trying a varied approach on either end. Dribble plays, pass plays, bump plays, anything to get it started. But unfortunately for both teams, neither one has been able to see it work out. No goals through 2 minutes of play as we continue on in Game 5.
Ardu getting a little cheeky with that one, but however, he does make up for it with a bump. Jazzy tries to go low, and that's a slot and a half from Jazzy. That's 2 defenders in the way.
I wonder what the defenders were doing, though. Ixo's on the back post. I can understand him not going for it, but unfortunately, somebody's got to try the approach, and he goes too early, thinking the shot's going middle. He comes off the post. If he had only stuck and played just a little bit more patiently, he has that save. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Unfortunately for Maryville, they now have to play from behind. Speed, though, doesn't seem to care around one, but not around Arju.
Ixo heavy hit for side of chase, and so is Jazzy. I think a late little call off there as Jazzy's going to be kind of lost in no man's land with that boost, which is why he's got to get some quickly, because here comes Maryville with Ixo looking for a 50. Speed trying to back him up, and actually the worst possible deflection for him to not be able to get on top of that one. So again, we'll transfer over and hope for Speed to be able to make up for this with a 50. Ixo quickly up, and Maryville really living and dying by this velocity at which they're able to actually approach these reads.
I do feel like if we see one misread, though, from St. Clair, it's going to be a problem. We've talked about it. They're very aggressive on their approaches, which means that if they don't find contact with one of these challenges at midfield, those counterattacks, those open opportunities are available yet again. I will say, they've yet to miss the mark in this game, though. They've been fantastic every time. They'll need to do it again. Ixo, the light drop down, almost the own goal, but Jazzy, perfect precision, just barely puts that off the bar.
And always rough. Ixo hits it across both Speed and Relating Wave, flip across simultaneously. They're not ready for these deflections because they're trying so hard to force it into one position, and they're not able to adjust. A team that I've applauded for being able to play option coverage on rotation so well. Right now, they're split. Their priorities say, okay, let's get boost, let's get back, and make sure we don't get bumped. Ixo can't handle the bounce!
I think he was just trying to play off the initial shot, was not expecting the interference here from Wave to try and slow it down. And yeah, he jumps early. Unfortunately for Ixo, 2 goal line decisions that have gone wrong for him might cost his team this series.
This is something that has to be so painful because not only is it going to be a goal, but yes, Maryville was able to score 3 in almost the exact same amount of time in Game 4, but it's different now that you have to do it again. St. Clair know they're on the precipice of accomplishing what they've been working so hard for a semester and a half. Arju off the corner. Another attempt gonna go wide as Speed just puts it down the line, but not much further.
Ixo, chance here. Oh, nothing that he can do with it. I don't know if it was a poor air dribble or what, but it feels like everything that could go right now is going wrong for Maryville. They've got to focus up, 40 to go, but if this one goes in, I think it's over. Arju the drop down, Sai the secure, and St. Clair 37 seconds away from becoming our CRL Open 1 champions.
Arju putting it to the ceiling, drops it down. It doesn't even need to go in because it's just time off the clock. This is send the house at Maryville. This is gamble everything, Maryville. You have nothing else to lose. Do some trick kickoffs, and all they can do is just lose it to Relating Wave. Looking for a double. Ixo can't put it back in. Speed tries, but it's just going to meet Arju, and guess what? That's just going to be another one on top.
Revenge is a dish best served cold, and my goodness, if it isn't even better when you do the exact same thing to the other team. Arju, after not being able to find the offensive involvement he wanted in Series 1, might just end the series doing the exact same type of goal that Maryville did to them the entire first series of this final. Maryville, I say take a bow, but unfortunately, it might just be a little bit of a head held low as you just walk away realizing it did not go right in Series 2, but everything went right for St. Clair. This is their victory yacht. This is their revenge. Taco, this is what they've been hunting for.
Putting the great in the Great White North, Canada's first ever university to win a CRL event, and they're doing it in style. 4-1 after getting bracket reset. Maryville, you tried, but the St. Clair Saints just too good with it in the end.
The imports are working out for St. Clair. They find themselves their brand new addition in Arju, and in my opinion, he is the difference maker that wins them this series. Was not able to find his impact in the first, but absolutely found it in the second, and did so in stride. A phenomenal play from all three players of St. Clair for Jazzy and Sai, a chance at revenge that has finally been completed. It has got to feel good for the two of them.
And especially after all of that adversity, not only did we say, yeah, they lost that first grand final they were in when they got back into it with Concord, which, looking back, if you lose against Concord, the fall champions, not that bad. It was just the fact that it went to 7 twice and they couldn't do it. And this one, I felt even worse because I'm thinking Maryville, that first series, that was just carnage at times. And then it's like we flipped teams, we flipped name tags. It was completely different. St. Clair locked in a play style. I would have loved to hear from them on what they talked about. They had 10-minute break, according to the admin. And that is what coaching, that is what mental fortitude is all about. What a turnaround. So congrats again to St. Clair getting that championship, because that is something you really earned. They probably burned 5,000 calories in that grand final alone.
Well, I probably did just watching that one. I can't imagine how stressful it was for everybody actually playing on the pitch. I will say this much, though. It's a well-deserved victory, and it's probably one that they're going to want to take a victory lap for. I'm hoping they're celebrating up out in Canada and just having some fun because, again, it's your first series, your first event, and you come in and take the W. Arju, my man, my hat off to you. And goodness, I don't even know what else to say. We will bring back the rest of the desk to discuss this one because, St. Clair, they get it done. Vaude, as a Canadian, you got to be excited.
Yes, I wish I had some Canadian apparel to represent with, but I'm sure on the next Open when Seb hosts, he'll talk all about it, watching from home and celebrating himself. But this team definitely has something to celebrate about. And you talked about it there, Bass, perfectly. It came down to the adaptation, the coaching that was necessary between that 10-minute break. And that's what happened, unfortunately, last time for Maryville, the last Open that they played against Northwood. They got the sweep in the first series, then got swept by Northwood in the second one after those adaptations were made. And Novanta, that definitely seemed like a different team in this second best of 7 than the first one for St. Clair to get the victory.
First of all, I want to be able to use my challenge points to get you some Canadian gear because you deserve it. But I'm with you. We're talking about like why Maryville didn't use the timeout function in that second bracket reset. It really is about momentum. That 10-minute break felt like a different change for St. Clair. They locked in. Maryville tried to actually hold on to the last gasps of their own momentum. It was evaporating fast, and we saw two teams going two different directions when it was all said and done.
What a way to do it, too. I mean, showcasing that, hey, the first series doesn't matter. We still got one more in us, and we'll get it at the end of the day. They took their first loss of the CRL Open, and then eventually were able to bounce back in such a stellar fashion. I think a lot of it came down to that teamwork, the coordination that was lacking here, Taco, in that first initial series.
Yeah, the spark wasn't there from St. Clair, and part of it is, and I would never accuse a team of this if it wasn't just so consistent across, it felt like they were playing a bit timid. It felt like they were like, this is a really good team. We need to make sure we play them aggressively, but let's just make sure we don't commit too hard on a lot of this. Let's make sure we sit back a little bit. And then eventually when they started doing that, they started to have to over-adjust, and they didn't find that perfect balance. I felt like in Series 2, they were saying, okay, yes, we need to respect the other team, but the best way to do that is to mess them up and get in their face. How many times do these goals come from just throwing in a 50, diving in quickly? Even on a shot, you don't necessarily have a high percentage of making it in. It just forces Maryville to react to it, and eventually they're gonna make, as we see on the replay right there, to kind of wrap things up.
We finally had the former world champions and Jazzy and Sai for CRL come back and get a title of their own. But Arju, I feel like, was such an integral part to this roster to level them up just enough for them to take down Maryville. I mean, especially looking at that last series compared to the first one, Bass, you mentioned it yourself, that we saw nothing from Arju, unfortunately, in the first one. Apart from the 2 goals in game 1, we saw a lot of him in that second series.
Oh, he averaged over a goal a game. He was the reason they won, in my opinion, by far. And that's what I want to see from players like that. I don't blame Arju for turtling up in the first series. Why? It's his first CRL Grand Finals. Do you understand the pressure that puts on people? I know a lot of people at home like to go, well, it's just another game. You do this all weekend. You play in tournaments, you do these things, but it's different when you're on this stage knowing that it is make or break. You have to perform or your team is done. And I cannot compliment him enough for not only having not a great performance, but then turning it around, taking 10 minutes in between series, settling down, and pretty much correcting every mistake we had for him. We talked about overcommitments out of midfield. We talked about hesitation on the second play. He was the cleanup man that series, man. If
Truly.
they came off the backboard, you had to be ready. Arju was taking a shot.
And what a shot he was able to take towards the end of that series as well. I mean, the final score total 4-1, a dominant finish in that series, 4-1 in the series as well. And which is also kind of crazy too. The first Open we did last season, it was 4-1 for Maryville to win that one. So just parallels across the board from the fall into the spring here. But we do have a new champion, our 5th champion since kind of the open circuit era of Collegiate Rocket League. So congratulations to all the teams, kind of showing how Collegiate Rocket League as a whole has leveled up, Navanta.
Yeah, absolutely. We're talking about this either at the end of last season, right? It seems like everyone's getting better and better and better, but now the proof is in the pudding. Open 1 yesterday was just a wash of upsets, individual performances, clips. It's just a bonkers thing. This is the preseason, if you will, so you know where teams are getting themselves into form and chemistry's at its peak. It can only get better.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket one final time to recap how things went down throughout the day today. This is only the day 2 bracket, of course. Definitely recommend checking out other sources for the day 1 bracket, but this is the one that matters. St. Clair Green, of course, yes, they got taken the distance, but they got the win at the end of the day. If Maryville got that victory, though, I think that probably would have been the best lower bracket run we have seen in CRL in some time, Bess.
It would have been impressive, but I do think that the lower bracket run for Maryville might have been their final curse, unfortunately. Having so much momentum going to the grand final, and for the first time really all day, finally being iced in those 10 minutes apparently was enough to switch them up. I do continue to state, though, this is why teams need to make sure that in between matches they are reviewing with their coaches. We heard this from Northwood, as you mentioned before. It is important to recognize that you made mistakes in the first series, even if you are the team winning. Study what just happened and come into the next series refreshed. St. Clair very clearly did this today. Northwood have done it in the past. Multiple teams have talked about that. For Maryville today, it was an impressive run regardless, but yeah, it's got to hurt to not be able to show up in the second series how you wanted.
Let's take a look at the points totals, because this is going to determine our initial seeding for the next Open. And that's going to be a huge thing to look forward to for these teams, especially St. Clair, as they have that number 1 seed and arguably an easier journey into the top yet again. But who are these teams, Taco, that you really want to keep an eye on for them to make some waves in the second Open after finally having some time to get back into school, back into grinding and scrimming for these Opens?
I mean, the one thing that I really always like to point out is really just some of the tiny teams at the bottom where you're saying, okay, yeah, I mean, a bunch of 1-pointers, a bunch of 2-pointers, players that are getting to the lower semifinals or lower finals, respectively, with 1 and 2 points. The thing for me, though, that I pointed out is one of the teams that made it in, Ball State, was playing out of their minds. They ran into a roadblock against Maryville, but it's Maryville, a team that was very nearly our champions for this first one.
They lost to the grand finalists.
Yeah, I think they played phenomenally, so I'd love to see if they could replicate it. But all the way down there at the bottom, St. Clair's a second team, St. Clair Gold, who notoriously got to the lower final of every single Open last semester and couldn't quite get through. If that team gets into top 8, I definitely think they could do some damage. They have a lot of potential, and they just happen to run into a buzzsaw of some insanely high-ranked team, so they can't always bring it together. So I do think that is a team that is going to ruin a lot of teams' brackets if they're not careful.
St. Clair runs deep is what we have learned. No other school currently has 2 teams with points. Akron was able to get 2 last time with that final finish of a top 8 performance for Akron Gold, so we'll see how they do there as well. But Novanta, any final thoughts from you looking at these teams before we try to send things away for the day?
I think everything is about consistency. Even though Northwood didn't have the best showing, they're still very much in the mix. And I said this last semester or last season, I like the fact that Oklahoma Christian always seems to hang tough.
Yeah,
between 9 and 11, they just hang out there every single time. I'm kind of having a little bit of a bias rooting for them as well.
So many teams with potential to make their place known in the Collegiate Rocket League Hall of Fame, but St. Clair Green, the latest to claim the crown, and I'm sure they're going to wear it proudly until it gets taken away potentially in that next Open event. That is going to be January 25th and 26th for CRL Open 2. If you have not signed up for Collegiate Rocket League yet and you have a team that is eligible, please make sure you register before the Monday of that week so that you can get into the action, have some fun, and play against some great collegiate rivals. We had a lot of great teams throughout the last season. I'm sure some are still getting in the saddle for this next one that we haven't seen yet. Shout out to Cleveland. But again, we do need to wrap things up for the broadcast here. So I'll go with Bass, Taco, the Navanta back to me to close things out. Gentlemen, final thoughts.
I'm excited CRL's back. I'm ready to see more action, and I'm glad to see the Saints finally get themselves their win. Like we said, they really deserve to have taken a title in the last one, but due to some complications at the end of the semester, the team unfortunately kind of fell apart and really weren't able to find themselves the same sort of chemistry that we see here now. I'm glad to see them with a new third. I'm glad to see them get rewarded with their transfer, and I'm glad to see that Collegiate Rocket League is back. We keep saying every semester the competition gets better. This one is no different. Today's games were electric, and I expect the exact same thing in a couple weeks' time.
Whew. What about you, Taco?
I think the one thing that we were talking about beforehand as analysts, but also talking to players, is that they're saying, man, this is kind of early on. Sometimes these players aren't on campus or they're not able to get into lab. And my hour's a little low because it's so near the holidays. And we're saying, okay, maybe this is like the fraud open where people aren't on high hours, where they're not able to be at top form. I know Northwood was saying, it's a little tough. Creams is actually going to campus. He's going to be playing on campus with the boys. So that's a huge bonus for him, especially since he's had horrible internet throughout his entire CRL career living out west. So that's a big improvement. And if that's truly the case, if everyone just says, it's on low hours, you are out of excuses when it comes to end of January. All of you will be in session. All of you will be on campus. You'll be at your proper PCs. So at that point, I expect this bracket to look wholly different. And I'm really excited to see what it will look like when everyone is truly locked in and has nothing else to make excuses for.
Well, Novanto, want to
I
bring it
am
home
down
for
for the fraud open. That should be trademarked. I want to win the fraud open. No, this one here is a fantastic opening silo, if you will. I mean, you compare this open one to maybe a season a year ago, a year and a half ago, the skill level is exponentially better. And plus, we're getting some new characters, especially in the first day of competitions. This really is, if you're someone who's been timid about the CRL scene, about whether I should jump in, now's the time. Pick a team, ride with them, because it's only going to go up from here.
It is only going to go up from here. 3 more opens to go. Points needed to be collected by these teams to make it all the way to the Spring Championship. Thank you all for tuning in to the first Open of CRL Spring in 2025. Make sure you're following the Rocket League channel here as well, because the EU RLCS is going to be starting with the mainstream broadcast next Saturday. So definitely make sure you tune into that. That's all the time we have here for on the broadcast. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
Put the car and drive, another lonely night, don't know what to do. Finally see what it's like going out every night when it's not with you. I see you whipping down a 4-5. It was December, it was you and I can't remember how to feel alive without you. I wonder what I would say if you stayed, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day, but you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted, knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We could both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you. Someone just like you. Someone just like you. Someone just like you. Talking about the universe while you're with him, but you keep blowing up my line like I'm with you again. It's just like 1996 and you're doing that thing you do. You keep on lying to yourself about everything we've been through. It'd be cool if you let off all this and emptied your baggage like you cleaning out your Birkin. You at the club and telling everyone you're working, but I know you're mad and honestly you probably heard it. I wonder what I would say if you stayed, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day, but you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. One look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. Our love is electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. I'm feeling electric. Look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric.
Let's move those feet. Let's move those feet.
I'm just trying to get out of my mind at this point. I'm just trying to get out of my mind at this point. I'm just trying to get out of my mind at this point.